April, May? Is it May? I don't even know what month it is. Never mind day. May 7th. Yes. Right? Shit. Sorry. Already starting off with the cousin. All right, let's go. Everyone gets an AR-15. Everyone. This is like the Oprah Winfrey pose, right? Like, you get an AR. You get an AR. Everybody gets an AR. And the reason why we have this wonderful thumbnail here today on our wonderful 2A Thursday is because... Oop, wrong one. We're going to be covering this story. Harmeet Dillon comes out and says, SCOTUS will rule AR-15s are legal all over America. We have a couple of articles that we're going to get into a little bit later in the show. And for those of you that don't have this, maybe your first time watching the Daily Breakdown, watching me, I'm your host, Zach Bonfilio. And the reason we call it the Daily Breakdown is because we break down the news. It's daily, a breakdown of the news. So I just go on the internet, I type in the word news, and we break it down. But also, we have our theme of the day, and today is 2A Thursday. We talk about the Second Amendment, we talk about pro-Second Amendment and stories related, or what you can do to protect yourself, self-defense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And kind of related to that, right? Actually, pretty related to that, okay? I got a little update. We've been talking about this guy, Chud, Chud the Builder. For those of you that are unaware, Chud the Builder is this account. He's one of these live streamers. He goes around and he starts calling black people the hard R, right? He's trying to get, he's a rage baiter. He's trying to get a reaction out of black people. But look, he just posted this an hour ago, right? He's been going around and getting into confrontations, and finally, even though I said this was going to happen, somebody smacked him yesterday at a gas station. A black guy smacked him yesterday at a gas station because, I don't know if you guys know this, they don't like being called the hard R, right? It's pretty, common sense, right? And your freedom of speech, right? Your First Amendment, you have every right to call anyone a mean name, right? You have every right that, to go up to a black person and say, you're a hard R, right? But you are not protected under the First Amendment if they hit you. That's not how it works. I mean, there's this weird argument coming from this guy, his followers, a lot of people. I mean, I got people in my DMs trying to make me understand like what he's doing, right? I know exactly what he's doing. All right. It's not ignorance on my part. It's not like I'm not listening to him. It's not like I'm not watching what he's doing. It's not like I'm not taking in the entire context of this whole social, he's trying to pretend it's a social experiment, right? What Chud is trying to gaslight people into believing is that black people, right, can call you cracker, right? And they are allowed to do it. And if you were to assault one of them or hit one of them, then you would go to jail, right? And he thinks he should be able to do that, right? He should be able to go up to black people and disrespect them and not go to jail. That's his gaslighting argument, right? Let's see here. I just addressed this though, right? Because what a lot of people don't realize is that's not what he's doing, okay? And first of all, that's not what black people are doing. I mean, why does he think that this is something that's happening? I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm sure it has happened. You have situations like Irina Zarutska being stabbed on a plane, or sorry, train, not a plane, to death by a black person, right? And ignorant people will, because the guy was like, I got that white girl, right? And ignorant people will go, that's a black problem, right? That was a crazy person indoctrinated by a system where the left has continuously told black people that white people are a problem. So that is the symptom, not the disease. However, even if we were to isolate that incident and apply it like across the board, right? Like, it would not be justification for going around and just calling black people the N-word, right? It's like, and look, I've said this word. I don't care. I'm not going to say it right now because, you know, you guys don't want to hear it. I have no problem with the word. All right. I've actually made the argument that if you say it as a term of endearment with the proper context, with the proper inflection, with the proper intent, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And I still believe that. Right. I call my black friends, right, from Boston, I'll say it just like they say. I don't care. There's nothing wrong with the word. It's a sound that comes out of your food hole. All right. Like, that's what it is. But when you use words to make people upset, right? It's no longer the word that's doing it. It's you. So here's the post. And just to be completely clear and consistent, okay? If a black person was doing exactly what Chud is doing, exactly what he's doing, going around calling white people cracker, right? Filming it, going up to white homeless people with sandwiches and be like, I'll give you a sandwich if you think that I can call you cracker, right? And then if they don't say yes, doesn't give them the sandwich. If he was doing exactly the same thing, if a hypothetical black person was doing exactly what Chud is doing, I would want that dude knocked out. Yeah, because I'm consistent, right? There's no double standard or hypocrisy on my end. So, because we've been talking about this, right? And I basically have predicted that this was going to happen. This guy, Chud, was just slapped yesterday at a gas station. And the first thing he does is cry like a baby and call the police. That's what he did, right? I'm going to try my best to hit the mute button when he's going to drop the hard R. But fair warning, you might hear the hard R. But I'm just gonna show you something, right? This is how tough this guy is, right? Because he's been constantly going around. He types a lot online. When he starts to walk away, he'll say something. This kid's a peep. You know what the word I'm going to say. Ussy. He's a ussy, right? He's a pretty big ussy. Here, check this out. And you know what the funny thing is? Every time he does one of these videos, he's proving that black people the black people in these videos are pretty reasonable and tolerant, right? Because if all you got was slapped, it's way less than I would have done. Right.
Left. The one that spit on me, left. There's two other niggers here.
Sorry. I didn't realize it was going to be that quick. All right. So you see, he's now calling the police and he's telling the police, come help me. Come help me.
There's a bunch of other. You please hurry. Stop approaching me. Stop approaching me. Leave.
This black guy is not approaching him. He's doing the same exact thing Chud is doing. It's two people doing the exact same thing. One's holding his phone, the other's holding his phone.
Me alone. Tell it, dude.
He's saying, leave me alone. He goes up to these people with a camera and he doesn't leave them alone. Does he realize he's making the argument that they could do exactly what he's claiming he should be able to do?
I'm trying to get out of here. They keep pulling their cars behind mine. One's parked right in front of mine.
Okay. One's parked right... This is so stupid. He just said, one's parked... That's a gas pump. I don't know if you guys know that. That's a gas pump. That's where people fill their car up. Nobody's parked in front of you. That's a person filling up their car. And we'll show you the back. He says that they're parking behind him, blocking him in. But look at look at how he says it, right? Look at what he's saying to the police, how he's framing this so that he can get the police over there because this is what they're going to think when they show up.
They're false imprisoning me.
False imprisoning. Look at the back of his truck. You guys see a car? Does anybody see a car behind here? No? Yeah, it's because there isn't one. Nobody's blocking him in. He can leave. He can get out of that situation. He can drive away. But instead, he's pulling out his phone. He's recording. He's instigating. He's trying to get this on camera. And back to this. He posted this. The series finale. Think about the wording he just used. The series finale, right? Like, this is a show. This is a series. He's, bro, if I can, it's insane how dumb this guy is, because he's all but guaranteeing he goes to jail, right? The series finale is a dead chimp on the pavement and you monkeys rioting when I walk free. He thinks that if he shoots a black person because that black person attacked him, he already is like, I got this. I'm getting off of this. Like the Jordan Neely, Daniel Penny situation. The difference between those two is, in that situation, there was a black man who was threatening to kill people, and a white guy stepped in to save other people. It wasn't a white guy going up to the black man, instigating the black man. It was a white guy doing absolutely nothing, minding his own business, sitting down on a train, and then trying to save lives because he felt other people were in danger, right? This guy, Chud, he's not an op, he's an idiot, by the way, right? Not everything's a psyop. Not everything is a psyop. Sometimes it is exactly what it looks like, okay? But he thinks that he is going to be able to kill somebody. And look, I just literally, like last night, I posted this. I said, I'm fairly certain he's doing this intentionally because he thinks he's going to get some big fundraiser like it was Daniel Penny or Shiloh Hendricks. He's seen that there are people on the internet that will come and donate if you get into a situation where it's white on black, some type of white on black interaction. Shiloh Hendricks was a disgusting trailer park trash chick who called a little black kid the N-word, and she got like $800,000. Daniel Penny, who was not a bad we just talked about that situation. He got a million, I think. This is a grift. He is setting himself up to murder somebody so that he can make a lot of money. That's my opinion. I think that's exactly what he's doing. But instead, it's going to be more like a Luigi Mangione, right? Who thinks that this is a justified way to murder somebody because they feel like some type of entitlement. It's more like a Luigi Mangione where he thinks that his looks are all of his fans, all of the people that are like, yeah, kill those capitalists. Find a way to kill those capitalists. We support you. Bro, $1 million ain't going to buy you much in jail. All right? How many ramen noodle packs do you need? Right? I'm telling you, that's what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. And it's not going to work out the way he thinks it is. Because, look, here and I spoke to my lawyer about this, right? Look, here's the police that finally showed up when he called the police, right? The police showed up. Listen to the first thing the police tell him.
If what you're doing is going around using racial slurs and profanity, that's a little different.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Are you gonna argue that in court? Because I walked into the gas station.
The cops are going, hey, bro, if you're running around using racial slurs and instigating people, it's different You're not defending yourself. You're the aggressor. And I don't know if you guys saw this. This is a very long video. I called a friend of mine who's a lawyer, had no idea who this guy was, explained the situation, and she basically was like, okay, well, based on what you're telling me, I don't think he has a right to self-defense because he's showing a pattern of behavior. Let me play a little clip of it. I might say the N-word because I have to portray what he's doing instead of just saying the N-word. I wanted her to hear how he said it. I'll try to mute that, but another fair warning. I'm sorry that we got to keep doing this, but guys, there's a reason. I'll tell you in a second why I'm really fixated on this. All right, it's pretty much the same reason I talk about Andrew Tate. I talk about. I think that there could be a potential really bad outcome to this that will hurt the movement, it hurts the culture. There's a reason why I decide to talk about stories, not just because I want to, not because this is sensationalist, not because this is edgy. There's a good reason why I'm focused on this guy, right? Because if I'm right, let's say, and I hope I'm not, if this goes down the way I'm telling you it could, right? BLM 2.0, right? It's going to divide us, right? So informing you guys, informing everybody, bringing attention to the story, letting him know this is not going to work out. Maybe it will dissuade him and other people because they probably think the same way he does. And if you educate them, they might go, actually, that dude Misfit's kind of right. This ain't going to go the way you think it is. Maybe you shouldn't do this. This is me trying to save him, not because he's a good person. I don't think he's a good person. Right? It's not me trying to stop this from happening because I want to save him from a jail cell or I want to save somebody else's life, right? I think that this is going to be very damaging to the movement if it happens, right? Because it validates the left. White people are racist, right? Why would we do that? Why are we doing that? Hold on. Let's see what my lawyer friend said. I'm just going to play the first couple of minutes, right? He goes on. If they try to come at him, he has a gun and.
Looked up and they're going to tell me, but
yeah, I just sent it to you.
There's a certain amount of incitement of the violence, and there's a certain amount of.
This is a lawyer. Well,
basically, you're looking at, did the person who came at them feel threatened by his behavior to the point that they actually are defending themselves? That's the question. Sure.
So Tennessee Penal Code 9039-11-611 says the person loses the right to claim self-defense if they provoked or initiated the confrontation. So he has...
Yeah, so there you go. So that sounds basically like a requirement to retreat type of statute where you don't get to go and basically wind people up and threaten them to the point that they are afraid of how aggressive you are and then claim self-defense when they do act on how threatened they feel.
Perfect. Okay. So that's a lawyer. Look at this is a 15-minute, almost 16-minute conversation. I highly recommend you guys go and find this post and watch that whole video, right? It's gone super viral. It's got about almost 1 million views because this is a lawyer who does not know anything about the situation. And the way that I described the situation is exactly what he's doing. I didn't tell her he's doing this. No, I said that he asked some questions. I said I gave all of their arguments, like his supporters, and giving the full context to a lawyer, right? In their opinion, he doesn't have self-defense. So he's not going to, the thing that he thinks is going to happen isn't going to happen. And somebody's going to die, by the way, also. I mean, look, I don't want anybody to die. But like I said, I'll giggle if this dude gets, shot because this is Darwin. I'll giggle at it, right? I won't be happy about it, per se, as far as where we're at with it. But it's basically stupid games, stupid prizes, right? Like, this is a horrible human being doing something absolutely horrible and disgusting and gross. So yeah, if he gets hurt, am I gonna care? No, I'm not that type of Christian. I'm not one of the good ones. I'm gonna laugh, but it's gonna be so damaging, and that is not gonna be funny. But you guys get the point here, okay? This is what I call the invalid reaction of the valid reactionary right, right? Let's say you have pure and good intentions and you are radicalized because you saw Irina Zarutska get stabbed, you saw Austin Metcalf, you saw the media has, you know, done a really good job of dividing you based on race, and your intentions are pure. Let's say you're just so tired of these black people that are attacking white people and you have to fight back. Let's say that's true. Let's say you're not a grifter. Let's say you're not a scumbag. Let's say that you really are just fed up with how racist and violent the black community is to white people. Let's say that's true, okay? If that is true, right, then how do you justify mirroring behavior, right? Like, how do you justify? Because look, I mean, I do it to a certain degree, right? Like where I fight fire with fire, let's say by trolling a little bit, let's say by, you know, being disrespectful to people who are disrespectful. But I don't go full liberal, right? Look at what's happening right now. The reactionary right, the woke right, because, you know, Nick Fuentes is saying, burn it all down, right? They're becoming accelerationists, right? He's saying, burn it all down, vote Democrat so that we punish the Republicans. Chud the Builder is saying, let's do to them what they did to us and go like that. I go, okay, so you're validating them, right? Even if your intentions are pure, your strategy is dog shit, right? Because it's like you're validating them. It's like the left has spent a whole bunch of time calling white people racist, and you go, I'm gonna go be a racist. Good job, right? It's like, I mean, dude, there is a proper way to do this. Charlie Kirk was doing it. They shot him because he was way more effective than any of you. The reason why they're not coming after you so hard, the reason why they are accepting you, the reason why they are boosting you, and by the they, I mean the left, is because you're not a threat. You're a useful idiot. Charlie Kirk was a threat. Charlie Kirk went on college campuses and convinced the young minds of this generation to come over to the other side by showing them respect and giving them a microphone and accepting them and loving them even though he disagreed with them. Disagreeing agreeably. I had that backwards. That's how you fix the problem, right? You want to know how to fix this problem. It's not to do what they do, right? It's to be better than them, right? It's to be methodical. It's to be calculated, okay? Even if you hate them. How do I fight Islam? Do I hate them, right? Nope. Said it many times. I mean, I hate terrorists, but Muslims, no, I don't hate Muslims. It's like, I think that you can't coexist with an ideology, right? But black isn't an ideology. Black is not an ideology. Black people are not an ideology. That's why I don't have a problem with Arabs, right? I don't have a problem with Muslims. I have a problem with Islam. The ideology, not the people. I'm not going after the symptom. I'm going after the disease. I talk about the disease. I talk about what is causing the problem, not the problem, right? Because, I mean, the way you fight terrorists is you blow them up, right? Like, I mean, but how do you fight Islam, right? You got to point out that it's incompatible with Western civilization, right? Black people are not incompatible with Western civilization. And if you think that, you're an ignorant piece of shit, right? Because I know too many good black people for that to be true. I grew up around black people. They are not violent. Oh, but what about the statistics? 12% of the population is responsible for 50% of the crime. Yeah, where's the crime? Where is the crime? Specifically, what districts is the crime in? Now, the reason why the black statistic is so bad is because Democrat leadership and policies have turned the projects into a plantation. They keep the black communities, the low-income communities, dependent on the government, replace the father figure with, social programs. And then when their life sucks so much, they create this tribal mindset of, maybe gangs, and they join gangs, or they turn to crime because they figure, okay, the way that I can make money is not a legitimate way, right? It's misguided. They still have to have personal accountability. I'm not excusing their behavior. I'm telling you why it's happening. Right. But they basically are just they're turning to that behavior because of the situation that they're in, because of the system in place. Is that systematic racism? No, it's actually systematic classism, because it has nothing to do with melanin. It's not about black people. It's not about white people. Right. Their culture, right, is not, I hate white people. In fact, most of their culture is they actually, and by the way, I'm generalizing based on these statistics, but they shoot each other a lot more, right? They hate each other a lot more. I mean, they care about colors, but it's not black and white. It's blue and red, right? Crips and Bloods. That's not a racism problem. All right, and this is why yesterday the whole show was about how racism is woke, right? Because it's identity politics. If you don't know how to read it, if you don't know how to break it down, how to fix, you can't fix the problem if you're trying to fix a different problem, right? So you can't cure cancer if the only solution, right? Like if you only had, like, okay, everybody who comes in with cancer, okay, you have cancer, right? You have cancer. What are the symptoms of your cancer? Okay, well, you're tired. Okay, we're going to give you something to regulate why you're tired. Okay, you're throwing up. Okay, here's something for your nausea, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the only thing that you don't do is chemotherapy, right? Like to attack the actual cancer. You're just all the symptoms. You're just taking all the symptoms and treating all the symptoms, but you're not actually treating the disease. Does this make sense? Somebody in the chat, a fun mod in the chat. There is a lot more racism coming from blacks, not whites. No, there isn't. And I'm going to prove it to you. You know who's the most racist people in the world? White liberals. And it's against white people, right? There is way more racism coming from the left than there is from the blacks, right? Because think about how many, like, look at AOC says white people bad, married, like, white guy. Ilhan Omar, white guy. It's like, it's liberal. It's not the race, right? It's not the race. I'm telling you, it's not. It's the ideology. It's not the race. Is there racism from black people to white people? Yes. Is there racism from white people to black people? Yes. Does it matter what the percentage is? No. Because race isn't an ideology. If you really think that who's the most racist people on the planet, Asians. Nobody's talking about them. Nobody's saying Asians are a big problem. They are the most racist people, right? The most racist race is Asian, right? I'm telling you, that is a fact. Go to China, go to anywhere, go to any Asian, like, you know, I'm telling you, trust me, Asians, way more, right? Per capita, way more. But we don't talk about that because it's not told to us. That's the problem. The numbers don't matter. The percentages don't matter. You're not being hunted by black people, right? You're not. And black people aren't being hunted by white people. And Asians aren't hunting anybody either. Nobody's hunting anybody. You're being drummed up. What Chud the Builder is doing to black people is what Democrats are doing to black people. And what Nick Fuentes is doing to Chud the Builder. Do you understand that this is a vicious, never-ending cycle that's never, ever going to... This war there's no victor in this war. I'm going to get to one final point on this, right? Because I think it's important to understand my intention. Okay? Because I wrote it down. Let's see here. No, that's not it. Here we go. All right. Some of his followers ask why I care so. Look, whenever the response to your criticism is, why do you care so much? You're so obsessed. That means they don't want you to talk about it, which means you should keep talking about it. Whenever they're trying to say, like, shut up, you shouldn't talk about it, that's when you should keep talking about it. So I think that what I'm doing is pretty effective if the response that I'm getting from the people that disagree with me is stop talking about it. But that's what I'm usually getting. I want people on the other side. And what do I mean by the other side? The black community, the left, all the people that don't like this guy and what he's doing. I want them to see me, a white Christian MAGA person who has absolutely no problem saying the N-word, calling him out. All right? The word itself, I don't think is racist. So I'm not some social justice warrior arguing that you can't say the word. I'm white. I think Irina Zarutska's killer should be given the death penalty. All right. I have no problem calling out that there is a statistical disparity in black violence where it's not necessarily statistically overwhelmingly towards white people, but they're 12 to 13% of the population that commits 40 to 50% of the crime. That's a problem, right? I want them to saying, okay, even this guy, this MAGA guy, he's the one that's calling Chud out. It's not some black guy. Somebody that just looks like him. Somebody that's argued that you should be able to say the N-word, but you shouldn't be able to walk up to people and say the hard R and then not get punched. When they see that, and I've had this in my DMs already, right? When they see that, they thank me for being reasonable. And if they start looking at us as reasonable, maybe they'll start looking at their side as unreasonable. Maybe this is how you bring more people over, by having common sense and decency. Blacks call themselves the N-word. They call themselves the N-word with an inflection. Somebody in the chat goes, blacks call themselves the N-word. That's a term of endearment. The AH. Black people don't walk up to each other and call each other the hard R. Right? That's not what they do. Stop your gaslighting and your false equivalency bullshit. I also want people to know that what possibly could happen, if it happens, we at least did our best to try to prevent it. We didn't encourage it. We didn't egg it on. We didn't sit there and go, yeah, I love what you're doing. We have to do that, because if we don't, then we validate them. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Also, The reason I'm covering this story is the same reason I cover every story. Welcome to the effing internet. I'll talk about whatever the hell I want. Go build your platform and talk about whatever the hell you want. Why are you so upset? Because I can be. How about that? What, Chud can talk? Chud can go around calling people hard R. I can't say, hey, that's stupid. Kind of defy your own logic there. All right. Okay, 8:39. I know that was a long rant. It's something that I think is important enough where I've put 2 or 3 days this week into it. I'm not going to talk about it forever. This isn't going to be some obsession where I'm just going to be covering Chud the Builder every day. My strategy is always beat the horse until it's dead, beat it some more, and then walk away. I did this with Andrew Tate. I've done this with many other things. I may go until I'm satisfied. I will talk about something. Once I'm satisfied, I won't. That's how it works, right? Candace Owens, I barely even talk about. I don't talk about her that much anymore because that horse has been dead for a while. Now she's Britney Spears. She's done, right? Tucker Carlson, I mean, he's almost done. Megyn Kelly, I don't talk about her too much. I don't spend my time obsessing over a person. I spend my time obsessing over a behavior, a problem, an issue. Get it? Like the woke right is an issue that's going to be talked about for a long time. All right. We're going to get to this. Everyone gets an AR. 2 more quick stories here. I know that we're supposed to be covering the news, but I mean, geez, 8:40. I went hard on that. 14 seats, baby. As this redistricting battle continues, Republicans plan to add 14 seats following last week's Supreme Court ruling. Okay. Up to 5 House seats can flip in Georgia, Florida, that's definitely happening, +4. Alabama, 1. Louisiana, 1. Mississippi, 1. South Carolina, 1. And Tennessee, that little blue dot going bye-bye. All right, let's see here. Let's read this story. Oh, nope, right here. Redistricting across, both parties have enacted plans to redistrict since July 2025. Republicans are poised to flip up to 14 House seats. This has spurred movement to redraw political districts in several southern states. And we talked about this last week or the week before when it was going on. The Democrats think that they can just like redraw their maps too. Every state has a constitution. The reason why the Republicans are going to be getting these 14 seats is because they either have a constitutional right to do it under the previous redrawing of the maps that they were already going through, or these seats will apply to the Supreme Court ruling that you can't race-base gerrymander, or you can't draw your districts based on whether or not you're white or black, right? That's insane. So because of this, right, Republicans may have a net gain of 14 seats, and that means that we will keep the House. And this is huge because John Thune dragging his feet on the Save America Act has made a lot of people unsure about whether or not we're going to have a Democrat-controlled Congress for the second half of Trump's term, which would be a freaking disaster. They're not getting anything done with a slim majority, and we need to have, I told you this before, we need to have like a very big, wide, we need a lot of room in order to push this agenda through, because Trump is essentially ruling by executive order. That's why they keep calling him a king. It's because he has to rule through executive order, because Congress is supposed to be the one doing their job, and they're not. So Trump is doing what he can do. It's legal, it's constitutional, but the problem with ruling through executive order is the next administration can come in and undo all of it. The president has the power. He's not abusing his power. Trump is not abusing his power by ruling through executive order. Let's be very, very clear about that. But he wouldn't have to rule through executive order if Congress would do their damn job. We have the majority. What have we done? Nothing. We've done nothing. And it's disgusting. So we need these seats. We need more people in the House and the Senate that are going to go, okay, let's do our job. Let's stop talking about the frickin' Epstein files because nobody cares. Stop talking about a ballroom. Stop talking about dumb shit. Just do your job. Anyway. So yeah, we got the primaries in Indiana that happened and all over the state the other day. If getting Massey out in a couple of weeks, that'll be huge, and making sure that we have this this unified front on pushing through Trump's agenda, because the American people voted for Trump. A lot of these people are in Trump-heavy districts. If you are against his agenda, you're against our agenda, you're not doing your job. So having a bigger majority would do that. And I don't think the Virginia 4 seats that they tried to snag are going to make any difference at all. All right, 8:45. I think it's time to get to, here's the news, by the way. It was nothing. That's why I didn't really care about it. Jeffrey Epstein's suicide note, who cares? Ted Turner died, rest in peace. Hantavirus, we already covered. Iran war, we've been covering. Pope Leo, we've been covering. Oil prices, we've been covering. So this was the news of the day. And the reason why I didn't care about it was because we've already heard all of it. Anyway, but that's normally what we do. Hopefully there's stuff on there. Quick Castle Flex promo. I have a video here I put together. So this is for Castle Flex is one of our affiliates.
What's up, guys? It is.
I can't
4:15.
I can't scroll through this, but go to my Instagram and check out that video. It's too much to do a 2.5 minute video right now, but basically, Castle Flex is a strap that is just second to none. The thing is ridiculous. The sport here, you can go on and use my promo code. This is your base model here, and what it basically does is you can get a really deep stretch that you can't do through regular kinetic stretching by taking advantage of the intentional ergonomic design. And this works good for seniors, works good for everybody. But basically with that video, I started off the morning, I woke up cold and I was like halfway down my shins. I did 3 sets of stretches for hamstrings, glutes, and quads, and I was underneath my feet just about 1 hour later. So highly recommend. Go to castleflex.com and use code misfit12. Pick up your Castle Flex today. And finally, for 2A Thursday, we have our top story. Hard Meat Dylan. SCOTUS will rule AR-15s are legal all over America. On Tuesday, Just the News published an interview with Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon, in which she predicted, this is just a prediction, that the Supreme Court will rule AR-15s are legal all over America. You get an AR-15, you get an AR-15, everybody gets an AR-15. Such a ruling will presumably abolish the assault weapons ban in blue states and cities across the country. Just the News reported Dillon's comments on DOJ lawsuit against Denver's ban on some of the most popular semi-automatic rifles in America. So this is basically very similar to the way that the Supreme Court just ruled that, racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional. When the Supreme Court rules on something, there are implications all across the country, because even though it's a lawsuit just in Denver, just like it was a lawsuit in Louisiana for the redistricting thing, it would be applicable to all states, right? You can't. The Second Amendment is a federal constitutional right. It means it is applied. All 50 states, you should constitutionally be able to carry. And a state cannot violate the Constitution due to the Supremacy Clause. Does that make sense? So, hopefully, and Harmeet Dillon is predicting, presumably, when the Supreme Court rules on this, if they rule in favor, then there is no such thing as an assault weapon, because there isn't, by the way. Assault is an action, right? An assault is an action. Hold on, full screen for this. I don't think I've ever talked to you guys about this. True or false? Assault is an action, right? It's something that you do, right? Assault is not a thing, okay? Assault is not a noun. It's not a person, place, or thing. Assault is an action, verb. Everyone agree with that? Okay, so a rifle, which is a inanimate object, okay? It's an inanimate object cannot assault you. Therefore, a rifle cannot be an assault rifle. It's just a name because they're using it because people use the rifle to assault people. Okay, this is a marker. If I throw it at your face, it's an assault marker now, by your logic. All right? People assault. Guns do not. Rifles cannot assault you. All right? Just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. I'm sure you did, but maybe not. I mean, there's pretty dumb people out there, we've learned. All right, so Breitbart News pointed out that the DOJ filed the lawsuit against Denver's ban on Tuesday and filed a lawsuit. So this is the problem with the left. What they do is they overreach and they try to do something like an assault weapons ban. When they do an assault weapons ban and the Supreme Court comes in and says, hey, what you just did is unconstitutional, Denver screws everyone in other liberal states that want an assault weapons ban because the Supreme Court is going to say, no, you can't do that. And that's called legal precedent. So, Colorado Democrats banned magazines that hold more than 15 rounds in 2013. The DOJ describes such magazines as standard capacity and constitutionally protected. Correct. If this goes down, it's not just going to be AR-15s and magazine bans. It's going to have positive effects for the Second Amendment and the constitutionality of the Second Amendment in every state, right? Like Chicago, California, Massachusetts. There's a lot of states that have these unconstitutional restrictions on these things that they call assault weapons, which don't exist, right? AR-15, a lot of people think it means like assault rifle. It's Armalite. It's the name of the manufacturer. Fun fact. It means Armalite rifle, not assault rifle. But yeah, so let's see. There was more information in this other story. The Justice Department civil rights lawyer. Here we go. Okay, so DOJ, Dillon spoke after her office filed the lawsuit against the city of Denver, arguing the ban violates Second Amendment. Okay. Here we go. This is what I wanted to get to. The complaint also describes the use of the term assault rifle in Denver's law's language as rhetorically politically charged term used by anti-gun publicists. Right? Again, I just said that there's no such thing as an assault rifle because a gun can't assault you. In addition, the suit cites the 2008 Supreme Court decision, District of Columbia versus Herrell, which held that the Second Amendment protects the right of law-abiding citizens to possess weapons that are in common use for lawful purposes. In common use is a very important distinction in Heller, where it means if it's in common use, like it's a common gun. So what the argument from the people that want to ban, quote, what they call assault rifles, is they'll say they're weapons of war, right? They're the same gun that you use in war, so they aren't common use. But the problem is they're not, right? They're not. They look the same, but the ones that they take into war, and by the way, those ones should be fine too. I'm just telling you the legal argument. The common use version of an AR-15 is a semi-automatic rifle. Semi-automatic means one pull, one bullet. Every time you pull the trigger, one bullet comes out. The ones they use in the military are semi and fully automatic, right? Which means one pull, hold it down, brrr, that's the difference. So they are common use. An AR-15, a commercial AR-15 is not a military rifle. It is a civilian rifle. It is the civilian version of the military rifle, and that is common use, right? It's not some special rifle where you need to get an SBR, like a short-barreled rifle, which is not a common use rifle, where you need a special stamp. It's not a suppressed rifle. It's not anything. It's a regular rifle. An AR-15 is a regular common use semi-automatic rifle. The reason why the left doesn't like them is because they look scary. That's literally why, by the way. It's literally why because they look scary. That's their argument. And they have 30 round magazines, right? Well, who cares? Who cares? The amount of magazines is irrelevant, because you can just get 10 round magazines. Doesn't take long to swap out a mag. I can do it in half a second. So if you limit the amount of magazines, like, okay, you can only have 10 round magazines and you can only have 2 magazines. Okay, well, somebody who's going to go and do a mass shooting, I don't think they're going to give a shit. So the Constitution is not a suggestion, and the Second Amendment is not a second-class right. Denver's ban on commonly owned. This is the problem here. Commonly owned. You can't take a commonly owned and just say, it's scary. Semi-automatic rifles directly violates the right to bear arms. By the way, this lawsuit could also have implications on any future actions that these, blue states want to do, like buyback programs and stuff like that. This is a big case. This is a huge decision that's going to be coming down from the Supreme Court, and they're doing a lot of that. They've done, Roe v. Wade, this redistricting. They have a lot of things that the Supreme Court is interpreting the law the proper way for the most part. They've made some bad ones, but mostly the very important ones that are coming down, they're doing pretty good, which is why the left is like, we need to pack the Supreme Court. This is the most important election, the midterms, because that's what that's their end goal, is to just, they can't have this. Who's they? Black people? No. Marxists. The left. Democrats. Pick your poison. The Department of Justice is vigorously defending the liberties of law-abiding citizens, Todd Blanche said. Dillon credited her boss for giving her the freedom to file lawsuits protecting Second Amendment rights. There's something here to be said. A lot of people are like, Pam Bondi was holding things up. I have been very gracious to Pam, even though I've been calling for her resignation for over a year, where I've been saying it's kind of an unfair argument to say that the things that are happening right now weren't already in the works when she still was was the Attorney General, right? Because these things aren't just happening out in the month. They were already happening, right? So you have to give her some credit. You should also give her credit for the things that the statistics from this administration, as far as the murder rate, the violent crime rate, and all the positive things, right? She fumbled the Epstein files, yes. She's red flag, anti-2A, yes. This one right here, though, I think she might have been holding up, right? Because Dillon credited her boss for giving her the freedom to file lawsuits protecting Second Amendment rights. That kind of tells me that she didn't have this freedom when Pam Bondi was in charge. And that's a huge admission. I think maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I think that that's a tell. Pam Bondi is not pro Second Amendment. Pam Bondi is anti Second Amendment. Right? We hated her for that. I mean, not hate, but you understand what I meant. I want to thank President for setting the tone at the beginning of this administration. Yeah, and Pam Bondi and Acting Attorney General Blanche that have fully backed that up. I think that was just like, I don't want to be a bitch. Because the timing is just... So, essentially, what we are looking at is pay attention to this story because it could have severe implications, positive implications for the right to bear arms in this country. Okay, real quick, Thomas Massie claims that he's a whistleblower, and that's why you need to reelect him. Massie needs to go. To be a whistleblower, you need to have inside information. Massie doesn't even have outside information. I just wanted to show you guys the comment section here. But there was one that I really wanted to find, but we are running out of time. Something like somebody was saying basically like, Matt, I don't know. You know what? It's 8:59. Screw it. We've covered Massey plenty of times. Make sure to vote for Ed Galbraith if you're in Kentucky's 4th District. Get out there and door knock. Sean Farish just proved that ground game wins elections. So... let's say quick shout outs and then we'll hand you over to Sean. Speaking of, Redneck 1776, Bucklebrush Jones, Funmon, Carla Hale, Deb Paulin, Bumba, Great Guy Gary, and Steve Craw. All right, there it is, 9 a.m. I will see you guys tomorrow for our favorite day of the week. It's going to be Fan Mail Friday. We love Fan Mail Friday. So I'll see you then and enjoy Ungoverned with the great Sean Farish.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's...
That just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Thursday to the Ungovernables, the Captain Screw, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Thursday to you. Happy Thursday to you. Happy Thursday to you.
Happy Friday to Mo.
Happy Friday to Mo. Mo wants
to skip today.
You want to skip today?
So today's Friday.
I'd like to skip today too.
Yeah.
I would. I'd like to skip today. I'd like to skip tomorrow. You know, get right into Saturday, sleep in a little bit, It's all right. No, we're doing well. Happy Thursday to everybody. And we're going to be talking a lot about the fraud in this country. We haven't done that in a while. The fraud investigations have intensified. I mean, here's the... Look, here's the deal. The rampant fraud in the United States should be a front and center talking point for the Republican Party. Is it a sexy thing to talk about? You know, we love I love mass deportations, and we have more on that too. I don't know why I keep seeing people saying there are no deportations happening. I don't know where that came from. It's obviously not true. I also don't know why people thought you'd be able to get rid of 10, 20, 30 million people in like 5 days. Oh, there's still so many illegal aliens in our country, man. And I'm like, yes. Yeah, there are. That's because there's 10, 20, 30 million of them that were let in over a 4-year period of time. Did you think that they were all just going to, you snap your fingers and they're gone? What do you think they were going to say? Like everyone knew exactly where all 30 million of them were and we were just going to scoop them up in one day and that's it? Doesn't work like that. Yeah, that's instant gratification. And I'm an impatient person to a fault. I was like, but this instant gratification thing of like, well, we need it all now or else like nothing is happening. Like, just stop. You've got to have realistic expectations. If you're frustrated with the pace of the mass deportations, that's fine. Voice those concerns, talk about it, express your frustration, whatever. But don't act like none. Like, oh, there's nothing happening. That's just silly. Because then when you point out, you're like, well, 3.5 million illegals have been deported over that number now. It's like, well, how come it hasn't been 4 million? Well, how come you don't join ICE? Fair? Okay. The fraud in this country has to be addressed. And it should be front and center. It should be front and center when it comes to Republican messaging. Because you guys and gals in the chat, we do it, and anybody else, if you're listening on audio, you wherever it is, you work hard for your money. You work hard.
There's a song.
Yeah.
You work hard for your money.
Exactly. You work hard. You work too hard to have your money siphoned away via taxes only to be given to people, foreigners or maybe they're not foreigners, it doesn't matter, that don't deserve it, that are acquiring and that are gaining access to your hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Gaining access to your hard-earned taxpayer dollars through fraud. That should be unacceptable to everybody. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, black pillars, white pillars, whoever it is, every single person in this country who pays taxes should be patently offended and enraged and infuriated over the fact that their taxpayer dollars are being stolen from them through the tax system and given to people. Not everybody who receives your taxpayer dollars is doing so fraudulently, but I mean, we're talking about a lot of money in fraud right now. Dead people on SNAP benefits. I mean, we talked about this with foreign aid. We talked about this with government waste, and this is probably worse than maybe not all the foreign aid, but a lot of the government. You look at the walking lizards on a treadmill study, and I think that was like $380,000, which is still a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. That they spent in a year to walk lizards drunk on a treadmill, or $150,000 to study male pattern baldness in outer space. Like, when is that even going to be? Why are you doing that? The fraud blows those numbers out of the park. It blows them out of the water. This should infuriate everybody. This is not a controversial issue. Well, why do you keep talking about Somalis doing it? Because they're doing it at a very high rate. That's why. Perhaps if Somalis didn't come to our country and start leering centers and start funneling millions of dollars in taxpayer funds, then we wouldn't talk about Somali fraudsters, would we? Anyone find it also interesting that the Somali pirates down around Africa and all that, they're back. So we shut down like their leering centers. Now they're like, we have to take back to the high seas. I'm the captain now. Get out of here. Just get out of here. The fraud should infuriate everybody. Honestly, it should make if the Democrats actually cared about the rich have to pay their fair share. If they actually cared about that, which they don't, it would infuriate them more because this is the system that they know and love the most, and it's being abused by bad people. You talk about the rich should pay their fair share. You want to give all these benefits to folks who are dealing with poverty and all that, right? And I'm framing this as a completely. They're not doing this out of compassion. They're doing this to buy people's votes. But I'm framing this in an altruistic light so that you understand just how much they actually don't care about what the things they say they care about. But you would think the party of taxes, right? We're gonna close the wealth gap in our country. The rich have to pay more so the poor can get more and get access and equity and all this. The party of equity, the party of taxes, they're the ones out there watching this happen, and then they're shutting down investigations. They're saying you can't investigate the fraud. It's racist. It's this. It's that. You would think the Democrats would care more about it because the system that they want to quote unquote create equity is being abused, and the people who need their social safety net payments the most are getting shafted. They don't care. You know why? Because they're frauds. They're frauds. We're going to get into all this today. Hospice fraud, SNAP fraud, all of that. We'll get into it in just a second. Pramila Jayapal, did she violate the Logan Act? I don't know. We'll see. She may have made a stunning admission. I think the Democrats admit these things so publicly because they think nothing's going to happen to them. Well, maybe those things are changing. I don't know. Now, on another front here, and this is reading the tea leaves. There's no official statement that this is the exact rationale behind why this is not going to happen. The Department of Justice has said they will not be indicting Anthony Fauci over COVID, and we all know why. It's because he received a pardon, and if the DOJ thought that these pardons truly were going to be overturned, they'd go for it. They're not going for it because, as I have been saying for the better part of nearly 2 years, no, not 2 years, because the pardons aren't even 2 years old, about a year and a half, about a year or so. The pardon investigation started ramping up last year in March, April. The auto pen pardons, abandon that position. It is a stupid position to take. They are not being overturned. The only way, I think, as I mentioned, the pardons get overturned is if the challenge is, can you pardon somebody for an unspecified crime? Okay? I'm not going to go down there and relitigate my position because my position has been the same since it happened. Don't get your hopes up. So Fauci's not being indicted. They're not going to test the validity of the auto pen pardon, at least that auto pen pardon. And you would think with the lying to Congress and all the stuff with COVID and all the rest of the indictments that are taking place around Anthony Fauci and his inner circle, you would think, they have enough to indict him. They're not going to indict him because the auto pen pardons are going to stand. Just telling you, you're not wasting your time here. I don't sell you BS on the show, okay? I don't do that. I wish I was wrong about that, but I'm not. All right. Let's get to a quick word from our friends at OFP Farms. Folks, surprise from OFP Farms. Big surprise, okay? Huge surprise from OFP Farms, who is also extremely excited about the fact that we got a new sheriff. Well, he's not elected officially yet, but he won the GOP primary. Kenneth Barrett. We're still, this is still surreal. That whole experience was great. But here we go, folks. OFP Farms, big surprise for you, the Ungovernables, the LFA family. 35. Whoa. This has got to be a typo.
Wait a minute.
This has got to be a typo. 35. I thought it was 20 for Mother's Day. Are we running this whole thing? Nope. It's not just 20. It is 35% off at OFPfarms.com. What? What a deal. What a deal for those of you last minute shoppers, or maybe you need to stock up on some of your favorite OFP Farms products. It's not for Mother's Day. You just got to get yourself some more Goat Kisses lip balm, some more of that magnesium lotion. 35% off your entire order today through Saturday if you use the code Shawn, S-H-A-W-N. It is the perfect time to stock up on your favorite OFP Farms tallow and goat milk skincare and take advantage of an incredible deal. You know the deal. It's usually 10% off. This is over triple the normal deal. Get in while the getting's good. I tell you this all the time. You got to do it. May 7th, today through Sunday, May 10th. They make everything in their in quality batches on their small family farm. They have simple ingredients that your skin understands. Nourishing skincare from their farm to your home. Thousands of 5-star reviews. You heard Donna last week when she called on Friday. It was like, I love OFP Farms. I'm going to kill my son if he doesn't get me the Mother's Day gift box. Hopefully she doesn't do that, because then we're going to get indicted as being, accessories to murder. So anyway, OFPfarms.com. Use the promo code Shawn, S-H-A-W-N. 35% off of your entire order. Are you kidding me with this deal? Corey and Denise are being so generous. 35% off your entire deal just for you if you use the code Shawn, S-H-A-W-N. So take advantage of this exclusive deal at OFPfarms.com. That is OFPfarms.com, promo code S-H-A-W-N. OFPfarms.com, promo code S-H-A-W-N. Not for 10 or 20 or 25 or 30, 35% off. You're not going to get a better deal. So check it out. OFPfarms.com, promo code S-H-A-W-N. All right, the fraud in this country. We got to get a handle on this fraud. Okay? All types of fraud are obviously bad. This whole social safety net, welfare fraud, these programs, SNAP, etc., Medicare, all this fraud is bleeding our country dry. And it is directly victimizing the American taxpayer. If you work your ass off, which many people who are listening do, you work your ass off. You're supporting yourself, you're supporting your family, you're supporting whoever it may be. You're working your tail off, you're paying your taxes, you're a hardworking American, you do the right thing. You're told that the government takes a portion of your income and then reallocates it to all these different causes, and it's a part of the federal budget, and you're just doing your part. And then you find out that there are people who are fraudulently accessing the funds in the SNAP program, or hospice fraud, or the healthcare fraud, or all of this that's going on in our country that is bleeding this country dry. We're in a stupid amount of debt because Congress can't seem to figure out how to balance their budget and spend only the money that they have access to. So instead, they print a ton of it, then it goes to illegal aliens and all of this. If you're an American taxpayer, you work your ass off 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours a week. You pay into the system, and then you find out that there are people who are sitting on their ass, not paying into the system, and fraudulently accessing the money that you worked hard for that was taken out of your paycheck by the government because, you have to pay your taxes or you're going to go to jail. This should infuriate you. J.D. Vance has been calling this out. He's obviously leading the anti-fraud task force in the White House. 186,000 dead people on SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition and Assistance Program. 186,000 dead people. Now, you may say, okay, we don't want to end SNAP, right? But if the SNAP program is meant to kind of subsidize a person or a family's budget for food, not junk, not ice cream. I saw some woman complain, they ain't letting me buy my ice cream. She was in all full-blown Karen mode.
I can't buy my ice cream on SNAP! This is an atrocity!
Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. As good as ice cream is, and it is delicious, it is not nutritious. It's full of sugar, all sorts of other junk, fat. If you eat a lot of ice cream, you're not You're not nourishing yourself, okay? I'm not saying you can't have ice cream or you're some sort of scoundrel if you're an ice cream lover. What I'm saying is supplemental nutrition assistance program, right? The N is nutritional, whatever. It's what it stands for. You want to buy ice cream? Use your own freaking money. Don't use my money to buy yourself ice cream. I don't even buy myself ice cream. No, you're not going to buy Pringles on Snap. You shouldn't be. You can't exist on that. And then, because then what happens? Then you buy yourself the Pringles, the ice cream, your Frito-Lays, all this junk food. You wind up eating yourself into a very bad situation. And then, because it's all coming on Snap and you're just living on my dollars, then I got to pay for you to get the fat shot. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to continue to get whacked over the head on both ends of this thing. I'm subsidizing your horrible dietary choices, your horrible lifestyle choices, and then because of your horrible lifestyle choices, I have to pay for your medical bills? No. Sorry. No. 186,000 dead people on Snap. How is a dead person using Snap? How? What is he like wheeling himself in? The ghost of whomever it might be just died, wheeling himself into this. Hey, I'm dead, but I need to buy some ice cream today. What? How does this even happen? We play this clip from JD Vance. It's not just the dead people, by the way. Some of these folks who are on Snap and are fraudulently accessing the money, they're driving Lamborghinis, nice cars, they're wearing expensive watches, they're living in beautiful homes. While you and me, listen, I'm not complaining about our life. We're comfortable right now. Thank God, right? But there are some people who aren't as fortunate as you in the chat or us or whatever, who are working their butt off just trying to get ahead. And these people are stealing their dollars. They're stealing their money. They're driving Lambos. They're in beautiful houses. They've got nice clothes that, they can afford anything, and they don't even work. Something's got to change here. And when you hear, the Democrats are the party of the working class. No, they're not. They're the party of stealing from the working class and then giving it to people who shouldn't be getting access to the money that the working class is generating, they think, for themselves, and then it gets stolen through taxes. Listen to J.D. Vance talking about the revelations in this war on fraud, which is a righteous cause. And it's not the sexiest topic to talk about. It's not the war. It's not deportations. It's not deep state arrests. It's not Epstein. It's not. This should be front and center when it comes to Republican messaging. And honestly, remember how successful Doge was from a messaging standpoint, right? The Department of Government Efficiency, where they looked at government fraud and what the government was wasting money on. It's the same thing. We're just doging now the public, essentially, and finding out who's cheating the system and who's not. Listen to J.D. Vance here.
355,000 people on SNAP benefits receiving double benefits. That we've got 186,000 dead people getting SNAP benefits. 186,000 dead Americans getting food stamps right now. Now, I know the fake news media is going to say that the big headline from this speech is J.D. Vance proposes that we take away food stamps. That's what they're going to say. I actually think that we should take food stamps away from dead people. I'm guilty of that. I think that's a reasonable thing. I also was talking to Brooke backstage, and she said, you know that there are people who have this is not a joke. There are people who have Lamborghinis who currently receive SNAP benefits. I said, that's interesting. You know, I'm a pretty conservative guy, but I would think that like 95% of the United States of America would agree that if you are wealthy enough to afford a Lamborghini, then you are wealthy enough to not receive SNAP benefits from the American people. Is that common sense?
This is a common sense argument. Take everything else out of the equation. I think Vance laid this out perfectly. Take everything else out of the conversation, right? Just ask this to your liberal, maybe not friends anymore, but ask this to a liberal. You know what? Unless you're in a crowd, don't ask it to a liberal. If you're in a crowd, then ask it to a liberal, because the people who are going to listen are the ones whose minds you're going to change, not the liberal. You're never going to change the mind of the dyed-in-the-wool liberal. Ask your moderate, independent friends that are out there, right? Do you believe dead people should be receiving SNAP benefits? The only right answer to that question is no. Why? Because they're dead. They can't use it. Therefore, money should not be flowing into an account owned by a person who is dead, deceased. It's like that scene from Monty Python, right? This is an ex-parrot. It has ceased to be. The person has ceased to be. They're dead. Therefore, they should not be receiving SNAP benefits because they're dead, meaning they can't use them because they're dead. Hello? Make sense? Ask your moderate, maybe they lean left. Maybe there's some of these folks, they're kind of like socially liberal, but fiscally conservative. That's an interesting person to ask about this type of fraud, right? They're socially liberal. Oh, they want to help the, lower class, and everybody should go into everybody's bathrooms. Or maybe they're not that extreme, right? But whatever. Ask these socially liberal, fiscally conservative, right? These middle ground moderates. There's a lot of them out there. Ask them, do you believe dead people should be receiving SNAP benefits? Don't get overcomplicated about should you be able to buy ice cream on SNAP. That's a down the road argument. The answer to that should be no as well, because the N in SNAP is for nutrition, and ice cream is not nutritious, nor are potato chips. But ask those independent, moderate, socially liberal, fiscally conservative friends of yours, do you believe dead people should be getting SNAP benefits? The only right answer is no. If they say yes, just immediately pull a Scott Jennings and say, why? Why should a dead person be receiving taxpayer dollars? Why? There's no right answer. This is the easiest conversation to have. Then, once you've established with these people, these independents, moderates, that dead people should not be receiving SNAP benefits, again, it's not a controversial stance, then explain to them that, hey, well, you believe that, I believe that, the Republican Party believes that, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, believes that, but the Democrats think this is the worst thing ever. It should not be controversial to say dead people shouldn't be receiving SNAP or any benefits. They're dead. They can't use them. Then you can talk about the fact that some of these folks who are receiving SNAP are driving Lamborghinis. I don't know how else you're going to have these conversations. It is maddening I'm looking at this going, there are people who are just like, yeah, I'm cool with being stolen from. Not just paying taxes. Taxation is theft. That's a conversation for another day. But maybe you don't believe that taxation is theft, right? I do. Maybe some people don't. If you don't, do you believe that theft is theft? You may believe that taxation is fine. Do you believe that theft is theft? Meaning, you should have to qualify and be vetted before you're just given taxpayer dollars that hardworking Americans busted their ass to make and contribute to the system. Do you believe that theft is theft? Do you believe that somebody who is on SNAP needs that money if they're driving a Lamborghini all around, around town, and they own a Lamborghini? It's not an expensive vehicle. That's not an affordable vehicle. It's a very, very expensive car. Here's another one. This is from a couple weeks ago, but this is insane. The hospice fraud. You guys ever seen like a food truck? We just saw them, right? A food truck. right? A taco stand, a burrito stand, a hot dog stand, an ice cream truck. You've seen them. We've all seen them. This is not like a foreign concept, right? Food truck? What is a food truck? We've all seen them before, right? Would you ever go to a food truck to get hospice care?
No.
You wouldn't go to like Joe's Burritos or like Tony's Tacos, right? And get hospice, right? Like you're dying of cancer and you're going to be made comfortable before.
Unless you're looking for your last meal.
You're looking for your last, but that's not hospice care. That's, now we're back to SNAP, right? Okay? The answer is, if you would not go to a burrito stand or a taco stand or a hot dog stand or an ice cream truck or any of these places for hospice care, right? Well, apparently in the hospice fraud investigation, there was a hospice care center that was listed at the same address as a burrito stand. Watch this.
You'd be amazed at how many hospices the door you can walk up to in California, and there is nobody there. There is 5 months worth of mail that you can see stacked up from CMS, and nobody's there. And that passed a survey. How did that happen? How do you put a hospice in a burrito stand in California? How do you put a hospice in a tire store in California? That all had to be vetted through licensure and through certification and accreditation.
How is this allowed? How is this not infuriating every American that's listening to these stories? A hospice care center in a burrito stand? A hospice center in a tire store? And now I want you to think of this, because we've heard about these stories. You have this fraud taking place. They're using fake addresses to launder all this money. You know that they're doing this with mail-in ballots too. You know it. You know it. You know that they are the same bogus addresses where all these payments are being sent to, hospice fraud, etc. They're doing the exact same thing with your mail-in ballots. You know it. One more piece on this fraud here. This is the great Stephen Miller. I know some people are like, Stephen Miller should run for president. I like Stephen Miller. I disagree because he excels on this front, which is policy, and he articulates it extremely well. Listen to Stephen Miller talking about some of this fraud in our country too. Again, this is not a controversial issue. Every American, regardless of party, skin color, race, religion, creed, whatever, should be infuriated that this level of fraud is occurring in your country. They are stealing your hard-earned money. You bust your ass 60 hours a week working to support yourself, support your family. A portion of that goes into taxes, and there are people who are just stealing that money on a fraudulent basis, on fraudulent claims, saying this is why they need it, or they're not even having to file any sort of claim. They're just getting it. This should infuriate everybody. Listen to Stephen Miller.
Minnesotan who works as a lineman or works as a construction worker, works in any job that requires hard work, dedication, focus, who's worried about his ability to support for and provide his family. And then imagine that he has a neighbor who's a Somali refugee who arrived 2 years ago and has a Mercedes and no financial stress and no worries at all in the entire world and never seems to ever go to work at all because he just went to an office in the state, lied on a piece of paper, and got unlimited free money forever for life. That is the system that is being run, and that is the corruption that this task force under the leadership of the vice president is going to demolish.
It has to be demolished. We should not be allowing, and a lot of these, again, look at Minnesota, California. Let's just do 3 states: Minnesota, California, New York. What do those 3 states have in common? Run by Democrats. They look the other way. And the balls on these people. And you have, really small balls. You have Newsom, Hochul, and Walz. But the nerve of these people. Kathy Hochul, please come back to New York. Please cut me those checks. We need more tax money. Why? So you can give dead people SNAP? You want taxpayer dollars to increase in this country? Why? So Somalis in Minnesota can open Leering centers and Somalis in California can open fake hospice care centers? And it's not just Somalis. Anybody who is stealing taxpayer dollars, I don't care where you're from. You're Somali, you're American, you're from another galaxy. I don't care. It's bad and needs to be shut down. Period. End of story. This message needs to be front and center going into the 2026 midterms. You are going to put, because they cannot get on the same page as Donald Trump. They can't. The Tylenol thing, they ate the Tylenol. We endorsed breathing, they started holding their breath. We said, don't shower with your toasters, and they were getting fried in the shower. Look, this is the point. Any position that Donald Trump takes, whether it's a common sense position or not, the Democrats are going to come out against. So if you take the position that Americans' taxpayer dollars being stolen by fraudsters is bad, the Democrats are going to come out in like when the doctor smacks your knee and your knee, the reflex sends your leg up. They're going to come out and go, no. The fraud is good. The fraud is great. If you take away the fraud, if you shut down the fraud, you're going to hurt people. Yeah, we're going to hurt the freaking fraudsters. Why are we being nice to these people? They're cheating the system. They're stealing from you, from me, from everybody. This message needs to be front and center in the 2026 midterms. If you put the Democrats on record and they add to their platform, if you put the Democrats, if this is where they wind up ahead of the 2026 midterms, you're about 6 months away, right? 6 months out of the 6 months away from the Democrat. 6 months away, 6 months until the 2026 midterms. And the Democrats right now are the party of men in the girls' room, wide open border, no deportations, Iran getting a nuclear weapon, high taxes for everybody, diversity, equity, and inclusion, like all of these unpopular decisions. And they add to their platform, oh, we're pro fraud. How, with all this redistricting, how do they flip a swing district? They can't win on policy, not on that. This should be front and center. Front and center. I have actually a very weird story that I'm going to get to in a second. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends at Silent. Then we're going to talk about Pramila Jayapal, this ridiculous admission that she made yesterday about Cuba and all of this. But I have a very scary story that I read yesterday on the Post Millennial about the mindset of many Americans right now. This is not good at all. And it really makes no sense. Unless I'm reading it wrong, it makes no sense to me. So I want to get to that. We will get to that in just a second. Before we do that, a word from our friends over at Silent, slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, folks, your phone, you know all about it. Your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those crazy cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your data and your digital footprint. And the worst part about it is they don't ask. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. To strap your phone into Silent Faraday sleeve, it's off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their crossbodies to their sleeves, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean to get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/SHAWN. WN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. SLNT.com/Sean. SLNT.com/SHAWN. Okay. Let's move into this story about Pramila Jayapal, because this woman, this is a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, big-time Democrat. She might be a member of the squad. Very ugly. Donald Trump signed an executive order that widens sanctions and allows for new penalties similar to what we have for Iran and Russia against foreign banks and firms that are dealing with Cuba. It also reinforces the ban on U.S. tourism. Pramila Jayapal calls it an economic bombing of the infrastructure of Cuba. Economic, that's a new term. Just like they came up with that, Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist. Yeah, no, that's not a real thing. Here's Pramila Jayapal. So Trump slapped sanctions on Cuba. You're not supposed to now be helping Cuba acquire oil. And I think she might have got herself in a little bit of hot water here. Listen.
In January, Trump issued an executive order threatening tariffs on any country supplying fuel to Cuba. This was this January, just a few months ago. And oil shipments from Venezuela, that's where Cuba had been getting its oil, were halted after the U.S. operations to kidnap Nicolas Maduro. Since January, only one Russian tanker of oil has made it to Cuba. In fact, it landed just a couple of days before I landed. And one tanker has enough oil basically for 10 to 14 days of Cuba's oil needs. So it's a very limited amount of time. Now, Russia has said they're going to send another tanker. I was in conversations with the ambassadors from Mexico and some other places, and I know other countries in Latin America are trying to figure out how to get oil there. But it is a crisis beyond imagination. Just this past Friday, on May 1st, Trump signed a broad executive order that widens sanctions and allows for new penalties similar to what we have for Iran and Russia against foreign banks and firms that are dealing with Cuba. And it also reinforces the ban on U.S. tourism. I have called these sanctions an economic bombing of the infrastructure of Cuba. It is illegal. It is against the war. We've been talking about this in Iran, obviously, to bomb the infrastructure of any country. That is against international.
Stop. Just shut her up. It's against the law to bomb the infrastructure of any country. Now it's apparently against the law to impose sanctions. Seriously? Well, it's an economic bombing. Oh. What the hell does that mean? What is an economic bombing? Yeah, that's what sanctions are supposed to do. They're supposed to cripple a country that's not playing ball with us. We have the power to do that, okay? But did you catch what she said, that she was working with ambassadors of another country, another government? Did you catch that? To try and help Cuba gain access to more oil? Oil that came from which country, by the way? Oh, Russia. Right. So not only is she helping Cuba, but she's also helping Russia. I thought, like, Russia was bad. I guess not. You know, the Democrats changed their rules. Here's the Logan Act. Any citizen of the United States, wherever he may be, who, without authority of the United States, directly or indirectly commences or carries on any correspondence or intercourse with any foreign government or any officer or agent thereof, with intent to influence the measures or conduct of any foreign government or of any officer or agent thereof, in relation to any disputes or controversies with the United States, or to defeat the measures of the United States, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years, or both. This section shall not abridge the right of a citizen to apply himself or his agent to any foreign government or the agents thereof for redress of any injury which he may have sustained from such government or any of its agents or subjects. She is working with foreign countries to defeat our sanctions. Now, the Logan Act, I don't believe the Logan Act has ever successfully been prosecuted. The fact of the matter is they tried to get Flynn on it regardless of your opinions of him now. And she just outright admitted she's working with other countries to find ways around U.S. sanctions for Cuba. Sounds like a violation to me. I hope the DOJ looks into this. Again, the Logan Act is not something that has been successfully prosecuted in the past, but notwithstanding, that's okay. They should still look into it. It's still there. If she violated it, if it can be proven that she violated it, then she should face the consequences, right? You know, we haven't played this guy in a little while. Nobody's above the law, right? Except this guy.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Right? Battling the Battle of the Roosters. But if she broke the law, if she violated Logan Act, she should face the consequences. All right. Let me do this. Let's do New York first. Actually, no, we'll do New York after this. This story that I read on the Post Millennial last night really, really scared me and confused me. I'm going to get to that in just a moment. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN. If Flint, Michigan taught this country anything, it is that the government's word on your water does not mean a thing. And Flint, unfortunately, was not a one-off. The problem is everywhere. That is why we now purify every drop of water that we drink in this house with Cove Pure. Here's what the government isn't telling you about your water. The testing method that utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst. Lead has no taste, has no smell, and it does not change the color of your water. But here's the scary part. There is no actual safe level of lead exposure. It's not like, there's a little bit of lead. That's not so bad. Nope. Even low levels are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, and irreversible developmental harm in children. Cove Pure removes it. It is certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants. This includes lead, but it's not just limited to lead. It also includes PFAs, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. And setting up your Cove Pure could not be simpler. No plumbers, no drilling. You just put it on your counter, fill up the tank, and plug it in. Brennan loves that you can use it to get whatever temperature water you want out of it. Mm-hmm. She loves the hot water feature. You just, press a couple buttons, bang, boiling water comes out of the Cove Pure. Boiling, purified water. So now you're drinking your tea without your side of chlorine.
A lot now. Yeah.
You're not drinking it with chlorine and lead and PFAs. Drinking big, beautiful, pure tea. It is awesome. You don't have to wait for any kettles to boil. One tap, and that hot water comes out instantly. Your city tested the water and said it was fine. So did Flint, Michigan. Cove Pure is what you put between that track record and your family's water. So go to CovePure.com/Sean, SHAWN. And because you're a listener of this show, you can get $250 off for a limited time. That is Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250 off of this absolutely essential investment you can make for your family's safety. CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN.
Speaking of water.
Yeah, water.
And Smallies, right? Smallies, we were talking about that earlier. The fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Don't their heads look like, if you have a little water balloon and you pick it up and it kind of like
it gets
makes
wide
a funny
at the top
shape in your
and it
hand.
gets narrow at the bottom?
But you also, it's just kind of just like weird in your hand. That's
they
like
have
the shape of their head.
This is why we call them bug people. They look like bugs.
A water balloon in your hand is.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are?
Don't mock.
Thinking about that earlier.
Don't mock Somalis. Tucker's very upset with you.
Who do you think you are?
Everyone's fair game.
Tucker Carlson wants to know, who do you think you are?
I'm not worried about Tucker Carlson.
Brennan says to Tucker Carlson, you!
Yeah.
There you go. All right. This story of the Post Millennial, folks, I don't know what the hell's going on. Maybe this is a lack of financial literacy. Maybe I'm just reading it wrong. It's very possible. So I'd like your input in the chat. Does this make any sense to you? Just the headline in and of itself. A study shows that Americans are willing to give up their paychecks for financial security. How does that work? How do you give up making money for financial security? I don't quite get that. So I looked at this and said, this is a weird thing. Let's get into this. A new survey has found that the average American will be willing to sacrifice a large portion of their income in exchange for financial security and peace of mind amid ongoing economic uncertainty. The survey conducted by Talker Research polled 2,000 U.S. adults, found the average respondent earning approximately $79,000 annually would be willing to give up about $57,000 each year to feel financially secure and at peace. How does giving up nearly like 3/4 of your salary? How does giving up nearly 3/4 of your salary help you feel financially secure? I don't get this. Among respondents' top concerns was being able to consistently afford everyday necessities such as groceries and medication. Americans surveyed said they would pay an average of $21,000 annually for the reassurance of always being able to cover those costs. How are you covering those costs if you don't have the freaking money? It sounds like socialism. The second highest priority was job security, with respondents saying they would pay roughly $19,800 annually to never have to worry about losing their job. What the hell is going on here? First of all, do you know what that would do to the quality of service at these jobs if you never had to worry about losing it? What pressure would you have to actually do your job? This is weird and scary that people are thinking of this. But here you go. Here's one more. The third major concern was not having to worry about unexpected healthcare bills, with respondents saying they would spend an average of $16,400 per year to avoid surprise bills or expensive copays. So I said, wait a minute. Aren't we talking about how expensive healthcare is per month? So let's do this. $16,400 divided by 12, right? That would be about $1,400 a month to then not have to pay for any healthcare related expenses. But like, then isn't that what insurance is? And I know the healthcare system is not that simple. But all we hear about is how expensive healthcare is. And you're like, I want to pay $1,400 a month to then not pay for healthcare. Are you using, some people do, but are you using your doctors every month? Some people are. So Americans want to give up their money to feel financially secure? They want to just give their money to the government for financial security? Haven't we proven that that doesn't work? This is the reason why I added this into the show, is because we're already giving a significant portion of our income to the government, and it's being doled out to fraudsters. This system, what you see here, it doesn't work. This is ridiculous. I don't understand how people could come to this conclusion. Am I reading this wrong? What does the chat have to say? Am I reading this wrong, or is this something that's like, that makes no sense? How about you don't let the government take care of your money for you? You pick up a financial literacy book. Maybe I'm being too crass and too, like, I don't know, just cold about this. The moral of this story, where you have these, it says American citizens are willing to give up paychecks for financial security, meaning they're going to give their money to the government. Stop looking to the government to solve your problems. That is the problem. You're going to give up $16,400 a year. You say, I'm willing to give up $16,400 a year for health care. That is almost $1,400 a month. That's probably more expensive than your health care premiums. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That's not a little bit of money. For somebody making $80,000 a year, that's nearly 25% of their salary. Pick up a financial literacy book. Go watch a crash course on YouTube. You manage your own wealth, because when you give it to the government, what happens? Dead people get SNAP benefits. That one made no sense to me. And the fact that so many people are like, yeah, I would give up tens of thousands of dollars to feel financially secure. How does writing the government a $20,000 check improve your financial security? That makes no sense. I refuse to believe that we are a nation of stupid people, but that survey has me very scared. Speaking of investing wisely, here's a word from our friends over at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Don't give your government the money. Invest it yourself. This was a good option right here.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Don't give the government your money. Make investments yourself. Okay? All right. I want to play a clip from Tom Homan. The Hominator is back. And, Kathy Hochul was out there, the Bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo, saying, you cannot send ICE into our state. Tom Homan said, yeah, if you have illegals and you're hiding them, we're just going to go get them. Again, for those of you who say mass deportations aren't happening, maybe they're not happening as fast as you'd want them to happen, but they are happening. And Homan's got some big plans for the summer. Listen.
I want you to listen closely to what Kathy Hochul said in response to your promise to do more. Watch.
All I'll say to Mr. Homan is that Donald Trump himself said he would not send a surge of ICE agents to the state of New York unless I ask. I'm not asking.
Tom, she says she's not asking, so essentially, butt out.
Well, Governor Hochul, I'm not asking either. I said it, we're going to do it. No, she wants to sign legislation. She supports this legislation. It's going to lock us out of jails. It's going to end 287G agreements. And it's going to prevent us from arresting a criminal alien in safety and security of a jail. We have partnerships in New York, throughout the state. Not everywhere, but she wants to end the partnerships we currently have, which means now we got to send a whole team to look for a criminal that we could have arrested in the safety and security of a jail, which is safer for the officers, safer for the alien, certainly safer for the community. So you're forcing us into the neighborhoods to find this person, which means since we lost the efficiencies of the jails that you want to lock us out of, now we got to send a whole team out there to find this person. So, of course, we're going to increase manpower a lot. And not only that, she says she wants to protect the migrant communities. Really? Because now we arrest an illegal alien. We can't rent a bed from any of the sheriffs in New York State. So what are we going to do? We're going to arrest that illegal alien. We're going to fly them to Texas, Arizona, to one of our detention facilities there, away from their families, away from their attorneys. This is what we have to do because she forces us in this position. And we're going to do it. They're not going to stop us. They can put all the roadblocks they want, but we're going to do this job.
Not going to stop them. Here we go. Here's Tom Homan again saying he's going to flood blue cities this summer with ICE agents.
I want you to listen closely to what Kathy Hochul said in response to your promise to do more.
That's the same clip. I don't know why. I think I must have downloaded the same clip twice. He said the same thing. Here's, this is also from that interview. Couldn't find the actual video for it, but this is also from the interview. Here is Tom Homan with the percentages of, who's being arrested. I'll push back on Homan, obviously, but I like Tom Homan. This is for fun. Homan said that 60% of everybody we're arresting is a criminal, meaning a criminal illegal alien, meaning an illegal alien that has committed an additional crime after the crime of entering the country illegally. My position is 100% of illegal aliens are criminals because they've already broken immigration law, but I get what Homan is saying. I'm just being silly. Homan said, look, we're going to arrest non-criminals even though President Trump is prioritizing public safety threats, national security threats. If you look at the numbers right now, about 60% of everybody we're arresting is a criminal. The other 40% are not. I think that's a good percentage. I think it's a better percentage than 40% criminal and 60% non-criminal. But everybody is on the table. Good. Deport them all. By all means, prioritize the worst first. Yes. Totally fine. I'm with you. That's how triage works. That is how priorities work. But if you came into this country illegally and ICE finds you, you're out. Oh, but why would you? Why? Because they broke the law and they came here illegally. And the consequences of that is deportation. That's why. Go get him, Tom Homan, and go make Kathy Hochul's life in New York a living hell. We will be waving the pom-poms for you. Thank you so much for watching and listening. As always, have a great rest of your Thursday. I'll be on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tomorrow for all 4 hours, filling in for Nick Cale. I'll be with Greg Stocker and Don Stensland tomorrow. It'll be a good time in the morning, and then we have our show right after that, so it'll be 5 straight hours. I will be a zombie by the time we get on here tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, we will never ever surrender, and if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you, God bless you, God bless this one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA-TV. Hit that follow button, hit that thumbs up button. Slacking, I don't like it. Now we're going to move goalposts. I'll find out where the goalposts are tomorrow. I'm a compassionate ruler, but don't mistake my compassion for weakness. We'll see what happens. Have a great rest of your day. We're back tomorrow. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
It's time! 5 rounds in the UFC. No, I'm just kidding. You're locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing, God-loving, cheerleading to make America great again host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot, and I am broadcasting, and as always, from the Hawkeye state of Iowa, where we had some Republican grassroots stuff going on here last night, baby. But please put your hands together for the one, the only, producer Eli Ellis in the building.
What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? Time to hit the rumble button. Time to hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to. We need some more Patriots in here, so we need to do share, share, share. And let's go.
And let's go. We got Nick in the building. Joe Bo DeCluse is ready for some LFA TV. Bad Moon, who says he is a billboard for God. Is there any other? Wild Rose, Big Mama Campbell, Love Shanna is here. I hope I said that right. Fun Mom and Liz Ellis, JD's and Peaches, millions of peaches. Big Mama Campbell, how you doing? Claire, SM Beetle, Crystal is here with a C, not a K. We got Golby is in the building. Savvy Soul is here. Trishy and Troy in the building. Lisa from Pennsylvania. We got Laredo, Texas chiming in. Arrow Pink is here. Good to see you. Jennifer, how you doing? From Austin, Texas. Couple more here. Let's give it to, let's see. Florida in the house. Good to see Florida here. Meemaw Becky is here. Darlene, how are you? And Danes, good to see you guys. Well, guys, boy, a lot happened in the last 24 hours. I'll tell you that. A lot happened in the last 24 hours, and we got a lot of news to get through in the next 3 hours. Now, I know 3 hours seems like a long time, but when you're here on LFA TV, it goes by pretty quick. With the jokes, the laughter, the love, the anger, the ups, the downs, it'll take you through a whole range of emotions, I'm sure. But in the end, we always leave the show with a, what do you want to call it? A direction. Maybe some homework sometimes. Sometimes maybe it's looking up and understanding bills and understanding legislation before it passes. Sometimes it's making sure that we call a business or a school or a university and hold them accountable for the things that they're doing. Sometimes it's to make sure that we get out there and do grassroots stuff in our own communities, which Sean and myself are constantly encouraging people to do. It's the way we win this country back. Sean, I want to give a big shout out to Sean and Brennan, whom you just watched, for their hard work to elect a good, strong sheriff in their county. That's how you do it. You get out there, you get yourself a hat and a shirt, some campaign signs of the person that you are supporting, and you go and you become a volunteer for them and help them get elected. And I was so encouraged by that, by Sean doing that, because that's what we've always done here at LFA TV. That last night, I was invited out to meet some of the Republican Party here. And since the Lord continues to weigh it on my heart to run for office here in Iowa, remember, before I even moved here, that was part of the plan. And apparently it's still the plan. So I went out last night and did just that. We're going to talk a little bit about that today. But first and foremost, oh, by the way, had a great talk with Dylan Fillion yesterday. And we're going to be doing a campaign event for him. So anybody in the Illinois, Iowa region, if you're watching, we'll be doing that in July. I believe the week after 4th of July. So we'll be doing a campaign event for him with the Trump truck. And hopefully we'll get some of the Republican Party here to come down. Maybe Kim Reynolds. Well, maybe we can get her to come down as well. So, very excited about that. Let's go to the first video of the day here today. And that is my good friend, Mr. Ben Berkwam. He spoke in Elgin, Illinois last night, not too far from here. And he had some haters show up just for him. Just for Ben, special Ben. He decided to do what we've always done. Confront them.
All right, so we're going to be speaking tonight, but some of the crazies found out about it, so they're out here. I don't know if we have the pots and pans out yet, but I'm going to go out and say hello to them. Let's go see. Hey, guys, let me know when I need to be on stage, okay? If somebody. How you guys doing? Welcome out. Hi. My name's Ben. Hi, Ben. I'm speaking. I was wondering, I saw some posts. I was wondering if you guys had any questions for me. No? No? I agree. He weeps when we kill babies. He weeps when we break the law. He weeps when we sin.
Kill people by taking away their insurance.
Well, I don't know about that, but
What? Shooting unarmed people. Does he mean that?
which unarmed people?
Anyone who's unarmed.
I mean, he weeps when life is lost, for sure. Do you believe? Let me ask you. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in Jesus? Is Jesus your Lord and Savior? Do you call Jesus King Jesus?
I'm not telling you.
Well, then I don't believe in you, whatever you call your religion. Unless you can say Jesus is King and King of my life.
I'm just saying that.
Do you believe in Jesus? You're holding the sign.
We don't.
You don't have to. I'm just saying. I discount what you say.
We're here representing our neighbors. If he doesn't weep when people are have their insurance taken away.
It is sad. It is sad. But what's the solution? Absolutely.
Taxing billionaires?
Yes.
Taxing billionaires. What happens when you run? What happens when you run out of billionaires to tax?
You don't need to.
You don't need. They just keep replicating.
Money that we need.
So, like in Russia and in Cuba and in Venezuela, when they taxed all the billionaires and they have no health care, they have no. So you go to Cuba. No, they did, and they did it under communism, and they murdered most of them. What's that? I'm not. I'm not. Are you the one who posted? Yes, all right. I'm actually not, and I'm not a white supremacist.
Sure. Look at Make America Great Again.
That's right. God bless America. All right. Anything you guys want to talk about though? I don't. Which illegals do you guys like the best? Rapists? Murderers? Which one? Okay. So if they're here illegally,
very few of them are rapists.
Right. But can we deport? Let me just common ground. Can we deport those ones?
People who've been deported are not.
Can we deport those? No, it's okay. It's okay.
He's okay.
Can we deport those ones? Can we common ground? Can we deport the rapists and the murderers?
Yeah.
Yes.
By the rules.
Common ground.
By the rules.
By the law. That's what ICE does.
The problem.
All ICE does is follow the law.
No, they do not.
Yes. They follow the law.
They pepperballed me.
What did you do?
I did nothing.
Okay.
I was present.
Were you part of a riot?
He said it's okay.
Were you part of a riot?
No.
There was not. So why did they start pepperballing?
Because they don't know how to use their equipment. They're not trained.
So it's very simple. Follow the law. Don't be a sexual deviant.
Yep.
Follow what God made you to be.
Yep.
Follow what God made you to be. Don't be a feminazi. Men are not the problem, ma'am. Men are not the problem. God made male and female. Men. Oh, what? You're racist too. You're racist too. Okay. Well, God bless you guys. Have a good night. If you guys want to talk about anything, my videos are great. You guys can watch them. You might learn something. It's very simple. Follow.
And stop with the hate.
What hate?
The hate towards the immigrants in our community.
I love immigrants. I'm married to a former immigrant who became a citizen. I just don't like people breaking the law.
They're
Illegal aliens are not immigrants. Illegal aliens are not immigrants.
That's called
illegal aliens are not immigrants.
You support
It's very simple. Illegal aliens are not immigrants. They're lawbreakers. They're invaders. Legal immigrants. Legal.
Your fucking ancestors, my ancestors were here.
How do you know?
Yeah.
Which ancestors? The Spanish ones?
Yeah, no,
the Spanish? Okay.
I'm fucking Native American.
Right.
I was here first. So
Okay. You're 100% Native American?
Yes, I am
100%. Which tribe?
Which tribe?
I don't believe you.
I love that.
But it's called conquered. It's not stolen.
That's
it's
right.
called conquered and purchased.
That's right, Ben.
So what did the tribes do to each other? They had slavery before they had slavery before anyone else came.
Europe didn't bring your best people.
You guys are flying colonizer flags. You got a colonized flag there, and you're claiming that's your country and
Yeah.
that's your flag.
God bless America.
It's a colonized
Thank you for actually having the American flag, the country you live in. All right. It's not called hate speech. It's called the truth. If it hurts your feelings, it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth. God bless America.
So Ben's not
God bless you
welcome,
guys.
but
Jesus
immigrants
loves you.
are.
He just doesn't want you to keep living the way you're living. You don't have to be miserable. In Jesus' name, you don't have to be miserable.
Oh, look at the way they're just showing up like fire ants.
I do. I'm a Christian. I am. He's in my heart. He guides me. I asked you guys, if Jesus is in your heart, in Jesus' name, absolutely. In Jesus' name. Yes. God bless you guys. I love you. I love you. God bless ICE. God bless ICE. Don't abolish ICE.
They're there to protest
All right,
him, by the way.
Thank you guys for coming out. Fan club. Fan club.
Fan club.
Well, you were going to say hate. You were going to say hate. All right. That's it, guys. God bless ICE.
God bless ICE. God bless ICE. God bless ICE. ICE.
God bless
ICE,
America.
baby.
And just remember, legal. All right. Trump is your president. Just remember
Trump
that.
is your president.
For 2.5 more years. All right, guys. Stay out here. I'll talk to you guys afterwards. What's up, brother?
Hey, loser.
What's up? How you doing, buddy?
Look at his teeth. Oh my God.
Where are you from?
Look at his teeth.
Are you legal? Where are you from?
No,
Where are you from?
Ice. Where is ice? Don't give me ice.
Where are you from? Bro? Do you love America?
What the fuck?
I love your hat. You got an American flag. Do you love America?
America's a country. Of course I love America.
You love the United States of America.
Of course we do.
You do? Good. Then the common ground.
You're a fucking loser.
Common ground.
You're a fucking loser.
I love America too.
Yeah?
That's cool, man.
You love America?
I love America. No, the United States, our country. The country that blesses the world. The country that blesses the world. Yeah, the one you live in.
Do you know history?
The one you live in.
Do you know?
I love how these people always say, do you know your
what
history?
is America? Do you know what is America?
Where was your hat made?
Probably China.
Okay,
Probably China. Unfortunately,
Probably China.
unions have driven most of the businesses, the manufacturing out of our country. We got to get rid of the union stranglehold in America.
And his wife is Mexican.
No, she's not. You got to do your research, bro.
His wife is not Mexican.
She's incredible.
She's from Laos.
God bless you guys. Have a great night. What's your name? What's your name, buddy?
Who cares?
I'm just asking. You call me loser.
Fuck this loser.
Yeah, there you go. God bless you, bro.
Fuck off.
Have a great night. Have a great night. All right, guys. Have a great night. Enjoy the weather.
Enjoy the weather. God bless ICE.
And COVID is gone. You don't need the mask. Yeah. All right. And God bless this pastor.
Hey, how is
Jack.
everybody doing?
There's a lot of great Jack pastors out there. Support the ones that actually are willing to stand up on God's principles, not the ones that bow to Baal and the devil. God bless you, sir.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Yep. God bless you guys.
He came back out after.
So we got our friends out here, just finished the speech, and we got some witches doing their witchcraft. Jesus loves you! 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 Jesus loves you guys. Don't forget it.
They stayed
Jesus
there all
loves you
night
guys.
to protest
God
Ben,
bless you.
and Ben's driving
God
by
bless
him,
you.
blessing them.
Jesus loves you. Don't forget it. All
Unreal.
right. They have the tolerant left, loving, tolerant left. Yeah. They need Jesus.
That's
Bottom
true.
line, they need Jesus.
That is true.
Pray for him. All right, so
That is true. Eli, so Ben and I have been, not so much anymore. Ben's always out there on the ground still. But him and I were doing this in 2015, 2016, going in the middle of Antifa, going in the middle of BLM, and trying to have what we would always do is try to find common ground. You know what I mean? We would always try to find what do we actually agree on and what do we disagree on, right? And then it would go from there. But they would always act like that. They would always do that. They would always, no matter what, they're so filled with hate that even if they found more common ground than not, they would act like that every time. And here he is 10 years later, and it's even worse than ever. I mean, the way they just piled on him like cockroaches, and he just kept blessing them. But I love the way by the way, Trump's still your president. 2.5 more years. Enjoy the weather. You know, I mean, he's the greatest. He's the king.
I gotta give it to Ben. Every single time he goes out and deals with these, I'm sorry, freaks.
They are.
I'm sick and tired of these spoiled, entitled, egotistical, sycophant, frumpy, fat, disgusting people who just, what are you doing? You're not changing anything. You're just standing in the middle of the road and you're screaming. So I gotta give it to Ben for keeping his composure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well,
I would have started screaming back and forth, but he just blasts them with that very handsome smile and his great demeanor, and he's able to always control the situation. But
yeah,
I'm just not built like that. But you and Ben, you kick ass in situations.
Yeah, no, I'm not built like that either for that composure. Like, I'll go into the belly of the beast with him, but he's the greatest at that. Amy said Josh Cedar's really awesome at that. He actually reached out to me on Instagram yesterday, so hopefully we can get him on the program. Eli, we do have 2 birthdays before we start today. We have Freedom for Us 64 years old. Guess you could just say Freedom. And Casey Maga. So Casey and Freedom, it's their birthdays today. And they both want you to sing for them. So sing, monkey, sing.
Wow. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Casey and Freedom. Happy birthday to you. And Casey, I see that you're 21. Drink responsibly.
Yeah. Or not at all. You know, but yeah, responsible if you are going to. Some great people in the live chat. We got a little over 3,000 people watching. Want to say God bless you. Want to encourage you to share. And if we have some new listeners or some new watchers right now, thank you very much. Probably if I met some of you last night at the local Republican event here. So if you're one of those, thank you very much. Also want to encourage everybody to listen to the podcast on audio. Maybe you're driving. It takes a lot less bandwidth and a lot less, tower power to run a podcast, to run an audio than it does a video. So if you're driving and you want to just listen, or you're just at home, maybe you don't want the TV on, you just want to listen in the background. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You get both Rise Up and the Live from America show on podcast, anywhere you get your audio podcast, as well as lfatv.us. That is our official website. That is where you can watch all of our shows, watch all of our short clips, shop at our store, become a donor, help us out, become a partner of the show, take us into the future. And we will be in Washington, D.C. in about 10 days. So thank you guys for all you who donated. We're also going to be joined in Washington, D.C. by Cassandra Watkins and Ed Saul. And on Monday, which is the 18th, I will be broadcasting from the Rumble studio. And I'll have Congressman Randy Fine in there as a guest, as well as Cassandra. And it ought to be a great show. So super excited about going to D.C. Not usually ever excited about going to D.C., but I am this time for this reason, to rededicate this country back to God. So excited about that. And by the way, I want to give a big shout out to Emma, who's a newbie to LFA. Emma, thank you for watching. God bless you. We appreciate you. Jeremy, are you on Truth Social? I am on Truth Social. And you can follow me at Real Jeremy Herrell, at Real Jeremy Herrell. So you can follow me there as well. All right? Let's go to the Lord in prayer, and then let's get started today, because we've got a lot. So, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Yes, Caroline. I saw that. Caroline Levitt had her baby girl. Super, super excited for her. God bless her and all of her journeys she's about to go on as a new mom, right? Every kid you have is another journey in fatherhood or motherhood. And as a matter of fact, Eli, yesterday, I was sending producer Frankie some pictures, animated pictures of me and Lily. You know, just us hanging out together and kind of doing some exploratory different ways to market Patriot Pal. And so I sent him these screenshots, and he said, producer Frankie, who also just had a baby, said, bro, you got to stop. You're going to make me cry. And he said, you'd be surprised at how much I cry over everything since my daughter's been born. Because I said to him, someday you and your daughter can do something like this. And this is the real meaning of being a parent. And he said, you wouldn't believe it or not, but I cry every 5 seconds now. And I said, yeah, it only gets worse the more kids you have, the more emotional you become. And that's a good thing because you're becoming a man.
Wussy. I mean, that's great. Sorry, I was just kidding.
He's the new most based dad Producer Frankie, 3,200 people in here live. Let's have our first slurp. Let's get busy. By the way, you're not going to want to miss Patriot Pals this weekend. It's going to be awesome. You're going to want to get every kid you know in front of that TV on Saturday at 10. Normally we would say, don't put the kids in front of the TV. But this Saturday at 10 for Saturday morning cartoons you can. All right. I wanted to play this yesterday. This was a video that I had tuned up yesterday. And I didn't get time to get to it. I wish I had, because I have an update on what happened to this police captain after he was disciplined for bad-mouthing Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City. Here's the video that was caught, shared, went trending, went viral, and then caught the attention of Zohran Mamdani, who then punished this police captain for his personal opinions while on the job. Here we go. Very, very terrible, by the way. Because everybody knows that the police are the ones that keep the city safe. And if they don't feel like their mayor has their back, they should have a right to say something.
An NYPD captain is being disciplined by the department after this video has gone viral of him criticizing Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Captain James Wilson was captured on camera in Bushwick Saturday night, calling the mayor a, quote, embarrassment and total nonsense. He also goes on to say that Mamdani is not his mayor and that Democrats are a, quote, waste of human race.
Mayor Zohran Mamdani, you're saying is expendable?
An NYPD captain is being disciplined by the department after this video has gone viral of him criticizing Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Captain James Wilson was captured on camera in Bushwick Saturday night, calling the mayor a, quote, embarrassment and total nonsense. He also goes on to say that Mamdani is not his mayor and that...
So what's wrong with that? Now, I know he's on the job and you're supposed to conduct yourself as an officer of the law. And in New York, being that New York has a strong mayor instead of a weak mayor, and that's actually a political term, not me being critical, but in real life, he's a weak mayor. He's a weak person. He's a weak Muslim. In New York City, we have a strong mayor. The mayor is the top dog when it comes to the police. So he's not wrong. If this shoe was on the other foot, would I say you're in uniform, shut your mouth until you're out of uniform? Probably. If I could give this police captain some advice, it would be that. But at the same time, what did Zohran Mamdani do to him? Well, the New York Police Department captain has been transferred to the 911 call center after the viral rant blasting socialist, communist, Muslim mayor Zohran Mamdani is a total embarrassment and Democrats are a waste of the human race. Captain James G. Wilson, who was not wrong, 51 years old, was serving as the second in command to the 9th Precinct in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, when his viral rant was recorded during an anti-ICE protest outside of Wyckoff Heights Medical Center in Bushwick on May 2nd. In the now viral clip, Wilson sparred with protesters and unloaded on the mayor. He's expendable. He's temporary, he said. When the far-left agitators declared that Mamdani was technically his boss, Wilson doubled down with a smile. Nah, he's total nonsense. He's an embarrassment and total nonsense, not my mayor. Still smiling, he added that all Democrats are a waste of human race. On Monday this week, Wilson was transferred to the Department of Communications Division at a 911 call center in the Bronx. Wilson remains on active duty, but officials confirmed he is facing an internal disciplinary process for violating department rules that prohibit officers from publicly expressing personal political views while on duty. Wilson, who joined the NYPD in 2006, is approaching 20 years on the job And now that looks like he may. I bet you they try to get rid of him before his pension kicks in. I'll bet you they do. And you know what? I'll always say this. There are consequences for your freedom of speech. No matter which side of the aisle you're on, if you choose to exercise your First Amendment right to freedom of speech, you have to know, am I on the clock? Am I not? Now, again, if this was on the other side, if the shoe was on the other foot here, I know that I would say he should have shut his mouth while he was in uniform. So I can't now, just because it's on my side and I agree with this guy, say something different. Producer Eli, can you make sure you keep an eye on anything coming out of the White House today? A lot of things are changing quick with Iran, so there might be a quick call for the press, okay? But again, I feel bad for the guy. The guy's not wrong. He's right. And he should voice his opinion. But maybe voicing it to a bunch of asshole agitator protesters who are videotaping you and who are going to post it and have it go viral and have perception be reality, maybe it's not the right place to do it. And they're probably going to screw this guy. But I want to go on the record and say, I agree with everything he said. And your First Amendment right to freedom of speech will always have its consequences. If you are willing to accept those consequences, then by all means, let your freedom of speech fly, baby. Let your freedom of speech fly. But it is BS. Shannon says, yeah, that's total bullshit. It shouldn't matter what you're doing. F your employment. I'm so sick of everybody involving their whole life around their job. Their slave job at that. The planned celebration at Grand Prairie in Texas has been canceled after backlash. Greg Abbott over religious discrimination. I saw that. So that's a big update. We were going to get to that in a little bit. Not always worth speaking up, said Chaz. Again, I think it is if you're willing to accept the consequences. I would have done exactly what he did. Absolutely. I would have done exactly what he did. Especially when you're in that environment and you're trying to push back on these agitating Antifa scumbags and you've got no support by your mayor. I probably would have punched one of them, to be honest with you. But he's in some stuff now, and they're probably going to try to screw him. Okay? All right. Eli, did you have something that you wanted to point out?
Yeah, you know why he shouldn't get in trouble over this? Because where's the lie? He didn't tell a lie. Mondami is a joke. He came in, he promised a bunch of free shit. He didn't deliver on that. He keeps asking people for money, and every time he asks for people for money, then he says things are going to be free. So where's the lie? The guy is a joke. He's an embarrassment to New York City. If he was doing a great job, then I'd say, oh yeah, that's kind of slander. But he's telling the truth.
Yeah, no, I know. But if I was an employee at, let's say, SimQuest, where I used to work, right? And I go to a client and I'm talking trash about my boss at my company. And my company hears about it. And it goes viral. And it's embarrassing to the company. I guarantee you I'm going to be fired. Guaranteed. Right? If I, as the guy who runs LFA TV, see a clip of one of the hosts talking trash about me like that, I'm probably going to go to him and say, if you feel that way, maybe you shouldn't be here. You know what I mean? So, like, I get it. 100%. He's not wrong. But again, just know where you're saying it. Just have common sense. You know what I mean? Don't let these douchebags destroy your pension. You know what I mean? I pray that his pension isn't destroyed. I pray he gets every bit of it. He's worked 20 years. He should get it. Now, somebody who definitely should be punished and who is not yet, how about Ilhan Omar? How about that? How about these people who have dual citizenship? Like Ilhan Omar. I'm going to be interviewing Randy Fine, Congressman Randy Fine. Remember the guy who said dogs are better than Muslims? I'm going to be interviewing him in person down in D.C. in the Rumble studio. He's now pushing for a complete ban on dual citizenship for any member of Congress. Meaning that if you have or you have had dual citizenship, you don't get to be elected, and those who are immediately forced out. I'd love to see that happen.
Are you still going to push a vote to expel Ilhan Omar?
Well, we're talking about it. We're waiting to get the data on the brother marriage thing, which I think is coming. And I think once it's revealed and the documents
brother marriage thing,
come out
that's
that
where
you
we
marry
are.
your brother, I think we'll be
Yeah,
able to.
that's where we are as a country right now. We've got a member of Congress born in Somalia, in Mogadishu, who may have married her brother to get him into the country. If it turns out that that is actually the reality, will there be a vote on the floor to expel this woman from Congress?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Well, they're waiting on the data. Seems like Vice President J.D. Vance and Blanche and all of them say that they have the data, so it must be a timing thing. Now, I want to say something that I saw in the chat. Reese Shot said, so we all need to be in a tavern together discussing things that need to be done. You know what I love about that? In my song, Rebirth of America, I say something to that effect. I say something to that effect about let's do it like George Washington did it at night. That's what we need to do. Time to man up and start doing what's right. Time to stand up with them soldiers that fight. And we need to be in taverns. Time to make plans to attack them at night, like George Washington. That's where I think we need to be. I think and I'm not saying that, like, literally, we need to go find a broke town tavern in Boston to sit and talk about the revolution. But the mindset of tavern talk, that needs to happen again. Absolutely. So a big shout out to Congressman Randy Fine, and can't wait to sit with him down in Washington, D.C. Now, speaking of Todd Blanche, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche touted the Trump administration's expanded efforts to revoke the citizenship of certain foreign-born Americans on yesterday, as he was talking to CBS News. He said a lot of them should not be citizens. You know where he's going with this, right? I do. Let's continue here. In a sit-down interview in Phoenix, Blanche said that the second Trump administration is pursuing more denaturalization cases now than in the last 9 years, and asserted that immigrants who have obtained American citizenship fraudulently should be, quote, very worried. If you're going, quoting still, if you're going to come and become a citizen of this country, but you're going to do it by fraud, you're not going to do it that way because it's illegal. And you should be very worried. Asked who is being targeted by the denaturalization campaign, Blanche said, we're not limiting ourselves to anybody in particular, except to say that, unfortunately, and I think we're going to hear more about this in the coming days and weeks, there are a lot of individuals who are citizens who shouldn't be, some elected. I said to you 2 weeks ago, Ilhan Omar does not walk away from all of this negative spotlight on her unscathed. Not this time. Not this time. She's in too much of a spotlight from us, from independent media, but from the entire Republican Party. Like, we saw people resign, be booted out of, basically be told to leave Congress or retire. We've seen so many in the last couple months that we might as well continue while this ball is rolling and continue to purge. And the right Republicans, I wish more were, but the right Republicans are not letting this go. And I don't think, actually, I know she does not walk away from this unscathed. Something's going to happen. I pray it's the full Monty for her. I pray it's booted out of Congress. I pray it's denaturalization. I pray it's deportation with the consequence that she never gets to come back to this country ever again. That you are banned from our country. And that you have to live and die in that crap hole you call Somalia. It's my home. And you want to know what really infuriates me about these fraudsters and these Muslims and these Somalis? Is that they're literally at a point where they're telling you straight out, my allegiance is to that country I was born in. They're not even afraid to say it anymore. We've shown you video after video where they say, I'm doing this for Somalia. They call, like, the Somali former president called Ilhan Omar his daughter. Probably is in some inbred way. She calls him father, even though he's not. Because these people are enriching their country through their fraud in our states, in America. How much money was leaving in suitcases, cash. And all of us are frustrated that nobody's going to jail, but I can tell you, there will not be people that walk away unharmed from all of this. It's coming. I don't know what, but it is. I want you to listen to this Somali Maine state representative, Delka Daylock, a stupid, retarded name, announces her number one goal in office in Maine is to surge taxpayer money from America to Somalia by saying, quote, hopefully we'll be able to help our former country, Somalia. Now, remember I told you that on the books officially there's only 5,000 illegals, or 5,000 immigrants in the entire state of Maine? Yeah, you can probably 10 times that. Or else there wouldn't be these people winning offices up there.
How can the politics in Somalia can be, resonate what we have here in the United States, the democracy that we have? How can you help us, be a better country and build back what we used to have back in long time ago? So hopefully we will be able to help our country, our former country, Somalia. Policies, how can the politics in Somalia can be, resonate what we have here in the United States, the democracy that we have? How can you help us, be a better country?
Hey, rat, we don't have a democracy here. You might have one of those in your pirate Somali country, but that's not what we have here. We're not trying to replicate anything. We don't want anything to resemble anything where you come from. We want you put on a boat or a raft and sent back to the hellhole that you came here from. Who do you people think you are? What Ben did yesterday is needed. What I do when I come across these people is needed. You need the calm people like Ben to go out there with his beautiful smile, and you need the people like me to say, you don't belong here, you stink, you should leave. Jeremy, that's racist. Oh, like I haven't heard that one before. I don't even care anymore. I don't even care if it crosses the line into racism. Want to know why? Because you're not going to tell me that somebody's going to come in and rape me, and I call them a rapist, and you go, you can't call them that. I'm not going to mince my words and snowflake the words that are coming out of my mouth to make somebody feel better. If you and the group of people that are like you in the millions have come into my country and done the things that you've done and said the things that you've said, and now you're emboldened and brazen enough to say them out loud in public as an elected official, then guess what? You pushed me here. You pushed me as an American to say that your country's nasty, your people are nasty. Trump came out and said you're garbage. That Ilhan Omar is a garbage person with garbage friends. All her friends are garbage. I'm not going to not call you something that you are so that I don't hurt your feelings. Are you out of your mind? Last night, last night I was at a Republican event, which I'm going to show you some of here in a little bit. And you know what one of the ladies said to me there? One of the women that invited me that watches LFA TV? She said to me, "We are so glad you came." By the way, this event, I'm going to bring it back full circle to why I pivoted to this, but this event had nothing to do with me. This event had everything to do with the people that are running for office in my county, Scott County in Iowa. So people that are running for state rep, people that are running for state senate, people that are running for congressional districts, people that are running for, everything. And this was their chance to meet the people of their county and talk to them. This is one of the many, many, many places they go in each town of the county, right? To try to do what you do, campaign. And when I got there, I was about 15 minutes late. Me, my wife, and my older daughter in the house, anyway, Olivia, we went. And when we walked in, the person who invited me, she walks up to the front. The whole thing's going on. So we're in the back. There's tons of people in front of us. The speakers are up there all the way up the front. We got late, so we couldn't sit down anywhere, right? And the lady said, she went up and grabbed the mic and she said, "I just want everybody, if you could turn around." And everybody turned towards me and she's like, "And give Jeremy Herrell this big welcome. And, he's got this big podcast and he's always supported President Trump. He's never wavered. He's always outspoken, which is what we need, blah, blah, blah." Well, the entire event was centered around getting rid of rhinos. I mean, that's what everybody that went up there that was running, whether it was somebody running for governor, somebody running for state rep, it was all about, look, we need to work together to get rid of rhinos because rhinos are our biggest problem. Without rhinos, we win elections all over. They almost helped the Democrats. So that was like the overall message of that event. But then as I was talking to her a little later on a Facebook Live, she was like, "We need people like you." She's talking about me. In our party. We got to get rid of all these limp-wristed, milquetoast, lukewarm, people that say, "Oh, I'm a Christian," but yet cheated on 3 wives prior and got out of this and got out of that. And now they're like, trying to jump into campaigning and preaching Jesus everywhere, which is great. But the current wife that you have right now, you were just caught cheating on her a few months ago. And somebody said something that stuck with me about a wife of a husband. If she can trust you, we can trust you. If she don't trust you, we don't trust you. And I was like, what? Behind every great man is a great woman. If she trusts you, we trust you. If she don't trust you, we don't trust you. And that blew my mind. And that was from a guy named Jay who works with the Trump campaign nationally and who comes to Iowa all the time. So, awesome event last night. And we'll get back to that. But what I was saying was, all you people that feel like I do and all you people that are not afraid to step up, we need you. She said, "We need people like me." The first thing that I thought about when she said that was all you guys in this chat. And I'm like, man, imagine if everybody in this chat from all these states all did this, all ran, all went out to grassroots stuff, got candidates elected, ran themselves. We would take over. We'd absolutely take over. Somebody said, "T. Mitchell, what are you talking about who?" I don't know where you are in the video, so I don't want to answer because I don't know what your question is. But anyway, moving on, since we're talking about this Somali fraud, not just Minnesota. Reporter uncovers stunning fraud red flags in America's second biggest Somali enclave. They are freaking pirates. They're pirates. Do you expect them not to be pirates when they come here? They know nothing but taking from others. They don't build things. They haven't even built a country. They don't invent anything. They're all inbred. There's no doubt that fraud revelations that rocked Minnesota in late 2025 and into 26, marked by a mind-blowing scandal, are only happening in Minnesota. There's no doubt it's happening in pretty much every Somali community. So we know who to go look at. We know who to go target. That's racist. Whatever. Don't care. That word doesn't mean anything anymore. You guys have lost the right to use that word. By the way, big shout out to the people over watching us on YouTube. We'd be very honored and grateful if you share our YouTube links as well so we can grow that page and get more awareness out there. Ohio. There's some people from Ohio right in here. I believe Slam is from Ohio, no? Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. Good thing about Ohio is that they overwhelmingly voted for Ramaswamy, but there's a large Ohio population, according to the Daily Wire. Hold on. D. Brummett said, Madison Cawthorn said he loves LFA TV when he saw me wearing my plaid LFA TV shirt a couple months ago. That's because Madison Cawthorn is based. That's why. I had to text him right now and tell him we're talking about him. Madison Cawthorn is based. That's why. We love him too. According to the Daily Wire, Ohio spent $1 billion on home health care in 2024. $1 billion. I wonder which community got that money. This alone was cause for concern for investigators, as that effectively meant that many of the oversight, red tapes that were supposed to oversee this stuff, these healthcare workers, was probably overlooking billions and billions of dollars in fraud, just like in Minnesota. That's the thought process here. Despite the lack of oversight, home healthcare workers still had to provide something that they could bill for. And a data dump revealed that one such billable service was companionship and conversation. Like a support dog. Taxpayer dollars are being spent for family members to speak to one another. So let's say I have 30 family members, and I'm involved in getting federal dollars for health care. And I use those federal dollars to speak to my family members and have conversation with them. And then I bill the taxpayer, I bill the government, which comes from the taxpayer, money to speak to somebody in my home. Let's say I have a son or a daughter in my house and I counsel them on something. I then turn around and I bill the government for talking to them. It's also noted that despite the money being spent on very important health services like conversation, Columbus, Ohio, still wasn't getting much healthier in body or diversity or business practices. Quote, as people have realized the United States government will pay them to hang out with their own families, Northeast Columbus has seen its economy replaced by businesses that bill Medicaid, Rosaic wrote. And Columbus, a city with the second largest Somali population in the country, has become, on the surface, the most unhealthy city on the planet. Yes, if you're the sort to notice patterns, the Minnesota fraud scandal was strongly linked to the Somali community there as well. Remember, money was going back and forth from Ohio to Minnesota and then shipped over to Somalia? Got Your Six says, Jeremy, you should bill the government for counseling us. All I got to do is look like an inbred loser, give praise to Somalia, and maybe I could get it. Rosaic further pointed out that the government cannot be meaningfully monitoring all the people that it writes millions of dollars of checks for in Columbus. They all share combinations of just a few names, like Ahmed Mohammed or Mohammed Ahmed. Documents reviewed by the Daily Wire show individuals will spell their own name multiple different ways within a single document. And many of them list their birthday as January 1 because their birth dates are unknown to them. Perhaps the most alarming finding is those red flags for fraud is the scope of it all. Quote, pick the owner of a Columbus home healthcare company at random and look him up in public records, and you are likely to go down an endless rabbit hole. Years of unpaid taxes and debts, sometimes criminal records, and an astonishing number of LLCs created in other industries, as if the millions they make from the Medicare are just a side gig. And that is J.D. Vance's home state. That is where Vivek Ramaswamy is as well. Will they clean up Ohio from the Somali healthcare Medicare fraud? And I'm sure it's not just the Somali community. I'm sure there's people in the Jewish community that are doing it, in the Christian community that are doing it. I'll guarantee you that the amount of money that this country spends, I'll bet you almost half is fraud, waste, and abuse. Let's say I'm just going to throw it out there. Based on stories we've read and news that we're getting, I'll bet you that 40% of the money that this country spends, it wastes on this stuff, on fraud, on people frauding the government, and then openly coming out and saying Somalia is the greatest place on earth and we pledge our allegiance to Somalia. Chaz says, we got Haitians too. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. But it's not only that Muslim who's doing it. What about Pramila Jayapal, Democrat from Washington, who announces publicly that she's working with foreign countries to supply oil to Cuba in defiance of President Trump? Well, shouldn't that be like, I don't know, do not pass go, do not collect $200, go directly and straight to jail, you disgusting Muslim stinky son of a...
In January, Trump issued an executive order threatening tariffs on any country supplying fuel to Cuba. This was this January, just a few months ago. And oil shipments from Venezuela, that's where Cuba had been getting its oil, were halted after the U.S. operations to kidnap Nicolas Maduro. Since January, only one Russian tanker of oil has made it to Cuba. In fact, it landed just a couple of days before I landed. And one tanker has enough oil basically for 10 to 14 days of Cuba's oil needs. So it's a very limited amount of time. Now, Russia has said they're going to send another tanker. I was in conversations with the ambassadors from Mexico and some other places, and I know other countries in Latin America are trying to figure out how to get oil there, but it is a crisis beyond imagination. Just this past Friday, on May 1st, Trump signed a broad executive order that widens sanctions and allows for new penalties similar to what we have for Iran and Russia against foreign banks and firms that are dealing with Cuba, and it also reinforces the ban on U.S. tourism. I have called these sanctions an economic bombing of the infrastructure of Cuba. It is illegal, it is against the war, we've been talking about this in Iran, obviously, to bomb the infrastructure of any country. That is against international law. This is essentially doing the same thing. It is bombing the infrastructure of Cuba with economic sanctions that essentially ensure that the infrastructure...
Somebody in the chat says she looks like she has Down syndrome. If she had Down syndrome, she'd be one of the greatest people on earth. No, we call that South Pole syndrome. That's how far down she is. Down syndrome people are one of the greatest things that God ever created. One of the greatest creations in his repertoire. People that have Down syndrome are loving and kind and wonderful and are not lying scumbags for the most part. No, we call that South Pole syndrome. She's so far down, it's all the way to the South Pole, baby. She's a disgusting Muslim slob. And I pray that quick and swift justice comes for these scumbags. And again, you just admitted to working with foreign countries to defy the president who's trying to use geopolitical strategy, diplomacy, and the threat of we will wipe you off the face of the map, trying to come up with deals and ways to incorporate Cuba back into a normal society here on Earth. And you got this disgusting pig. Durka. By the way, I'm looking at the price of a barrel of oil right now. $76.45. You know, I took so much heat on Instagram last week. All these people decided to do the same thing and like post the same thing over and over. You said that oil was going to be down near $60 a barrel, and that was almost 2 weeks ago. Looks like you're not right, idiot. Why would anybody listen to you? $76.48 right now is the price of a barrel of oil. $76.48. It was like $115 a few days ago. Huh. Wonder what's happening there. Almost like, you know, it's not, we don't know what's going to happen. Almost like the tea leaves were out there, the writings were on the wall, you knew what was happening. We saw what was going down. Gas prices here went down, what, on 8 cents in the last 3 days? Something like that. I think it's 8 cents in the last 3 days. Mary said 40 cents off at Circle K today. Well, what we need to see is not 4 and 8 cents. We've seen, I think, 4 cents a day for the last 2 days. I think it's been 8 cents complete in the last 2 or 3 days. But we need to see like 20 and 40 cents come off at one time. And that's what's going to happen. It's exactly what's going to happen. He told you it was going to come down quick and come down fast. Hexleen says, doesn't matter what crude oil prices are, it's not transferring to the pump. Yes, it does. It's exactly what it means. That's actually exactly what it does. It doesn't transfer to the pump within seconds. Usually you're talking about 7 to 14 days to see significant drop, and when you see a significant drop. The problem is that every time it's dropped, it's went back up 2 days later because something stupid that Iran did. So then the oil executives and OPEC and all them go, oh, drive it back up. But it just dropped to $76. You will see that at the pump. That's exactly what it means. You just don't see it instantly. That's all. Jeremy, where are you looking at oil? I'm seeing up to 92. It's not 92. Just Google oil prices today. Pretty quick, pretty easy. You can also follow some of these sites that actually show you in real time gold prices, stock prices, oil futures. It always goes up faster than it comes down. Nothing new here, Audrey. Exactly. Absolutely. We're at what? I think we're 394 or something here. Something like that right now. It was 420 just a couple days ago. $6.27 in Northern California. Hunter America, $76.48. There you go. There you go. Glad to see that people still go out and find the right answers. Tammy said, Jeremy Herrell, the wrestler on YouTube? No, I'm not. I can wrestle, but no, I'm not a wrestler. No, not at all. $5.79 a gallon here in Washington. Well, we'll get to oil prices soon. Let's stay on these. I still got stuff to talk about these Muslims because remember, everybody, you have John Cornyn versus Ken Paxton coming up in Texas. Okay? John Cornyn versus Ken Paxton. They're essentially tied, depending on what poll you look at. Ken Paxton might be edging him out just a little bit in multiple polls. Let me tell you this. John Cornyn is a Muslim. He might not come out and say I'm a Muslim, but actions speak a lot louder than words, and I can tell you, John Cornyn loves Islam. Just like John Brennan, these people are, what's that called? Where they can lie and get away with it, and it's not a sin, whatever that is. Can't remember the name up top of my head, but Rhino Senator John Cornyn praised and supported the Muslim group behind the mosque that funded the Epic City Sharia community outside of Dallas, Texas. I think it's Taqiyya. Just hit me, Taqiyya. John Cornyn is currently in a competitive Senate runoff race against Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. It shouldn't even be close. The East Plano Islamic Center, via its affiliate community Capital Partners, is seeking to construct a 1,000-home settlement around 40 minutes from Dallas. Do you remember the first place you heard that? It was here on LFA TV. Another thing we got called out for, said that we were lying and it was fake news. I get so sick of that. We don't do fake news, guys. We're just usually ahead of mainstream. So just because you don't hear it on mainstream doesn't mean it didn't happen. Paxton, who's against and fought against legally Epic City opening up, he was the one that previously uncovered a bunch of the illegal activities that were going on there. The violations to the Constitution and to the Constitution and many other things. Quote, I've uncovered illegal activities by Epic City developers and requested a referral from the State Securities Board to file the lawsuit. After thorough investigation, it's become clear that the developers behind Epic City flagrantly and undeniably violated the law, said the state's attorney general. And guess who stood up for him? Guess who was right there to coddle him? Texas Senator John Cornyn, who's repeatedly praised the American arm of Islamic Relief worldwide, a charity that the State Department cut ties with 5 years ago amid concerns of including praise of terrorism and anti-Semitism. After the State Department aired its concerns regarding the Islamic Relief worldwide, Cornyn had great and kind words for its American branch. Uncovered 2 messages, 2 letters where Cornyn commended Islamic Relief USA or endorsed the organization's operations. And do you remember the campaign video that they took down that showed his love for Islam? I'm going to tell you right now, if Cornyn is elected, Islam will advance in Texas and the country. If John Cornyn is elected again, you're going to see a fast track of the takeover of Texas, not by Democrats, by Muslims. And you'll wish you had Democrats back by then. Cornyn is a disgusting rhino. I can't believe that President Trump has not disavowed John Cornyn. I'm very shocked that he's not endorsed Ken Paxton. I get why. It's a political game. I don't like it. And because I don't like it, we're going to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go rhino hunting. Where was that wascally wabbit? Now, obviously, I am not advocating for anybody to shoot anybody. I am literally going rhino hunting. You know, we need to identify the rhinos in the bush that are hiding amongst the trees. We have to flush them out. And we have to take them down. Now, I'm not a big hunter. I know how to hunt. I've been hunting. Even got a deer before. But I've never taken down a full-fledged rhino. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're working on right now in 2026. Just saying. Just saying. And the biggest one that I'm looking at right now might come from the state of Texas. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your rhino hunting segment of the day. Shh, we're hunting wascally winos. Elkona says, I agree. I work with special needs kids. I love Down syndrome kids. They're the best, by the way. They're the best. Lane Bingham is running for a huge promotion at work, everybody. Make sure you please pray for Lane that they get that promotion. This is all to stop Islam. Now, you guys know I had Jake Lang on last week. And you know how I even said to Jake, look, I don't have to agree with all your tactics, but you're going against Islam, which I think is a commendable thing to do. But I don't have to agree with your tactics because your tactics are your tactics, mine are mine, and there's people that don't agree with mine. But if we're going after Islam, well, then we have a common denominator here. I want to commend and give respect to Jake for this video that he just put out. This, the way he conducted himself, the way he said what he said, how he said what he said, you're going to get more positive outcome doing it this way than doing it other ways. Because you do it other ways, and all you do is find yourself wound up in legal battles, fighting a machine that you can't take on financially. And I'd much rather see this side than the other, because I think this is far more effective. Here's Jake.
Why aren't you guys dressed like Americans?
I'm a takeover. I am American. I've been in Texas.
This is not how Americans dress.
It is.
No, it's not. Yeah, this is a takeover. This is a displacement. You guys are wearing dresses. This is not how men dress. This is not how men dress. You guys are dressed like women, though, out here.
Islamification is
your ability to practice your religion is one thing, but you guys are changing the culture, the dress, the style of language, everything. All of the street corner sides are different.
Dress code in school, in high school. I have to wear what Americans wear, right? We're all Americans.
Okay, so why don't you dress like an American now? So you went to high school dressed like an American now, but you're dressed like a terrorist invader.
What do you mean there's a way to dress like an American?
Yes, there is. Like the police officers are wearing belts, they're wearing pants, they're wearing shoes. That's how Americans are dressed. Do you guys want to see the Islamic takeover of America? Do you want to see all white Christians be expelled from our homelands? Do you guys want to see Americans deceased and Islamic people? Why aren't you guys dressed like Americans?
I love what he did there. Love what he did there. I'm not saying that I don't like the fact that he was kicking over the ice and stuff like that. That's militant, and it might be where we are, it might be where we're going. I'm not saying I don't like that. For his sake, I want to see him succeed where others have not even tried. He's got guts. He's got heart. You got heart, kid. I want to see him succeed. And I pray for him. I think he's got a good chance to be the leader of getting rid of Islam in this country, the leading voice. And I hate to see the left use things that he does and tactics that he does as just showing he's some crazy person like a Nick Fuentes or something. Because he's not. He's a smart dude. He's actually a smart guy. Sophie says, this takeover makes me sick. Me too. Speaking of the one who started it all, Barack Hussein Obama. And we're going to end this Muslim segment with this. I hate listening to that voice. It's like PTSD, you know what I mean? It brings me back to 8 years of absolute hell, living under this guy that hated America. Say what you want about Trump, but he doesn't hate America. You can hate Trump, that's fine. He doesn't hate America. Barack Obama hates America. So much so that he change it to something else. So much so that we need inclusion of people from all over the world. Not just right here in America, but from all over. And we need societies to reflect that diversity. Worst president, Eli, in the history of this great country.
Yeah, it was really cute when he asked him, well, what do you want people to take away from this? I know what it took away from the area. All the homeless people who were just trying to live there.
Yeah. All the low-income black people and all the black homeless people that lived there, we got rid of them. You see, me and Michelle, we want this legacy here in the city of Chicago, where we were activists. And if we got to get rid of a few blacks, hope and change. Worst president in United States history. And you're going to get a kick out of this from the Muslim. The White House shouldn't be involved in the DOJ. It's not right. When I was president, shut up. Hold on.
Funky
Hold
elections.
on. Can you tell us what the two core principles are of constitutional republics? Because, since we live in that, maybe we should discuss that rather than fantasy world. So what you're saying is, if you are the executive of the executive branch, you can't really direct the DOJ to go after your political opponents, can ya? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Right? I thought asking questions was okay and valid and was permitted. You can't just direct the Attorney General to go after your political opponents, can ya? Can ya do that? Can ya run a shadow presidency from your basement, telling Joe Biden and his administration what to do and how to do it, with all the people that were in your administration now working in his so-called administration? Can ya do that? Remember when he said, if I could run for a third term, I would be in my basement with a little earpiece, telling him exactly what to say. Joe, say that you love ice cream. I say ice cream don't have bones. Joe, you son of a bitch. I didn't say to say that. Son of a... What's wrong with this guy? Joe, tell him God bless America. That's what I tell him, God bless America. I told God, I said I saw God. God was here. He blessed me. He blessed me in Delaware when I was a kid growing up in Puerto Rico. Corn pop. Bless me. Son of a bitch, Joe. You did it wrong again. I don't think of myself as older than I am than fly. But that's not funny. Right? You're not allowed to do that. You can't do that, can ya? Anyway, let's take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. But you know that's what was going on, right? Joe, unbelievable. Like Mike Crispy says, unbelievable. Rumble Wallet, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you have Rumble Wallet? Raise your hand. Me, I have Rumble Wallet. First of all, I guess the better question is, how many of you have digital currency? Bitcoin, crypto, Tether USD Gold, Tether on the blockchain. How many of you have that? Because if you do have digital currency, or if you think you want to limp in and diversify and get digital currency, then you have to get Rumble Wallet. Okay? It's free to download. It's just a place for you to basically consolidate all of your digital currency in one place and spend from there. And the cool thing about Rumble Wallet is if you want to tip a creator like me here on Rumble, you can do it. 100% that you tip goes to me. I keep 100%. There's no middleman transaction fee like there is with US dollars when you are doing it through Rumble Wallet. Now, Rumble Wallet can be easily downloaded by going to your Android or your Apple phone and just searching Rumble Wallet, or you can go click the QR code on your screen if you're watching it on TV. That'll bring you right there as well. Or you can go to wallet.rumble.com today. It is secure, it is safe, it is yours, it is Rumble technology, and we want to thank Rumble for this disruptive technology, empowering the individual, empowering their voices, and empowering their transactions. Rumble Wallet, download it today, folks, at wallet.rumble.com or on your app store, Rumble Wallet. Big shout out to them for that. as well as somebody says, I don't even have a leather wallet. I get what you're saying, 100%. I got to purchase more silver yesterday. I was so excited. I've been saving for quite a while, since 2023. 2023, I think it was. Maybe late 2022, to purchase some more silver, and I finally purchased some yesterday. Let's look at the price today. With oil prices going way down, let's check silver prices today. $80.54, ladies and gentlemen. $80.54. What about gold? Gold price today, $47.28. It's about to fly. I'm telling you, once those gas prices and those oil prices drop and this conflict ends, through the roof. Get your gold guide today. Reach out to goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Featured on Bloomberg, 5-star rating. Rich Jacoby and his team. You might talk to somebody else in his team, but they're all great people. And you want to know something? I'm going to tell you something. This is honest to God's truth. Yesterday I was talking to the guy, and his name was John Bolton, believe it or not. And you know what he told me? Honest to God's truth. He said, I want you to tell your audience. He said that I've been doing this job for 20 years. And in 20 years, we've worked with other podcasters before and TV networks and stuff like that. In 20 years, he said, I have never had the level of compassion, kindness, gratitude, and niceness from anyone on this earth more than the people from LFA. He said the leads that come in from LFA TV, he said, are the nicest and greatest people I've ever had the pleasure of doing business with. And in any business, that's all you want, just nice people. He said the LFA people are the nicest. I said, John, 5 years ago, I left my job with 5 kids to do this job. I said, those great people that you're talking about, they told me, do it, we got you. I said, they've paid my salary ever since. They've paid Eli's salary since he's come on. And we've helped over $300,000 worth of people that needed help. We've sent that out because of those people. He said, talking to you for the last 15 minutes, I can see why. He goes, because you sound exactly like them. And I said, God has blessed us with the greatest people on earth in this live chat. So I just wanted to tell you guys about that, okay? All right. Let's move on. The White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter and would-be Trump assassin Cole Allen was indicted yesterday by a grand jury on those 4 counts. So he was charged initially, now indicted, now it moves to the next step. It'd be nice if there was a death penalty involved, but I think the highest he could get is life in prison. The White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter was indicted by a grand jury. Allen was hit with a total of 3 charges: attempting to assassinate the president, transporting a firearm and ammunition with the intent to commit a felony, and discharging a firearm during a crime of violence. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro said last week that an additional attempted murder charge would be added after the ballistic test was conducted on the Secret Service agent who was shot. Cole Allen was charged with the same 3 counts as outlined in the criminal complaint, and a new count of assaulting a federal officer with a deadly weapon was added. Not attempted murder, which I think he shot him in the chest. I don't know how it couldn't be. The indictment was presented by Magistrate Judge Zaya Faroqui. Remember that guy? Remember him? Wasn't he the guy that said, I'm sorry that they're treating you like this? I'm sorry they didn't give you a tablet in jail. But he's been indicted, and I think it carries life in prison. So, praise God that he didn't get to kill anybody. I hope he gets the fullest discipline to the fullest extent of the law and more. And maybe it'll send a message. I don't know. Right now, folks, we are number 6 on the live leaderboard. We're just ahead of Wendy Bell and just behind our friends And We Know. So big shout out to those guys. So he's got his 4 indictments. They've come down. More than likely, he'll be guilty on all of them. He'll probably cop out to like 30 years in prison with the possibility of parole instead of getting life. I don't know. If he's 30 or 40 years old and he gets 30 years in prison, is his life really, what's his life after that anyway? I don't want to pay to keep the guy alive, but according to the law, I don't think where he did these crimes there's a death penalty. So unfortunately, he gets to live. Anyway, federal aviation employee, an FAA employee, you know what that is, right? Federal Aviation Administration. Yeah, they're the ones that kind of keep our skies, our planes from being hijacked, try to keep our skies safe, communication between aircrafts and things like that. The FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration. Well, there's been an employee at the FAA who's been arrested for threats against the president's life. When Barack Obama said, I continue to believe that that Mr. Trump will not be president. Do you know how deep the roots of the system are? Do you know how many moles are embedded into every facet of our government with hundreds of millions of employees everywhere that want the president dead? Slam said Rumble always puts Steven Crowder on the front page every single time I get on. He has to be paying them to get all that treatment. No, actually, we also get put on the front page every day at the same time. And there's a difference between why we are on the front page during Rise Up every morning and Crowder. If you'll notice, the same people get featured at the same time every day. You might get some different accounts, channels here and there, but for the most part, when Crowder's on, he's on. When Bongino's on, he's on. When we do Rise Up, we're on. And there's two reasons why that happens. Number one, the reason why we get that special and preferential treatment is because the size and engagement of our audience, and that we were grandfathered basically here, and we've been here since before live video even existed. So we get the morning hour to praise and preach the gospel. Crowder actually, Rumble went out there and paid Crowder to come to Rumble exclusively and get away from YouTube as much as possible. So part of that is that they need to make money back because they paid him. So they work with him to get sponsors, and they put him on that front page to get the biggest bang for their buck, so that the sponsors that they work with him to get, they get their money back. And that goes with pretty much everybody else on Rumble, except for Dan Bongino, who's actually a part owner of Rumble. So everybody's got their own little, it's not the content creator paying Rumble, it's the opposite. It's Rumble paying the content creators to come from other platforms like Kick, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and do their content here so this company grows, rather than doing their content where it's risky and can be taken down. So, you guys ever want to know how Rumble works? That's how. Freedom said this show is way better than Crowder, just my opinion. Why does Alex Jones have so many spots? Never on the front page, though. You never see Alex Jones featured on that front page because he doesn't have a deal with Rumble like that. Alex Jones has a deal with X. He's got a deal with Elon Musk and X. So, Bucklebrush said Crowder was already off YouTube. No, he wasn't. No, his last episode on YouTube was while he was already concurrently running here on Rumble. I watched it the day it happened. So, you guys want to know the ins and outs of how this works over here? That's how. Let's get back to the federal aviation attempted, maybe soon to be, would have been an attempted assassination. Federal aviation employee based in New Hampshire. Huh! Live free and die, I guess. Stands accused of threatening to kill the president days after the last assassination attempt, but may not be in jail for too long if convicted. ABC reported federal authorities busted 35-year-old Dean Delashai of Nashua, New Hampshire, which is about an hour and a half south of where I used to live. YouTube banned him during COVID, but he came back. He was still on YouTube after COVID. whether he had another channel or whatever, he was still on there after COVID, just so you know. You can go back, check. You know what they say in football? Check tape. Either way, we're talking about somebody tried to kill the president, not Crowder at this point. So the news comes less than 2 weeks after a lunatic tried to kill President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It also comes less than a week after Pennsylvania Democrat Senate candidate was arrested for threatening to kill the president and members of Congress. Delashai, a mechanical engineer with the FAA, reportedly first conducted searches on his computer at work to find out ways to kill Trump and used it to target the president. Can you imagine being so stupid? Can you imagine you're an FAA employee, right? And at work on your computer, you're looking up ways to kill Trump. Imagine that. Imagine being that stupid. It's almost like you're wanting to get caught. Because who does that? Especially with the NSA probably searching for anything that says kill, assassinate, take out, 86, get rid of, remove President Trump. I'll guarantee you the NSA has got millions and millions and millions of terabytes of information coming in every single day, scouring the internet of people looking to kill President Trump. What an idiot. Eli?
It's like I've been saying, dude, they've been emboldening stupidity and the fact that we're starting to see some consequences now here and there, but for the most part, these people get out in the streets and they'll say these things in public and nothing happens to them. So it's like, again, like I've been saying, a lot of these people are just like, they'll say it, nothing will happen. So that's where it comes from.
Yeah. Finding out ways to kill the president. What an idiot. He also used it to conduct other disturbing searches, including the percentage of people who want Trump gone. Well, what's the percentage of people who want Trump dead? You know, Eli, you're constantly searching things. You're constantly looking up things. You're constantly trying to get images of something. You're constantly trying to get programs to create certain images and certain visuals. And 9 times out of 10, you're told, we're sorry, we can't make something like that. We can't depict something like that. That might show signs of something illegal. But yet this guy's able to go, what percentage of the people want President Trump gone? It's like they have their own little private internet or something.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. And there's certain things I know you kind of think it's goofy, but there's certain things I will not type into, like these AI programs. Good case in point right now. Will Johnson wanted me to make a Obama hugging Mitt Romney, but to have Obama have a knife in his hand. I said, nope, that's not going to happen because I'll get it right up the tail end from the friggin' program here. Nope, I will not depict anything that shows violence toward a political blah, 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 blah. I'm like, it's just not worth it.
But yet this guy gets to, look that up, How to get a firearm into a federal facility. Don't you work at one, dipshit idiot? Wouldn't you know best how to sneak something into the place that you work at? Rather than Google trying to tell you how to sneak a firearm into a federal facility where you can't have one? Also looked up and Googled previous assassination attempts on the president and a phrase, quote, I'm going to kill Donald John Trump. It doesn't get any... Look, if a murderer is standing out your house saying, I'm going to kill Jeremy Richard Herrell, most likely going to catch a bullet to the dome. If a rapist is standing outside your car and you're a woman saying, if I get into this car, I'm raping you, you probably want to take him at his word, right? Secret Service met with Delashai and he admitted to making these threats. Delashai also told officers he was depressed in therapy and regularly drank and used marijuana and other drugs. Bring back piss tests in federal jobs. I mean, especially a federal job like that. Can we piss test these people daily, please? Lifelike just donated $5, Eli, and said, just have to say, I love you, Jeremy, Eli, and the LFA family. Well, you blessed us twice with the kind words and the $5. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Lifelike. Very lifelike of you. Our Bevmo said, graduated with a degree in advanced rhetorics. Absolutely. Patriot Johnson said he should have looked up, what is mental health? What is mental health? I gotcha. Yeah, I'm on drugs, tons of drugs. Got some issues. I'm a drunk. I suffer from depression as well. Freedom Foxtrot, did you guys see the video of the dog and the guy, security guy, talking with that shooter? Did not. But thank you, and thank you for the $10. We appreciate that as well. Uncle Cracker nailed it. Can we get some IQ tests first of these politicians? Set mandatory minimums to serve. You should absolutely have to pass some kind of litmus test in order to be an elected official. You have to be. You can't just win. If that's the case, anybody could just win a popularity contest. And you're making laws, and you are, insider trading, and you are somehow with your words and rhetoric affecting trade deals and all this other stuff that goes on around the world. You get to just you get access to the best healthcare in the world. You get to use taxpayer dollars and security to go to other countries and talk to other people about things that you have no business going over and talking to. Yeah, you should absolutely, or else you'll end up with people like Ilhan Omar. Delashai allegedly used his personal email to transmit a threat across state lines to the White House's email address. The email had for subject, contact the president, and said, I, Dean Delashai, am going to neutralize/kill you, Donald John Trump, because you decided to kill kids and say that it was war, when in reality it was terrorism. God knows your actions and where you belong. If convicted, he faces up to only 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. Why? Frickin' why? You literally sent a threat saying you're going to be neutralized and I'm going to kill you because you kill kids, and you're only facing 5 years? Wow. What's this country come to? What does this country come to? I had 4 years when I was 17 for breaking into second vacation homes and partying. This guy said, I'm going to kill you to the president, and he's only facing up to 5. Eli, the world is not right.
I certainly hope I'm not jumping the gun here. Did you hear about the illegal who plowed into an officer and is only getting 10 years, and the lawyer was saying, it wasn't a crime?
No, where was that?
I got to find the story again. I can't remember exactly where it was. I think I actually shared it in our Signal chat today because I was like, are you kidding me right now? The scumbag defense attorney for the illegal, this guy was driving on drugs, and he was under the influence of alcohol, plowed into an officer, killed the officer. This scumbag lawyer gets up and she starts saying, this was a horrible thing that happened, but blah, 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 blah. Basically the whole song and dance of he didn't understand what he was doing, and this wasn't a crime, it was a horrible accident. This guy's only getting 10 years for killing this officer, if he even gets that.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The world is wrong. And after May 17th, yeah, and Tina Peter still sits in prison. Yeah, that's that. Oh, man, that right there. Absolutely. X-Blonde says J6's got more than that for just being in D.C. After May 17th, when President Trump dedicates this country to the Lord our God, the God of the Bible, the Father, the Creator of all things, the three-in-one Godhead of Christ, Father God, and the Holy Spirit. Once that happens, evil will start to flee in every direction from east to west, and we'll hunt them down. We'll hunt down the evil individuals, and we will convert or purge. Well, isn't that what Muslims do, guys? What's the big problem? Isn't that what Muslim, in their doctrine, isn't it convert or die? Right? No place for these people here any longer. And May 17th, President Trump, as the leader of our world, will put his foot down and raise his hands to the Lord. And then we'll see what happens after that. Producer Eli said he emailed that clip of that happening. So we're going to pull that up here. Give me a second. Eli, was this in Massachusetts? Do you know?
I gotta double check that.
Yeah, I can't really get Facebook stuff on here, man. It's not gonna work. I'm not logged into a Facebook account on this computer, so that's not gonna work. So we'll just pass that up. For future reference, I can't do Facebook links. 5 years working at the FAA. Cool. The man who allegedly shot at agents that were working for the J.D. Vance motorcade has been officially charged. So that's nice. A Texas man has been charged after shots were fired at Secret Service agents Monday while the motorcade of Vice President J.D. Vance was passing through the area near the Washington Monument, where we will be in about 10 days. A teenage bystander was wounded in the incident. Michael Marks, M-A-R-X. How about that? Thank you, Freedom Foxtrot. No offense, but most Mexicans are illegals that I know drink a lot. I'm sure they are. Michael Marks, 45, of Midland, Texas, was charged with assaulting federal officers with a dangerous weapon, using and discharging a firearm during a crime of violence, and unlawful possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro said, quote, "We will prove this defendant carried an illegal firearm into the heart of Washington, D.C., opened fire on Secret Service officers near a crowded intersection, and shot an innocent bystander who was simply crossing the street with his family. My office will pursue the most serious charges available against anyone who brings gun violence to our streets, particularly when that violence unfolds steps from the seat of our government and the path of the Vice President of the United States of America." In an affidavit filed by the Secret Service agents, said plainclothes agents spotted Marks walking alongside the sidewalk and believed he was appearing to conceal a firearm on his right side of his body. And you guys remember, we went through all that, but I do have some new pictures here. 2 law enforcement officials identified the suspect as 45-year-old Michael Marks, who holds a Texas driver's license, and boom! There you go. There's your update. There he is. Scum of the earth. Democrat losers. I don't even know if he was a Democrat. I'm just saying he is. What Republican does this? You're not, look, if you're insane, you're not a Republican. You can be a corrupt Republican, but I don't know too many, you don't identify as sane if you identify as somebody that's on the right. So you, by default, have to be on the left, it seems like. Where are we at here? 12:43 Eastern time? Okay. Got quite a bit of stories to get through here. So, does anybody need a break? Does anybody need a bathroom break? Does anybody need to grab coffee or anything? He has a lesbian arm tattoo, says Old Dog. Well, there you go. Reese says, when are we going to adhere to the Constitution and punish treason the way it should be handled? Got to stop this shit story. I hear you, man. I hear you. 100%. I say put these people down right there in the field. Right where they committed the crime. Put them down. It's the way it was handled in the old days. That's what Make America Great Again means. All right. I was challenged, Eli. First of all, MDUS, $5. Looks like we're doing an LFA fundraising Thursday. Hey, let's do a fundraising week every week. Amen, man. Amen, brother. I hear you. I was challenged. Somebody said on, I think it was Instagram, you said that every single day you could report on another illegal alien killing another American. And I said, yeah. And they said, no, you can't. I said, yeah, I can. He said, no, you can't. You're probably talking about the same story more than once in a week. I said, no, I don't. Literally every single day I could. Not every day do I, but every day I could. So, for the douchebag on Instagram, we're going to get to those stories right now. How about this one? 3 times deported illegal alien from Honduras beats a man unconscious and rapes him behind a dumpster. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it because he didn't die? Then that's not the then I can't say that story because he isn't dead. An illegal alien from Honduras beat a man unconscious and raped him behind a dumpster. Jose Ignacio Bonilla Garcia, 4 names, was charged with assaulting a man, dragging his unconscious body behind a dumpster and raping him in Suffolk County, New York. And you know what? I guess the guy on Instagram was right. He didn't die. The victim was intoxicated and collapsed after leaving the Esperanza Deli Cafe. Jose Garcia, I'm not going to say all of his names, a 3 times deported illegal alien, fled to Texas and tried to escape to Mexico after committing the heinous crime. Yeah. Would you like to see what he looks like? Typical. Nothing new. Same shit, different day. There he is. Hi, everybody. I beat a man unconscious, took him behind a dumpster, and gay raped him because, you know, we don't have sense. We don't have morals from where I come from. Our country sucks. I'll bet you he's just a New York man. He's just a Texas man. What's up?
And don't forget my favorite. He probably just didn't know any better.
Yeah, ignorance is not innocence. Isn't that one of the old sayings of our law? Ignorance of the law is not innocence of the law. Quote, this is one of the most egregious criminal offenses that I've come across in my entire career, and another example of why it's vital for law enforcement at low levels to work together in the interest of public safety, said ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations Houston Acting Field Office Director Gabrielle Martinez. Following the assault, Bonilla Garcia traveled to Texas to in a suspected attempt to flee to Mexico to evade prosecution for his crimes. With a limited amount of time to work with and a lot of ground to cover, the law enforcement community quickly came together to help track down this dangerous fugitive. And he was safely taken into custody by U.S. Marshals Service Gulf Coast Fugitive Task Force before he could leave the country. Without teamwork and collaboration between law enforcement at all levels, the outcome would have likely been very different. He added, DHS released a statement on the latest criminal illegal alien act. Obviously, an illegal immigrant from Honduras beat a man unconscious and raped him behind a dumpster. It doesn't get more straight from the hip than that. By the way, he entered the country 4 times. 3 times he was deported back. So that means the last time he entered was under Joe Biden because he didn't enter under Trump. ICE has lodged a detainer to ensure that this heinous criminal is never released back to American communities ever again. Imagine that. Getting beat, Eli, by a Honduras illegal alien, your body, while unconscious, taken behind a dumpster in New York, in Suffolk County, New York, and raped, and you wake up and the rest of your life you have to deal with that. You might as well be dead.
You know what really chaps my ass and pisses me off about that report? Safely taken into custody. I don't give a shit if he was safely taken into custody at all. Tell me when he's violently taken into custody.
Yeah.
I'm so sick and tired. We caught him, so justice has been served, and we're treating him real good. Yeah, well, the guy's ass who got raped doesn't feel too good right now.
Yeah. You know what I like? I like when I see the mugshots, Eli, of these people, and they're bruised all up, bloody lips. You can tell they got their asses beat and handed to them while they were arrested. I like those ones.
Yep, absolutely. Turn those arms, legs, every bone in that body into linguine.
Yep. I want to give a big YUGE shout out to Cindy Pinnell, who just donated a whopping $300, which takes care of, Eli, the entire episode of Patriot Pals this week. You are going to be responsible, Cindy, for thousands of kids learning about a very special topic for Mother's Day weekend. And I want to thank you because that means a lot to us. So we don't have to try to raise that money on Saturday. We already raised it. Thank you. And Freedom Foxtrot, Eli, keep the momentum. Even $1. $100 donation from Freedom Foxtrot. $400 just came in a matter of 30 seconds for this network. I can never thank you guys enough. Because when that kind of stuff happens, it takes so much stress off of me in a time where we don't have the numbers we used to have. Sponsorship is few and far between. And relying on you is what's always kept us going, and God always provides. So thank you all. Eli, you know how much it means.
Absolutely. It's been, a little bit of heartbreaking seeing the numbers dip. And I think it's kind of maybe just the time of the year. People are a little politically fatigued. The weather's getting nicer and whatnot. But you guys are the base that's always kept us here in this seat. So Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yep, absolutely. Well, we do have some good news here. We do have a little good news about these illegal aliens. A carjacker was fatally shot by a father protecting his family. Was identified as an illegal alien from Mexico. So that's nice. Good to hear. I like when I hear American citizens protecting their family kill illegal aliens who are trying to kill them. Eli, it makes it so that the law enforcement doesn't have to get involved. It makes it so that the courts are not overwhelmed. It makes it so that our jails are not overstocked. It makes it so that there's no taxpayer dollars going to this scumbag. He is DEAD. Or if you're Joe Biden, he's DED.
And more importantly, it shows us that we got just a hair of justice when these scumbags are taken from the earth.
Yep. What was that old saying in 300, Eli? Give to them nothing, but take from them everything. Well, that's what the illegals have done to us. Time to do it back.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, give me a spear, give me a shield, and send me to war, baby.
All right. A father who fatally shot a carjacker in Garland, Texas, Sunday of this week. The carjacker approached the vehicle, jostled with the father, and shoved his way into the car. Oh, you know, Eli, people like us, we hope. We don't ever hope this ever happens with our family, but there's some part of me that hopes that I get the chance to administer some justice like this in the name of self-defense, of course. You know what I mean? I don't envy that man's fear of his family being attacked, but I do envy the fact that he got to be judge, jury, and executioner of that guy.
Yep. No, I know exactly how you're feeling, dude. There's times where I'm like, I never want to be in a situation like that, but if I was, I'd feel a little bit righteous, and obviously I'd want to come out on top.
Shoved his way into the car before he was able to turn on the car and take off with a baby and 2 adult females and multiple children inside. The father opened fire, exercised his Second Amendment right, and exorcised the demons. At the same time, the carjacker was taken to the hospital, where he ultimately succumbed to his injuries and died. Now, see, Eli, that's a story that I'm excited to bring to the audience. Justice, swift, done legally by an American citizen. We need more of that happening.
There's nothing on the planet Earth that warms my heart more than hearing the criminal succumbed to their injuries and died. Big smile.
Mm-hmm. Let's go play the video now.
And Dairy Road. Police say the man had tried to steal several vehicles by force before trying this one. He was taken to a hospital and pronounced dead. Fox 4's David Sintendry has more from the investigation. David.
Well, a majority of family members were inside that vehicle as the carjacker tried to take off with it. The father of that family shot and killed the suspect, and it was all captured on video.
You could definitely tell that he was not in his right state of mind.
Surveillance video shows a man attacking and trying to carjack a family of 8 in Garland Sunday afternoon before the father shoots and kills him.
I'm just glad that the man was able to protect himself and his family.
Tatiana Starks manages Garland Smoke and Vape in a shopping center near Highway 66 and Dairy Road.
We heard a loud crash.
Garland Police Department says the carjacker initially crashed into 2 other vehicles.
While we were responding to the scene, we received more information that the driver of that car had exited and immediately began physically trying to get into other vehicles in that parking lot.
Starks says she saw the man breaking into several vehicles at a gas station, so she took cell phone footage.
He tried to get in several different cars.
She stopped recording as the man began walking across the street toward her.
Did he make direct eye contact with you?
Yes, he was walking very intentionally.
The family of 8 unaware of what was happening and what was about to happen.
He ended up going into their car.
Video shows the carjacker in the peach shirt confronting the father in the white shirt. The father struggles with the suspect, who's trying to drive off with the family's car, with family members inside, including a baby. After nearly a minute of struggle, the carjacker, who's in the driver's seat, is shot by the father, who's outside the car near the passenger side door.
It seemed to be self-defense.
Police do not expect to file charges against the father.
It kind of all really happened really fast.
Starks, a witness to everything, just grateful we're talking about a story in which no victims were hurt.
It's just a blessing that the kids and the family walked away with no injuries.
So Garland Police Department is still working to identify that suspect who was shot and killed. So at this point in time, we don't know what sort of background this individual has.
Of course we don't. He's an illegal alien.
For his arrest, or if there's anything specific that he was trying to get away from after that initial crash. Heather and Steve.
All right, so David, do we know if that carjacker was armed?
Of course he.
Well, police say
the carjacker.
They did not recover any weapons on scene from that individual, just the weapon that was used to shoot and kill him. So no weapons found by police on that suspect. But again, they are adamant, as you can see in that video, that he was trying to use force to carjack that family's vehicle. And at this point in time, it doesn't sound like any charges are going to be pursued against that father.
Got it. All right, David Sintendry, thank you.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust.
You know what we do here when we celebrate, Eli? We
Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on.
That's right. You know, if that was in California, they probably would have charged the family man, and he probably would be in jail today. If that was in California. Guess you don't mess with Texas, right? Cop just goes, yeah, it looked like self-defense to me. We're good. He just goes, yeah, it looked like self-defense to me. So, yeah, nope, yeah. About your day.
About your day, on your bike. 2 things. The only difference if I'd been in that situation, had I been able to have come out on top, is he wouldn't have succumbed to his injuries at the hospital. He would have succumbed to his injuries right there and then. And 2, I better damn well not hear about some liberal piece of crap friggin' judge come out and say, oh, you shouldn't have done this. Shut your mouths, all of you.
Yeah, not in Texas, baby. Not as long as Ken Paxton is the attorney general there, I'll tell you that. Never gonna happen. So good news there. And a good end to it. So, Eli, you know the cops might have to ask me, sir, why did you empty the entire clip and put another magazine in and empty that one too? You know, he was probably going to be dead after the first couple shots. I just want to make sure. How come you shot him like all over his body? Like he looks like Swiss cheese. I saw horror movies. And if you don't make them look like Swiss cheese, they come back and they kill you. So I just want to make sure. Bullets aren't that expensive, are they?
Just wanted to make sure he's not a zombie. Did you ever see Zombieland? Double tap.
Yeah, exactly. You ever seen The Walking Dead? I didn't want this guy to come back alive and then, again, try to rape me and my family and bite me. So I just had to just make sure he's dead. That's all. I'm sorry.
I mean, I probably just saved the whole friggin' world from the zombie invasion.
That's it, dude.
Maybe you ought to be congratulating me.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Hello. McFly, I just saved the world. Duh. I don't care how expensive ammo is. You know what's expensive? Having an outbreak that kills millions of people around the world and nobody held accountable for it, Tony Fauci. Sorry. Something caught in my throat there. Eli, there was some Fauci, phlegm caught in my throat there. I'm sorry. I didn't, you know.
A little bit of COVID there.
Yeah, a little bit of COVID there stuck in there. You know, Eli, remember those Rico Law commercials? Rico Law. It seems like Tony Fauci's completely fallen off the face of the earth. You know, I mean, I think somebody needs to get out there with a big old Tony Fauci. What is that? What is that? Somebody's calling my name. What is that?
We gotta change that Trump soundbite. By the way, what the hell ever happened to Tony Fauci? Where's Fauci?
Yes. Where's Tony Fauci? Where is he? I haven't seen Dr. Anthony Fauci in so long. Oh, I hate Eli. Tony Fauci and Barack Obama. When I hear them, I get PTSD, both of them.
Oh, 100 freaky deaky % damn Skippy.
Dilly18 said, just got off the phone with the MAGA offers, referencing my order on the 27th. First, an Indian rep hung up on me for asking for the update. Suffice to say, my order hasn't been processed. That's not been my experience with other people calling them. I hope you've called the right one. Do me a favor. Email producer Eli, okay? Because we'll get it figured out for you one way or another. Email producer Eli at lfaproducer@gmail.com. Your name, your order number, your receipt, all that, and I'll take care of it today. How about that? I'll reach out and I'll find out where it is, what's going on, and I'll take care of that today. Matter of fact, that goes for anybody who's had an issue. We'll get you wherever your order is, but you got to make sure you're calling the right people too, okay? Because everybody that I've had tell me they've called, not gotten an Indian from somewhere else that doesn't. Everybody that I've talked to said that they were really nice. So if that's the case, I want to know. Let me know if you're getting bad customer service somewhere, and I'll take care of it. And if I can't, then we will refund your money. But from what I understand, anybody who they've worked with, they ran out of stock and they had to restock back up. And anybody that called them, let them know that. So just let me know. Again, lfaproducer@gmail.com. Rosebud said, yes, please, because I order from MAGA offers and I don't want issues. Yeah, we've, up until they ran out of the wreaths, we've never heard a complaint about the MAGA offers. But we heard about 2 or 3 people said that they ran out and they were waiting. That they were waiting for their order. Diane says, still waiting on my wreath from 4/17. Okay, email us too. I'll get it out to them. And we'll make sure that that's taken care of, okay? California immigration judge sues the DOJ, claiming that she was fired because she's a registered Democrat woman over the age of 40. Imagine that. Imagine you're an immigration judge and you get fired and you come back and say, the only reason I got fired is because I'm a registered Democrat and I'm a woman over the age of 40. Well, first of all, if you're a registered Democrat and you're a woman, can you please tell members of Congress what one is? And members on the Supreme Court Justice, can you just let them know which one is? Because I don't know if you guys even know what a woman is. Miriam says, I catch things on Newsmax and I'm all over the internet. I found this today. I'm occasionally on LFA. Well, Miriam, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Oh, Dilly, don't you worry about that. We'll get it figured out. And no matter what, we'll if you couldn't get your order, which we'll get you your order, they'll get the order out to you. If you couldn't, I'm saying then we would. We would, because we're the ones that told you about it. So we want to make sure that, customer service is always number one. All right, let's get into this. This is funny. Her name is Kyra Lillian, and she had been the San Francisco immigration judge since 2023, before transferring to the Concord Immigration Court in 2024. Last July, Lillian was notified that her 2-year probationary period would not be converted to a permanent appointment. Because you remember, if anybody was in a probationary period when President Trump came in, he said, you're fired. You were not going to re-up your employment because we're reducing the size of the government. We're going to start with the people who are fraudulently doing things or the people who are on probationary periods. Scotty says, I have an interview on Monday. Wish me luck. How about we don't wish you luck? How about we pray? How about that? Pray for him. Wishing doesn't do anything. I always say you can wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up first. Wish never does. Ever. So go get that job, my friend. The 14-page lawsuit filed this week names the DOJ and acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche as defendants. Funny because Todd Blanche wasn't there. Probably have to go in and get Pam Bondi for that one. Lillian claims she met or exceeded all performance standards and received the highest possible ratings in a probationary report for fiscal year 24-25. That doesn't matter. They're not required to hire you because you were an outstanding probationary loser. Okay? You were not targeted. You were in a probationary period in which the Trump administration said, and I remember very clearly them saying, anybody who's in a probationary period can expect not to have a permanent position. We are reducing the size of the government, and that's the easiest place to start. Anybody else remember that? I do. According to track immigration data, she denied just 34% of asylum claims brought before her. That means that literally 66% of the asylum claims that came across her desk, she approved. Maybe that's why, dummy. Maybe besides being in a probationary period, maybe that's why. You think? Despite this, she alleges her removal violated her civil and First Amendment rights. Like she's entitled to a job or something. Nobody's entitled to anything. In this country, you earn it. And if you don't get it, you don't cry and say, but it should have came to me. Lillian's attorney, Kevin Owen, of Gilbert Employment Law in Maryland, told the local station KTVU that Lillian didn't fit their mold and that actions taken against her were impermissible and unlawful. She didn't fit their mold, and what they did to her was impermissible and unlawful. The suit claims that the immigration judges were terminated or not retained around the same time, were overwhelmingly female, and points to an internal memos issued by then acting EOIR director Circe Owen in 2025. The memo criticized extremist leftist organizations involved in illegal alien advocacy and Biden-era hiring practices that prompted illegal immigration and DEI hires. Yeah, it did. It did. That doesn't mean that that's the reason why you were removed. Because the administration clearly said probationary period people are the first ones that are to go. She won't win this. She won't win it, but she doesn't want to win it. She wants national attention so she can go do it 2 ways, either get a GoFundMe or a ruling that will go in her favor, or the government to settle with her. We don't negotiate with terrorists. So I hope that the government doesn't settle with her to pay her taxpayer money. She'll sign up for a GoFundMe. She'll say, I'm fighting against Donald Trump, who discriminated me because I'm a woman and I am a Democrat. And then all these people all of a sudden understand what a woman and a Democrat is, and they will go and back her, and they'll get a GoFundMe going. She'll raise a few $1 million. It's all bullshit. Every bit of it. Speaking of illegal aliens, the cost per day to stay here and not deport yourself just went up. Just like that wall got higher, right? Let's go to this story about President Trump and how much now it costs an illegal alien to stay in this country once they're caught. You will reimburse one way or the other.
As deportations roll on, his administration is also levying some pretty big fines against undocumented immigrants. One woman says hers was more than $1.8 million. NBC7's Shelby Bremer has her story.
It can often take years for people to adjust their immigration status through legal pathways. And as they wait, the Trump administration has started issuing heavy fines. So one woman in the green card process went to check her mail and found a massive bill.
No criminal record, no issues. She's just been trying to get this fixed for a long time.
That's how immigration attorney William Menard describes his client, who came to the U.S. from Mexico decades ago when she was about 13 years old. She's so terrified right now, she doesn't want to show her face. She's undocumented, but told us for years she had no idea the government had ordered her to leave. When she found out in 2013, she started the process to fix her status with a family full of American citizens.
I have 3 beautiful kids, and they're all in the university. They're good kids. So I can't not be without them.
She's been checking in with ICE as she waits for her case to make its way through the backlogged system. But on Friday, she got this in the mail, a 7-figure fine from ICE. The Department of Homeland Security last year changed its rules to make it easier to find people who are out of status and to increase the amount, up to nearly $1,000 for each day in the U.S. past a removal order.
I was asking myself why this is happening to me when you're trying to do the right thing.
She's not alone. A DHS spokesperson said from when President Trump took office through mid-March of this year, ICE has issued about 65,000 of these fines, totaling more than $36 billion. Our message is clear, the agency said in a statement. Illegal aliens in the country illegally should leave now or face consequences.
Absolutely. We know that these people can't pay close to $2 million in fines. It's not going to happen.
2 women who received similar fines filed a class action lawsuit last year, arguing it would drive them into ruinous debt. Menard's client cleans houses for a living.
Well, hold on.
Is there any way?
How ironic. It would drive you into debt. Erroneous debt. How freaking ironic. I wonder what it's doing to the country. I know that you illegal aliens can't read, but can you read the room? I can't pay that. It'll drive me into an erroneous debt. You drove this country into erroneous debt. What are you talking about? Now you're just going to get back a little bit of what we've went through. And they will get that money out of you one way or another. They'll take everything you have here before you go, and then they'll continue to fine you when you're gone. Trust me, they have ways. $36 billion? Well, that ought to cover some SNAP payments for a few months.
You could pay that?
No. No, not at all.
She says the U.S. is the only home she's ever known, but she thinks she understands why she got this notice.
I think just to scare people and to just
no shit, Sherlock.
Push them to deport themselves. They want us to leave.
Yes.
Menard says they do plan to appeal that fine as they wait for her paperwork to be processed. As for the class action lawsuit, there's a hearing scheduled in that case for May 13th. From downtown, Shelby Bremer, NBC7.
Yeah. You know, if this country is all I know, then why do you sound like that? Why do you talk like that if this country is all you've ever known? You know what I mean, Eli? If this country is all you've ever known, then you should sound like me. Or somewhat like me. You know what you should not sound like? You should not sound like this if this is the only country you know. I'm not buying it, sweetheart. It's like they just want us to leave. Yes, that's the point. It's like they're trying to drive us to leave. Yes, that's the point. Why else would we be doing it? What do you say, Eli?
I'll tell you what I say, Jeremy. I've said it before, and I'll say it again every single time. You can be proud of your heritage, proud of your language, proud of the country you come from, but when you come to America, it wouldn't hurt to try to sound like this every once in a while so we can understand what the hell you're saying.
Well, look, I don't expect somebody who comes to this country to lose their accent from wherever they're from, but if the country is all you've ever known, where'd you get the accent? Ah, por favor, this country is all I ever know. Where'd you get the accent then? How come you don't speak like an American? You know, there was an Asian girl at the gym yesterday, and I heard her speaking. She did not sound like this. She did not sound like this at all. She did not sound like this because she not like what I say. No, she sounded like a person from America because she was born in America, or at least lived here her entire life. If this country's all you ever known, then maybe you probably shouldn't sound like you're not from here, right? Like Ryan Matta going to South America, speaking to a Chinese person like he's in China. Oh, what are you doing here? Chinese lady's like, what are you talking about, dude? Oh, I'm sorry. Eli, that was the dumbest thing I ever saw in my life. I'm not going to lie.
So you are trying to tell me that the Chinese, they build a good, airport. Yeah, they're pretty good at what they do.
Yeah, they built this airport right here. Oh, thank you. He walks away like this, Eli.
Oh, I have dishonored you. Sorry.
I must drive this blade into my. I must drive this blade into my stomach. Oh, I dishonor you in your airport. What the fuck is happening?
Do you think I accidentally just mixed Chinese with Japanese? But so sorry about that.
You did.
Japan does.
You did, but hey, a good racist American will say they're all the same, right? Just like everybody says about white people. Y'all honkies. Man, I miss racist jokes, dude. I really do. I want them to come back. They're so funny on all sides, even at me.
They're starting to trickle back in. I think there's hope.
Melicat says, grasshopper. You, grasshopper. Hey, we're going to get into Spencer Pratt. Who wants to talk about Spencer Pratt? I want to talk about Spencer Pratt, but before we talk about Spencer Pratt, we have to talk about healthy aging for all. Boy, that's Fatty 15. This is the most popular one right here, they say. Let's see. Let's go shop now. What are we shopping for? Fatty 15. Now, there's the jar, your 30-day supply, but you can also get these packs. They're refillable pouches as well, okay? Now, when you go here, it says a 90-day starter kit, right? $149.95. However, with our discount LFA, you even get it cheaper than this right here. The only reason you get this cost is if you want both of these. If you just go get your 90-day supply kit of the jar, you're talking $101.96 for your 90-day supply. Now, it doesn't count for your taxes from your state, so whatever your taxes are on top of that. What are the cellular benefits of Fatty 15? 70% of customers report benefits within 16 weeks, including better sleep, healthy mood, improved energy, overall improved health. But the one thing that does happen that you don't know is that your cells are repairing and starting to age as if you're 20, 30 years younger again. The older you get, the more Fatty 15 works at a cellular level. Okay? Brain, metabolism, liver, red blood cells, and immunity. Fatty 15, unmatched quality by going to fatty15.com/LFA. That's fatty15.com/LFA. And when you check out, use that promo code LFA for Live from America. And you should be all set. fatty15.com/LFA. Big shout out to them for being a continued sponsor here and for you guys for continuing to buy from them. Also, Done with Debt. Every year about this time, you'll see Done with Debt come and sponsor LFA TV, and they probably sponsor other people too. And it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Everybody accrues debt that they don't want or wish they didn't have to do. So many people in this chat have credit card debt that they wish they were out of and they weren't paying minimum payments on every single month and just doing the rat race of paying your minimum payment and forever paying these people like it's Rent-A-Center, right? So If that sounds like some situation that you might be in, or if you've got unsecured personal loans or high interest school loans for the last 20 years and you want to get rid of them, Done with Debt will do that. Done with Debt will sit down with you. They'll work with you. They'll understand what in the heck is going on, and they will find out a way for you to get out of that debt without paying 100% of what you owe. It might be 50%. They might come up with a payment plan. They might figure something out, consolidate. I don't know. It's specialized and customized to you. So, donewithdebt.com or 888-322-1054. Speak to a trained debt professional today. Fill out that thing on the right-hand side there. They'll get back to you, and they'll get you on a pathway to being debt-free, and maybe you could take some vacations again, you know? Because those are important. All right. Spencer Pratt, ladies and gentlemen. We have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity here to take California and LA both and turn them red. And what Spencer Pratt did last night was phenomenal. He smoked them. He beat everybody on that stage handily. He's an insurgent Republican running for the mayor of LA against incumbent Democrat Karen Bass and Democrat socialist communist Nithya Raman, or Ramen Noodle, I like to call her. Pratt's campaign videos have been going viral for weeks as he has hit both of his opponents for creating the current conditions in the city. Notably, the crime, the homelessness, the general decay, the piss and the poop floating down the gutters of the streets. Pratt's home was burned down in the 2024 wildfire. So was his parents, I believe. And boy, did he hit them hard last night. We're going to go through some of the video footage of how hard he hit them, what he said, and we've got a lot of videos here to show you. So I might have some doubles here. So if we do, we'll just go to the next one. But here's the first one.
Well, the good news is when I enforce the law and clear the street of the drug addicts that have taken over 40 blocks of downtown LA, abandoned buildings that have drug addicts just lighting them on fire every other day, I will have potentially 20,000 units available to build. And thankfully, I spent a lot of time in a town that has a lot of builders, and I see all the new 3D printing and the potential of how fast we can do it. And with this ED1 that Mayor Bass was talking about, I met with the developer this week, Carlos, and he said, yes, she did an initiative where she fast-tracked it 6 months. It's been 2.5 years, and he hasn't been able to get his permits. The best part is some of these developers that are taking all of our tax money are charging $750 a square foot for stuff that should be costing $250. And Councilwoman Rahman, this plan that she's going to build all these units, guess what? She's going to sue all the people that actually rents to the tenants, and then they're not going to even want to rent to anybody because she wants people to squat in there for a year and not pay. So I don't know how her plan's going to work.
Councilmember Rahman, you have...
Councilmember Ramen Noodle, he nailed it. Somebody just said, Jeremy, your show from yesterday is on Spencer's Facebook page. My question is, did he post it or did somebody post it on his wall? Because people do that to my wall somehow as well. You showed the new video. Pratt just posted about it last night. Facts. Awesome. Awesome. Good. Good for him. Here's some more Spencer. I'm going to try to get him on.
Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First off, inside safe. I like to say inside safe makes all of us outside unsafe. The reality is no matter how many beds you give these people, they are on super meth. They are on fentanyl. The DEA statistic says 93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Nithya, Councilwoman Robin's plan for treatment first, I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth. These ideas cost us over $400 million to house for 70, what did you say? 3,000 people for $400 million? This is an absolute failure for both of them. They're a team.
So
I love it. He said, you want to go down there and do that? You know, the reality of that is you're going to get stabbed in the neck because they don't want to hear that crap. They're there, decaying, drug addicted. A lot of them don't want help. He's not wrong. He's not wrong when he says that. He says you get stabbed in the neck. Should non-citizens be voting? Should be an easy answer, right? If I ask you, should non-citizens be voting? What would you say? Quick answer. Infinite Faith says Tucker Carlson rules. Glad you're here. You can learn a little bit.
This is a yes or no question and answer. So there's an LA council member. He wants voters to decide. He is saying that non-citizens, should they be allowed to vote in local elections? Is this a yes or no, Mr. Pratt?
No.
Mayor Bass?
It depends. It's not a yes or no.
Depends on what?
Well, first of all, when you say non-citizens, it doesn't mean they're here illegal. It doesn't mean they're undocumented. They could have green cards. They could be here perfectly legal. And there's a lot of states and cities that do that on very, very local elections. We have to see what the councilman is proposing.
Councilmember Bremen.
Yeah, I would say, again, it does depend. In other places, school boards have non-citizens.
Yes or no?
Non-citizens who vote
Mr. Pratt, I have a question for
who are
you. You
residents who
told
vote for
NBC
these.
News.
Nobody can just say no? Nobody could just say no, non-citizens shouldn't be voting? Everybody comes up with some disgusting, stupid word salad and some excuses. Well, that depends. No, it's a quick no. It's pretty easy.
In many cases, what is your strategy for getting more people, recruiting more officers and paying for them?
You know, what's more expensive than hiring them is overtime, because that's what these salaries for the fire department that everyone's complaining about, everyone's understaffed. So first off, I'm going to bring hiring back to the LAPD. Right now, the LAPD is hired by the same people that hire sanitation, and we need to bring it back like it was 20 plus years ago so that police hire police, and we need a 10-year plan. It's going to take 10 years to get to the 12,500 officers that we need, and that needs to be a priority. Our sheriff's partner, they're the same size. They have $1 billion more budget for the same size. So this idea that Councilwoman Rahman keeps saying that the police department is overfunded, public safety should be our #1 priority. And we're gonna find all this money when we stop her useless open bed plans that actually doesn't put drug addicts in these housing that we're spending billions of dollars. And we're gonna actually start checking where this money is going. Not to mention, when you get rid of all the drug addicts off the street, the police won't be responding to the drug addicts all day long.
Thank you. Councilwoman, you can respond.
Love it. Love what this saying. Dane said, Jeremy called the number Suzanne supplied for MAGA ordered, and they gave me another number to call, 814-637-8044, and have your order number handy. So I'm going to take a picture of that as well. Thank you very much for the information. And thank you very much for helping the other LFA audience, family members. All right, here's some more from the debate last night.
Next question. Do you support the ordinance that restricts encampments in front of schools or daycare centers? Mayor Bass, I'm going to start with you. Yes or no? Ms. Rahman, yes or no?
I support keeping our streets safe. I did vote against the structure of this particular ordinance. And it is because, at its best,
it's a yes or no.
It does not, the way this ordinance was structured,
it does not
keep our children safe. It does not keep our children safe. No,
Mr. Pratt.
It doesn't keep our children safe enough.
It's a simple yes or no question, Mr. Pratt.
What I was saying is she's fighting because she doesn't think there's a difference between 1 foot or 500 feet for kids' safety with drug addicts with machetes in front of schools.
Yes or no?
Of course, we do not want encampments in front of schools, parks, daycare. I don't want vehicles.
Mayor, you talked about.
Pretty simple. Pretty simple. And he said no 3 times before they came to him. No, she means no. She should say no. It should be no. That's what he said when they initially asked him and she kept talking. So a lot of people said he didn't just answer no. Yes, he did 3 times actually. But Ramen Noodle kept talking.
How do we solve this? Are you want to bring workers back into the city full on? I mean, what's the solution for this problem? He mentioned a lot of problems. What's your plan?
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I was just talking to my friend Rachel, who works in downtown LA.
Hold on. Time out. Close your eyes. Doesn't he sound just like Ben Bergquam? I'm going to play this. Close your eyes and tell me he doesn't sound like Ben Bergquam.
Downtown is so unsafe now that they have to serve the food. All the employees have to eat inside. They can't risk going out. That's why all these beautiful restaurants are closing, because it's so unsafe. So before we require city workers to go back into any buildings, we need to enforce the laws on the street. Councilwoman Rahman is talking about safety, yet when animal rescue activist Rebecca Corey came in and said the dogs are being tortured and abused on the streets of downtown, she walked out of the hearing. She doesn't care about safety. She doesn't care about anything she's talking about. At least Mayor Bass pretends to care.
Yeah, I thought it was Ben Berkham when I first started hearing the audio. That's what I thought. Here's some more of him just crushing it. But before we go to that, look at, I love this video. He's got this video out of his little Airstream trailer that he travels around in. Look at this. He's got this Airstream trailer he travels around in. And Jason Scoop, the guy who does the Biden and Trump impersonations, he said, I donated to this man and I live in New York. Because you can do that.
Do you? Do you want the house tour? I could take it to.
He said, house tour thanks to Karen Bass. Why? Because he lives in it. Why? Because his freaking house burned down. Why? Because of Karen Bass. Because of Karen Bass. Let's go to some more clips here of Spencer Pratt. I want him to win so bad. I'd love to see LA and all of California turn red. And we've got the greatest chance in decades to do it. Greatest chance.
1,000 firefighters that were available, but there was no engines for them because of the $17 million that Chief Crowley had asked the mayor for 9 weeks before, and Mayor Karen Bass denied it. So they may have been available, but they didn't have the equipment they needed. Not to mention Janice Quinones, who Mayor Karen Bass put into her position of power at the LA DWP. She drained both of these reservoirs that these firefighters needed to put out these fires. A lot of people will talk about climate change and hurricane force winds. The winds in the Pacific Palisades never reached higher than 40 miles per hour. For those first 6 hours, they didn't go above 27 miles per hour. So without those two reservoirs filled with 117 million gallons and 5 million gallons, these firefighters had to fly all the way to Malibu and Encino to get water. So that, to me, is the most dangerous thing that the mayor put us up against.
Mr. Pratt, a follow-up here, though. What would you do moving forward that would make this better 2 years from now if we face the same situation?
Well, first off, as mayor, I will never drain the reservoirs that we need for wildfire protection. There's this conspiracy now that they're empty, that they were for drinking water. But if you research it, they were actually made for wildfire protection. As mayor, I'm going to add 20 dip sites all around the communities connecting to pools. So God forbid the water system goes down again. These dip sites that will be connected to individuals' pools will fill up for the helicopters to have water.
Mayor.
You know what I love? I'll go back to this in a minute, but you know what I love is that for so long, people in California have not had any hope. For so long, we on the outside of California have said, just let it go into the ocean, who cares? But it's like the 5th largest economy on planet Earth. The resources in California are abundant. The geography of California is beautiful. The topography is great. The oceanside, beautiful Pacific ocean all the way up and down the coast. It's a beautiful country, and it's nice. I mean countryside, not country. It's nice to see some positivity come out of there, like people that are actually fighting for it. And why do you think he's doing so well in the polls? Because regardless of what people say in public, behind closed doors, they want California back. Even Democrats don't like where California is right now. The only ones that do is illegals. That's why they brought so many of them in. And this guy is like giving hope to California again. Love it. And this guy stands up to them all. He doesn't care. I love him. He's great. More of him, please.
I'm not sure how to respond to that vision of Los Angeles. This is a MAGA Republicans' idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not.
You see what he did there?
This is really not.
I love that.
The city that I love so much. I don't.
Watch him. Watch what he does.
I'm not sure how to respond to that vision of Los Angeles. This is a MAGA Republicans' idea of what Los Angeles looks like. This is really not. This is really not.
Yeah, Eli, did you see him? Oh.
This is a mega Republican, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Calm down, ramen noodle. All right? Calm down over there. This is the mega Republican. It'd be funny if he said, all I heard was Durka, Durka, Durka. Anyway, next question. Look, this guy is really good. This guy's really good. Here's another one that I love too. And I hope he just keeps taking him to the woodshed. You know? Love this guy.
Definitely not working together. I blame this person for burning my house and my parents' house and my town and all my neighbors down.
Wow.
I am not working with Mayor Bass. Second up, if I wanted to run against anybody, it would be the council member who is terrible. Mayor Bass has at least been a mayor for almost 4 years and has, as she talked about earlier, all the unions endorse Mayor Bass. You think it's easier to run against the incumbent mayor with all the unions or a random city council member who's been a failure for 6 years? I would much rather run against Councilwoman Rahman. Thank you very much. First off, Mayor Bass and I are definitely not working together. I blame this person for burning my house and my parents' house and my town and all my neighbors down.
I blame this person for burning my house, my parents' house, my neighbors, and the town around me down. What a statement. Somebody asked, are you working with her to get rid of this other person in the race? He goes, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. What? I blame this person for burning down my freaking house. What a statement. But true. Not calculated, not strategic. Just sitting there saying what's real. Here's another AI made video that maybe Spencer will share tonight or tomorrow.
I live here, losers. I'm a socialist multimillionaire. Together we destroyed the city. While you work hard all day and pay the highest taxes. We go to fancy cocktail parties. We are both communists that let this city turn to shit. Vote for one of us and Los Angeles is fucked.
Hey, Eli, that's about as cut and dry as it gets.
Yeah, that's pretty bottom line. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of her before, but is that other woman's last name actually Ramen?
Yeah.
All right, just checking.
Yep. Bass fish and ramen noodle. Communists. At heart. You want to know some more good election news? How about the Supreme Court denies the civil rights group's motion to recall Louisiana's redistricting judgment? Remember when I said, Eli, yeah, we know the Supreme Court ruled it, but we're so stupid anyway, we're going to file a lawsuit against the Supreme Court to take the lawsuit back to the Supreme Court so they can overrule it because they were wrong to begin with, and we expect that to happen? Why do we have to do this? Why do we even have to report on stupid stuff like this? It didn't work! The Supreme Court didn't change their mind! They denied the civil rights motion!
And I'm not what I appear to be.
I never thought, Eli, that the Supreme Court would take it 2 days later, 5 days later, whatever, and go, you know what, we were wrong. We were so wrong in our ruling. We're going to side with the one that doesn't know what a woman is and the other fat, retarded one, and we're going to actually overrule it for you. Really? No. Idiot. Psych. Get out of here.
Wait a minute. Did we rule this? We did? Oh, that's horrible. It stands.
Yeah. Looks good. That tracks. You want to know another election victory? How about this one? Ready? Federal court denies Fulton County's attempt to claw back their seized election records. Oh! And another one. In a victory for election integrity and, Georgia, Georgia. U.S. District Judge J.P. Booley has denied Fulton County's motion to force the FBI to return the more than 600 boxes of records from the 2020 election that were seized last January. Lawsuit filed by Fulton County Attorney Norm Eisen and Abe Lowell on behalf of the Fulton County Board of County Commissioners Chairman Rob Pitts. The district court held that the county failed to meet the extremely high standard under federal rule of criminal procedure, which allows a court to exercise equitable jurisdiction with regard to an ongoing criminal investigation. The court finds that the petitioners have not shown the respondents' alleged interference with principles of state sovereignty demonstrates a callous disregard for their constitutional rights, Judge Booley wrote. Basically saying, you have no grounds here, you have no standing. Oh, how's it feel? How's it feel? How's it feel to lose every election attempt in court? Last night I was at a Republican grassroots event here in Iowa, and I let them know. I even let the guy know who's running for the seat right now that I will be running for in 2 years. That I'm on the scene. I've been here 2 years. I've been a taxpayer for 2 years in this state. I now feel I have the right to put my foot in the ring and say, it's our turn. That's why I went there last night. On top of the fact that I was invited, I was waiting for the right time. It felt like the right time last night. Now, a guy that I was there with, his name was Jay. He works with the Trump campaign nationwide. He was just with Vice President J.D. Vance the other day, showing me pictures that he could not show on my live stream, so I got to see them. You didn't. Sorry about that. He wouldn't let me put them on air. Some pretty cool pictures. But he also helped Vivek Ramaswamy win, ready for this, 100% of Ohio counties in the governor GOP primary. 100% of Ohio counties he won. Ladies and gentlemen.
Down from not just 7 brackets to 2, as the leadership has done, but down to 0 brackets because we're going to get rid of the income tax in the state. 0 income tax in the state of Ohio. It is your money, not the government's. You deserve to keep what you earn. We got to celebrate hard work and success. And if 8 other states have managed to do it, then so too will we here in Ohio. People ask me, how are you going to do it? Well, look, if we're the state that sent somebody to be the first man in the world to walk on the moon, this will not be the greatest challenge that Ohio has ever conceived. End the existent spending and overspending of waste, fraud, abuse in different parts of the state. Take a rational approach to get there. First, eliminating capital gains to allow for business formation. Articulate this to the rest of the country. Let the rest of the country know we're right here. A good governor who can market the state to the nation so people move back, so we have economic growth that allows us to go back to 0 tax. We're going to get there while also bringing down the property tax burden in this state, which has gotten way too high. It is unjustly high in the state of Ohio. There are Ohioans probably in this room and certainly not in this room as well. Even the protesters across the street suffer the same problem, paying as much in the interest payments and principal repayments on your mortgage as you are in your property tax.
Let me ask you Ohioans out there. Jeremy, if you're running for office, I'm sending you nonstop PDF of signs with meme slogans. All right, well, I will be running. I'm telling you that right now. That was my plan this whole time. And that's where God wants me to go. So it's going to be not this cycle, but the next cycle. So we'll see what happens. Let me ask you, who's better for your state? Somebody like Governor Mike DeWine or Vivek Ramaswamy? Or Vivek Ramaswamy or the Democrat that's going to be running against him in the general? Who's better for your state? If your answer is Vivek Ramaswamy, then I highly suggest you don't go around saying, well, I don't really like him, but I suggest getting behind him if you live in Ohio and getting him elected. Because the guy hasn't lied yet. The guy stayed true to President Trump, was loyal to President Trump, and helped him get elected. Until he does something really whoppingly wrong, then I would not suggest, if I lived in that state, saying those things. I would keep that to myself because perception is reality and you don't want people going, why? Well, why? Well, why don't you like him? Okay? That's just my advice. You can do whatever you want. You live in Ohio. I do not. So I don't have a say-so there. But I do have a lot of people that I know that live in Ohio, and I would like to see Vivek win that. Here's some more election news. Ready for this? New Jersey reported 6,630,364 registered voters in 2024. But New Jersey's citizens voting age population was 6,397,695. So that means that there were 230,000 more registered voters than there were people of voting age population in the state. 230,000 votes can swing an election. And of course, cross-eyed Cory Booker here opposes the Save America Act. Wonder why? Don't you think you'd want it to be honest, fair? Moving from New Jersey, and by the way, we talked about that last night, about the 2020 election at that Republican event, and we all believe that 2020 election is coming full circle. Just so you know. By the way, Thomas Massey's crying on Tucker Carlson. If you guys vote me out in that state, in the state of Kentucky, then nobody's going to be fighting for you in Washington. I'm the last of the Mohicans.
Why would they care what happens in a Republican primary in Kentucky, of all places?
It's to silence me. It's so that I shut up. Look, if I lose on May 19th, I'll be out of Congress on January 3rd of next year.
Yep.
And nobody's going to follow my Twitter. Nobody's going to go to my Facebook page to see what's going on. I won't be invited down into the secret skiffs to read the secret interpretations of the laws that the executive branch is using to spy on you. I'll be gone. The one whistleblower, if you will, in Congress will be gone. And let me tell you who's on the other side of this, who's funding me. I've got, and this is miraculous. I think, you called it a referendum. I think it may be a movement within the MAGA movement is what we're seeing, because I've got over 33,000 donors.
He's talking black-pilled retards.
The average donation is less than $94. These people, they don't have a lot of money to give, but they can't be intimidated, right, by the White House. They can't have their environmental permits pulled on a big data center. The government of Washington, D.C. doesn't have that kind of leverage on individual normal people. So those are the people who are funding me.
If you guys vote me out on May 19th, then I'm not going to be able to be around to be your guy anymore. I'm not going to be able to fight for you anymore. You should have thought about that before you started becoming a black-pilled retard and started going the way of Alex Jones and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Because if they have anything to say about it in the great state of Kentucky, your ass is grass, and I will gladly see you ride off into the sunset with a smile on my face, you low IQ scumbag. Now, let's go play some of my event. Unexpected error there. Pull that back up here for you. Sorry about that. That's what happens when you deal with technology, folks. Some unexpected errors here and there. But I want to go forward to when I'm talking to some of these politicians, like this guy running for Marionette Miller Meek's seat. And the seat that I would be running for if I did U.S. Congress. Let's go to that moment.
Running against. Yes, right. Hi, this is David Pouch. I'm the 1st District Congressional candidate running against Miller Meeks. And we're going to make certain that she goes back and retires and we're going to make sure that your money goes someplace and is safe, and that your health is in good hands, and your kids and grandchildren are safe.
That's right. And Marinette Miller Meeks, as good as she's voted on something, she just voted with that whole, your car shut-off switch, all that stuff. Not good. Violation of your Fourth Amendment right for sure. So, and you're running here in District 1, right?
District 1, Southeast Iowa.
Southeast Iowa, where I live now. So, yeah, and we're here at this Republican event here before the primaries here in Bettendorf, Iowa. That guy's taller than Trump almost there. Look at that. Not too many people can say that. But yeah, there we are right up there.
Super.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you want, I'll put my... more bread, steak. All right, I'll do it. So that was me talking with the guy who's running for Marinette Miller Meeks' seat, which is funny because if he wins, I'll be going up against him in 2 years. This is me talking to another candidate here. Let's see. Hold on 1 second. Add email. This is the lady who invited me here, by the way. That's what Trump did. That's who we need to elect. Is those kind of people.
Amen.
Right?
Amen.
So
well, we really enjoy you coming out to the treehouse.
Oh man, it's awesome.
To support President Trump and support the Constitution. So we're glad that you're here in the Quad Cities and come out to our event. And you're welcome anytime. This is a great place to hang out. It's with conservatives who feel safe wearing their hat.
Yeah.
So you can be proud wearing your hat. What was that?
Tell me you're one of Trump's sons.
Yeah, we have tons of Trump signs. I have swag we were giving away earlier today, too. So next time, look us up, and you are all invited.
Yeah.
You're all invited.
And if you live in crappy Illinois and you want to get away and come to Iowa and vote red, but vote Trump, then come on over and get away from Illinois. Sir, what's... All right, and then I want to kind of fast forward here. Here was another gentleman who was running. He's running against a Democrat who ran unopposed the last 2 times and just walked in with nobody to fight. And he went up against this incumbent last time and only lost by 44 votes. And he's running again.
Nate Ramker running for District 98, the southwest corner of Scott County.
Awesome.
Yep.
And you're running for a state position? Or
Yep, State House.
Congressional State House?
Yep.
Is this your first time?
No, I ran in 24. I ran against the Democrat. She ran 2 or 3 times before that unopposed. Nobody stepped up to run against her.
So she just took the seat?
Yeah. And so anyways, we didn't get started till mid-July. We didn't get on the ballot right away. They had to have a special election end of June. We were officially on the ballot. End of July got going, and we ended up coming 42 votes short of winning. Some of the other races were 2,500.
Did you get a recount on something that close? And it still came up short?
Well, yeah, it was 47 votes, and then by the time it was all said and done after recounts, we got to 42 votes.
You know, one thing that we always ask people. So I have we're a top 10 channel on Rumble.
Okay.
So we have millions and millions of views a month. And one thing I always ask everybody when I vet them nationally for elections, I say, do you believe the 2020 election was stolen?
Oh, hell yeah.
What did you say?
Oh, I said, oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, so you see that? We got some good people here. If they go, I go, okay, interview over.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's no talking to people like that, right?
Yeah. More votes in Pennsylvania than they had.
People voting.
Yeah.
Exactly. And let me just bring you to this moment. This is a guy that works with the Trump campaign nationally. And he was showing me pictures and stuff on his phone he worked security with President Trump many, many times. And this was his name is Jay, good guy.
Yeah.
And what'd you say? You've been to like 1,000
No, I've done
events?
I've done 102 rallies outside, worked my way up so I could run the deck. I was trusted. I've done 250 pop-ups all by myself. I have a wrapped truck and trailer.
It's funny. I got a wrapped truck and trailer too, right outside.
And
do you see that Trump truck out there?
No.
I'll show you my truck if you show me yours.
Well,
His truck was actually awesome. Get you on Facebook too.
that's my truck and trailer.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love the trailer.
Here it's on my card.
Oh yeah, I'll have to have one of those too.
So there's the back door. So I got yelled at for that when I was 10 feet away from. I jumped out of my Sprinter van all those years ago, and I said, "President," and he goes like this, and I take a picture, and they're like, "Get your."
Come here. I want to show you something real quick. Here's mine.
Oh, nice.
And on the back of the trailer on mine where your picture was, it's that picture of him too.
Oh, that's
so when I
cool.
drive the truck and trailer around, people are like, they're either like this or they're like this. One of the two, right? And LFA TV, that's our network that 24/7 trying to, like you said, get rhinos out, get right people in. That is my truck, yeah. Okay. Yep.
Good job.
Oh, thank you.
See, that's what we got to do.
Look at that hat right there, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that right there. Ultra MAGA. Love it. Love it. So,
Guy's
anyway,
name was
I just
Chuck.
wanted to meet you.
Yeah.
And let you know that
Very good. Thank
I'll
you.
be
We'll
helping
stay
out
in
here in
touch.
Iowa as well. So, and
All
I got
right.
your card. I'll reach out to you again, Jeremy.
Dewey.
All it says the Trump truck guy. You'll
That
know
is
exactly
so
who I am.
We worked for him in Des Moines when Trump came.
Yep.
And we had volunteer tags. Well, we sat in the limited place.
Yep.
He told us to sit there. Secret Service came and told me, he said, you got to get out of here. I said, fuck you. I said, this is where I was told to sit.
By that guy.
And this is where I'm going to sit.
Yep.
Well, wasn't long, and he came back and he said, I apologize. I talked to,
He knew better.
I talked to people, and he said, you are supposed to sit here. I said, thank you very much.
Jeremy, by the way.
Yeah, Chuck.
Chuck. Nice to meet you, Chuck.
I'm chairman of the Scott County Republican.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I moved here 2 years ago from
yeah?
New Hampshire.
Okay.
And I've been here 2 years, and in 2 years I plan on getting involved here.
Okay.
I ran for two seats up in New Hampshire when I was up there, and now I'm here in Iowa, and I'm ready to run here. So,
Okay.
do you have a card or anything on you?
Yes, I do.
I'd love to get it from you since you're the chairman here in Scott County. So he's the chairman of our county. I'm just trying to tell people here in Iowa, and we're in Scott County. And I got to tell you, man, what a blessing it was to meet those guys. All of them, guys, girls, all of them alike. And funny thing about it is the guy that owns that restaurant, the Treehouse, President Trump came there during the election of 2024. Place was packed. He showed me videos of it and everything. So President Trump knows that place. Will most likely come back there again. And he hired my daughter, Olivia. Now, my daughter, Olivia, works at another place. But he said, man, we'd love to have you work here. We're hiring. And she filled out an application. And just because we are who we are, he says she's going to the military and she's from a Trump family. Yeah, we'd love to hire her. We'd love to hire her. XX Machine said, Jeremy, I didn't know you ran for office, county commissioner and state rep. Both, 2 different times in New Hampshire. But I was doing this, and this was a lot more busy then. We had like 5,000, 6,000 live viewers. We had so much more going on. I was out on the road all the time. I just didn't have time to actually run and put the time I needed towards it, or else I would have won. But it didn't work out that way. So, everybody learns and grows, and that's where we are right now. All right, real quick here. Gas prices are going to come tumbling down. Oil prices are plummeted, which is beautiful and great. And we're probably going to see more of that as we get close. I wanted to end this with 2 things today. Number one, I wanted to show you this because I just thought this was great. I told you it was a trend and they were going to start dying out sooner or later. And I always say that a liberal ends up exposing themselves and hanging themselves. James Dunn said this. I got called every name in the book last week from saying Candace and Nick Fuentes fled the country after the SPLC scandal. In the last 24 hours, Nick Fuentes comes out as a moderate Democrat and Candace wants to unite with the left. Seems like they're the ones getting paid. I don't want to hear another $7,000 post. Jeremy, are you leaving LFA when you run and win? No. No. I'm just older, wiser, and smarter now, and I know how to balance the two. So no. I don't plan on that. But of course, I can only make plans and God directs my steps. So, we'll see what happens. Thanks for your running. Speaks volumes of your dedication when someone runs for office. They're sacrificing their daily normal lives. We all know how ugly politics are. Well, I signed my name on that dotted line for the military, and this will be the 3rd time here in a couple of years that I run. So my life is that. I don't have much. Outside of being a father and a husband, I don't have much use to anybody outside of those things. So that's what I'm going to do. And I guess I announced it here. I actually announced it last night in Iowa where it should be announced. But I'm telling you guys today, that is my plan for 2 years from now. Now, you want to see a real president? You want to see what a real president does? Did you guys see President Trump teaching those golf kids how to putt? Check this out. Love President Trump. Love him with the kids, too. You notice that all the kids flock to the guy? There's no better judge of character than innocent children. You know what I mean? Like, they get it. They get it. They understand who's, you know, or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that's why we got to keep teaching about stranger danger. But it always seems, you know, Ben Bergquam should run too. I think Ben Bergquam would make an excellent whatever he ran for. You know what I mean? All right, man. Hey, the show is already over. The Thursday show, Eli, is already over. And we've come to the end of our show. So, as always, for me, and that esteemed gentleman right over there.
You know what? You know it.
Diane said fastest 3 hours. Eli, that was hardly a goodbye. You know it. You know it. Mentally retarded.
I'm sorry. Give all the other shows a like, a share, give them a view. You know, we need to get these numbers back up. So tell your friends, tell family members, share all over the place, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Now that was a goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, there are right ways and wrong ways. But there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep that head up high, because you are a child of God. No weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Get involved in your communities. Run for office if you can. Campaign with people if you can't. Get people elected. Get rhinos out. Save your country. Save the world. And stay tuned for Will Johnson, who comes up next. So keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face, whatever you do. Never stop spreading that gospel. Love you guys. God bless and peace.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go. What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. I don't have a video for you coming right off the box here, but I do want to talk about a video and a couple other videos that's, you know, stuff that's happening in our world today. And the one I want to focus on here is Obama. Obama, he wants to stay relevant so bad. Now, I remember when Bill Clinton left the office, every now and then you would see Bill Clinton, and he would say something here, say something there. But for the most part, Bill Clinton would just leave and go do his own thing. You wouldn't hear anything from Bill Clinton for the most part. Same thing with Bush. I remember I was watching this movie, and I can't remember Harold and Kamal or something like that. It was a comedy movie, and I remember George W. Bush had a spot in that movie, and these two guys showed up at George W. Bush's home, and they were smoking weed with Bush in this movie. So, and then you have Obama. But Obama doesn't want to go away. Obama is so terrified of his legacy getting exposed for what it truly is. Obama is out there fighting every day for Democrats, for other Democrats, fighting for himself to try to keep his legacy intact. Obama knew what he was doing when he was in office, when he was trying to tear down the country. Obama needs to go down as one of the most divisive presidents in American history. See, when we, the people, vote in a president, that president is supposed to be a unifier. He's supposed to bring the country together and say that we're all Americans. But Obama and Michael Obama did just the opposite. Remember, Michael Obama said that she hated America. She hated being in the White House. She said the White House was built by slave hands, but she didn't have a problem living in there. She didn't have a problem, you know, absorbing all of the recognition and the power and authority that came along with it. She didn't have any issues with it. Fast forward to today. Michelle Obama has her own little podcast that she's doing out there being hateful towards Americans, racist towards white people. still pushing transgenderism, still trying to play the victim card so everyone can think that, oh my goodness, she left the White House broke. They don't have any money. They're just like everybody else. And Obama hitting the campaign trail for multiple Democrats across the country, trying to have people believe that you got to get out and still vote Democrat. This is the same Obama that was trying to convince the American people that, specifically black males, that if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, then you are disregarding your color. When Kamala Harris is not even a black woman, she's from India. Her heritage is from India. Her daddy, which is darker than she is not even considered black. But nonetheless, Obama, he's still trying to hit the campaign trail. He's still trying to fight to keep his legacy alive. That's all that they care about. They know what President Trump is doing, undermining, basically, everything that they've done. All of this stuff that they tried to do to take the United States of America down and keep it as a broken nation. President Trump is disrupting all of that. President Trump is doing what they don't want. Remember, Obama went around the world apologizing for what America has done. For America being the number one on top in the world, Obama got on his knees begging, don't hate us anymore. We're so sorry. And then we finally get an alpha male to come back into the office, and President Trump goes around the world, and he doesn't have to get on his knees. President Trump walks onto other nations with his head up and his chest out, and they give parades for the President Trump showing up. Obama did just the opposite. So now Obama, he's missing what the Republican Party used to be. Remember when he was running against Mitt Romney and even John McCain? And at the time, I didn't understand it. See, at the time when Obama was running against John McCain, I was for Obama. Oh my goodness, did I make a bad mistake? Not that John McCain was any better. See, John McCain, and along with Mitt Romney, the second person that Obama ran against, that was from the Republican ticket, both of them are establishment Republicans. Both of them are actually against President Trump. John McCain, he was against President Trump in the first term. That's the reason why President Trump didn't have anything nice to say about John McCain, because John McCain put himself out there and started talking bad about President Trump. President Trump doesn't talk bad about anybody unless they themselves start doing it, aka the Pope. Same thing with Mitt Romney. Both of them were rhinos. All of these were Republicans that Obama just happened to love now. All of them are rhinos, 100% rhinos. So Obama wants that type of Republican to return. He's having a hard time saying that. I want a Republican Party that believes in, the rule of law. Really? If we didn't have the Republican Party, this would be a lawless nation. Just think about it. The Democrats are letting criminals out into the streets of America, and this idiot that he's sitting with won't even tell them. Say, well, the Democrats, they believe in cashless bails for people who committed horrendous crimes. Just let them back out into the streets. He doesn't even bring that up.
Judicial independence and empirical evidence.
And I saw this clip, and I'm sitting there looking at this clip, and y'all hear the clapping, right? Where's the audience at? Now, at first, when I heard this, I was thinking that the applause that they put in here was, someone else uploading the video trying to make comical, making it sound this is all funny. But no, to my understanding, unless I'm picking it up wrong, to my understanding, they actually put that applause in there. Like, oh, that's so great, because they wouldn't get it otherwise. So he's talking about Mitt Romney. He's talking about John McCain. He's talking about all of these other rhino demon rats. See, I call them demon rats because it's RATS, Republicans Against Truth, or in this case, Republicans Against Trump. Right? Demon rats. That's what he wants. And that's when during that time, I could not stand the Republicans. And I moved to California when Obama was president. And during that time, I became who I am today, an extreme MAGA Republican. And I like being an extreme MAGA Republican because the truth is absolute. That's it. There's nothing else. The truth is the truth. And I couldn't stand the Republicans because I noticed what the Republicans were not doing. They were allowing the Democrats to get away with whatever they want. I used to make this expression, and, you know, it's not really a pleasant one. I used to say how the Republicans would bend over and then they would look back at the Democrats and say, how long do I need to be down here? Pretty graphic, isn't it? Even just saying it that way. But that's what was happening. The Republicans were just taking it from the Democrats, and the Democrats were happy to serve them whatever it is that they want to give them. Whatever STD came with it, they didn't care. Just let me be here. Let me sit here with you. But then we have President Trump come along, and President Trump decided to do something different. And then, of course, these rhino Republicans, and then you know what? They're getting their butts handed to them. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. I have another one I want to share with you. I don't have too many of this dude, okay? Because I know I can't stand him just like you. But listen, where's the studio audience at? Woo! There's another one. They're putting it in there. What in the world? Woo! Are you kidding me? Watch. And he's saying that the presidency should not go after their political opponents, their political enemies. This is what Obama's saying. We can't overcome that. So let me remind you, if I can, what happened the past 4 years President Trump was not in the White House. I'm going to go through it really quick, okay? They raided President Trump's home not once, but twice. 4 indictments. Actually, there's been reports of 5 indictments against President Trump. 34 fraudulent counts in New York City to try to stop Trump. The mugshot in Georgia trying to stop Trump. 90 plus charges against President Trump. Also, the beautiful mugshot. Did I already say the beautiful mugshot? Then they also tried to remove President Trump from the ballot. On top of all of that, they tried to assassinate President Trump multiple times. And this was driven by the Democrats. And it doesn't matter. And we don't have to say it was Joe Biden's administration. He's included. All of them are included. They were all behind it. They all wanted to eliminate President Trump as much as possible. And the elimination of President Trump just didn't start the past 4 years. They wanted to eliminate President Trump in his first term, actually before he came into office. They were building up a case against President Trump in his first term before he even was sworn in January 20th of 2017. They were already building a case against President Trump. And that case was the whole Russia collusion delusion hoax. They were building a case. They took fraudulent information and went to the FISA court, and the judge in the FISA court approved it without any tangible evidence, simply because whoever that judge was, approved it, because that judge apparently hated President Trump as much because they had to do something to try to eliminate, to stop Trump. They were terrified of President Trump before he did his first executive order. They were terrified of him because he was saying what we were all feeling. He was saying what we were all going through. President Trump, being a billionaire himself, was experiencing the same thing those of us that are without. And President Trump's goal is to fight for the American people. And their goal was to stop Trump. Like this, for example. I want y'all to listen to this report that Jesse Waters did about Obama after the information came out about the Russia hoax. Obama just did an interview explaining that he wishes that the presidency no longer did exactly what he did against President Trump. It was okay for them to do it then because they had to stop Trump. But in order for them to do it today, no. We don't actually want President Trump's administration. We don't want the DOJ to actually go after the criminals, them being the criminals, the Democrats, because that's their department. They only get to go after people, aka President Trump, where they've labeled as a criminal without a crime even taking place. But in this case, the Democrats actually committed the crime, and President Trump, it's a big no-no if he goes after him. Listen.
It turns out Barack knew the Russia hoax was a hoax all along, but pushed it anyway to sabotage the Trump presidency. DNI Tulsi Gabbard declassifying pages and pages of documents, showing Obama's intel guys briefed him just weeks after the 2016 election that the Russians didn't actually sway the election. Quote, we assessed that Russian and criminal actors did not impact the recent U.S. election results. Criminal activity also failed to reach the scale and sophistication necessary to change election outcomes. But Obama just couldn't accept that. So he and his staff instructed intel agencies to cook up new reports to support Russia collusion. Quote, after the meetings, Clapper's executive assistant emailed intelligence community leaders, tasking them to create a new intelligence community assessment per the president's request that detailed the tools Moscow used and actions it took to influence the 2016 election. Tulsi Gabbard described what she found as a conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people. And she says the people involved should be prosecuted and has made a criminal referral to the Department of Justice. We knew Hillary created the dossier, and now we have proof that Barack was calling the shots.
Proof that Barack Hussein Obama was calling the shots. Proof that they were doing it. Proof that it was happening. Every last one of them should go to prison for what they've done, not just to President Trump, but what they've done to this country, what they've done to this nation. I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of them getting away with it. We all know the criminal activity that they've done. We know that the crime that they've committed, and they get away with it. They just walk free. And you know why? Partially the reason why I believe they walk free, scot-free, like the worst case scenario, we'll just step down. Like Eric Swalwell assaulting these women. Okay, I'll just step down. I'll be quiet. I'll go away. Make all this go away. Is because this is an evil, wicked world. The evil one has been given dominion over this world. So when you get caught doing evil, wicked things in this world, we'll just set you to the side until we can bring you out later to do more evil, wicked things, because ultimately you kind of get a pass for doing it anyways. Same thing with Obama. As I mentioned earlier, Obama divided this country. I never in a million years thought I would hear the sitting president come out and make statements that would actually divide the country. President Trump has never done that. President Trump has never lifted white people. He's never done that. President Trump has come out and lifted Americans. Now, President Trump has talked to black people during Black History Month, which personally I think should go away. I think we should just have Black history included with American history and just make it American history. And it just happened to be black people that's part of that particular history. That should happen as well. The Supreme Court just ruled that my vote, being a black man in this country, is just the same as a white person's vote. And that's the way it should be. My goodness, it's the year 2026. And the stuff that we are having conversation about is asinine. You've got to be kidding me. I remember doing Kamala Harris's campaign. They kept saying, we're not going back. We're not going back. And that's all they wanted to do was go back. Talking about the Supreme Court really quick. Supreme Court, what they did, they got rid of discriminating against white people and making segregation in different states with the redistricting that they've been doing. You know what it is ultimately for these black people that's crying and kicking and screaming, saying that, oh my goodness, the Supreme Court just took away our rights. When what rights have you lost? You remember when they were saying this about women? You remember when they were constantly saying that President Trump is going to take away women's rights? Can I get a show of hands? Can I get a show of hands of all the women that's watching right now? Do y'all remember that? And I would constantly ask the question, can you please tell me what rights as a woman in the United States of America that you are no longer going to have? Because we kept talking about it. So now I'm asking the question as a black person in America, tell me what rights are you no longer going to have? Please let me know, enlighten me. But what I've noticed, black people that are crying about this, they're living in the past and they're rejecting the future. They want to live in the past as victims. They want to live in the past like, oh my goodness, I remember water fountains. I remember there was black water fountains and white water fountains, and the black water fountains always had dirt in it. I remember that because you're living in the past. Tell me one water fountain today. And I am going to create that Blue Sky account. There might be some trolls on here right now that have Blue Sky account themselves and say, oh, we're waiting on you, Will Johnson. I'm going to create that Blue Sky account, and I'm going to create my picture with water fountains, and I'm going to have my main picture on Blue Sky is going to be a water fountain, and it's going to have X on it, and then the other water fountain is going to have Blue Sky on it. And then we're going to see which one I get banned from first. And I'm guarantee if I'm the same Will Johnson as I am right here on Blue Sky, you can guarantee that this black person will no longer be able to drink from the water fountain of Blue Sky social media app because they are still the same Democrat Party. None of that's changed. Obama pushed racism in this country when racism was on its last breath, and he resurrected it to keep it alive. And he wasn't alone in it. It was him and along with the other Democrats. And ever since Obama, the Democrats have come out leaning more and more towards socialism. More and more towards socialism. Like socialism is now all of a sudden a good thing. Socialism is now a positive thing. Obama is talking positive about Mondami because this is what they wanted. They've been wanting this to start happening for so long, but they couldn't just come right out and tell people, yes, embrace socialism, because people still remembered the history. Now that they've indoctrinated a lot of these students, a lot of these young adults into believing that socialism is good, you have people like AOC and the rest of them pushing this crap. Mondami in New York. How many of you live in New York right now? Have you ever seen the movie Escape from New York? Obama is talking highly of Mondami because of the socialism. Liberals in New York want the same thing. Liberals don't want that. Liberals want a liberal utopia, and he knows better. He was only saying that because, this is Mondami. Mondami. He's bringing in the socialism that we want. Mondami is kicking out all of the people that have created jobs in New York. It's the most bizarre thing ever. It's almost like we're watching a comedian act. Not only is Mondami talking about taxing the rich, but he's also talking about taxing white people, as if black people are not capable. And I don't know why, if you're black in New York, why that is not insulting to you in the first place. Because according to Mondami, if you're black, you're not capable of making money unless the government, unless a radical leftist lunatic liberal is giving you a handout. You're not capable. And that's exactly what they're saying. Exactly what they're saying. I want to show you something from a despicable person when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
I just have a lot to say. So I'm trying to get the show down to 2 hours, and my agents want me to get the show down to an hour, but there's always new things happening. I mean, who knows how many assassination attempts there could be just in the next day, or how many times Erica Kirk is going to switch from her sparkle pants to that weird video that she made. It's just bizarre. It's kind of a close-up, like a zoom-in shot of her face.
Nothing will ever be enough for the evil in this world. Our country has become unrecognizable.
Wasn't that Erica Kirk video weird? Her being not girly and looking like, I don't even know what, like a sniper. She looks like she's going to an anti-ICE protest, which is something she would not do. Look, I'm done giving her a pass, all right? I knew Charlie Kirk. I did a panel with him one time, and his squished in face, and yeah, I said that because that dude was a straight up Nazi. And that is my opinion.
I mean, really, this is the same evil person that was holding a severed head of President Trump and was trying to call it art. She was actually trying to call it art. How was that even art? And now here she is talking about Charlie Kirk's wife, which is a widow. Is Kathy Griffin even married? Is she even married? Did anybody ever marry her? Maybe she doesn't like men. I don't know. But why be so nasty? Why be so despicable? What is the point in that? What do you get out of that? As much as I dislike Obama, I don't come on here and I say that, maybe Michael Obama, but that's the extent of it. But I don't say anything that would cause someone to say, yep, you should take them out, bring physical harm to them. What she's suggesting is that Charlie Kirk got what he deserved because she's saying that, yeah, he was a Nazi. How are you a Nazi when you were speaking and talking about Christ? This is what they were saying constantly. Listen to this one. Here's another one. Raving lunatic. And she's one of the main ones that's with Joe Biden. Every single day she get behind the podium and straight up lie.
But what is exciting about it is that you, the people out there, get to choose
There is no, thank God, dark room in Washington where people sit around, they decide here's who the nominee is going to be. Typically, that's not how it happens. It's not how democracy works. There's going to be a whole process, and maybe 30 people run for president. And the thing with Barack Obama is he wants to leave space for that.
Back to Barack Obama. So they have a dark room where they're going back there conspiring. That's what they did with the whole Russia hoax. And that's what they did, trying to get everybody to believe that President Trump was working with Russia. A lot of people have been sending me messages throughout comments on social media everywhere, asking me, Will, you should run for political office. I saw people were saying that about Jeremy, saying about my buddy Ben Bergquam. You should run for office, run for political office. And I was thinking, because you have to think about these one-liners and different things that you would say to people if you're on a panel. And I'm sitting there looking at this panel of these idiots that are on the governor's race, except for two of them. The rest of them are nothing but idiots. And even in the mayor's race in California. And I just so wish they would say this. And I'm talking about the Republicans running against these Democrats. This is one thing, and I hope maybe one of them are watching. This is what I want them to say. This is what I would say. I promise you that I won't come on here and constantly tell you how I'm going to stop Trump. I promise you that I won't come on here and complain all day long about Trump. What I will do is I will make sure that I'm going to work for our constituents. I'm going to see what our constituents need. What are the needs of the people that will be in my state if I'm running for governor or if I'm running for Senate? I promise you that I will not come on here and think about every waking moment on how to stop Trump. Why don't they say that? Because if you go and look at all of them, their whole goal is how to stop Trump. They're running their campaign on that. They've created campaign videos where they're actually saying F Trump. They're actually saying this. Nothing else matters to them. Stopping Trump, stopping ICE, that's the only thing that matters to them. Nothing else is important. The people suffering, not important. They actually want people in the United States of America to hurt. When President Trump is doing something positive, they run to the federal courts to try to stop Trump. Because if Trump does anything successful, that's going to get people to thinking, oh my goodness, well, President Trump is doing this. Look what he did for me. And part of the reason, let me give you an example of it. Part of the reason why I voted for Bush, because I didn't vote for Bush the first time when he's running against John Kerry. You remember the hanging Chad? I fell for the okie doke in Florida, the hanging Chad. Oh, my goodness. And then I can't remember the lady's name. She was the governor of Florida at the time. And I thought it was just all a setup because I got the setup. I was duped into believing that George W. Bush, not to say that he didn't, but I was thinking that the governor in Florida at the time was working with the Republicans because she was a Republican and with the hanging Chad. And then they gave the election to Bush at the time. You remember that? That's what I was thinking. I was a Democrat at the time. Please don't hate me. The Lord has healed my mind. But I don't know about running in this environment. I really don't. Because the level of hate that you receive, not that I can't handle it. I most definitely can handle it. It's not an issue. Not an issue at all. If I can change it up here, the gas prices. I heard Jeremy mention that just briefly right before he left. The gas prices they're actually coming down. And I want to remind y'all of something. This is something that took place when Joe Biden was in office. Here's this lady here. Here's this lady here. And I can't remember her name, so please forgive me. I'm just glad she's no longer in the White House administration. Okay. But listen to what she says here, because it's key detail. Because the gas prices under Joe Biden were ridiculous. And do you recall the reason for the gas prices to go through the roof when Joe Biden was in office? Do you recall? Anybody? Remember, he shut down the XL pipeline. They were doing this, trying to force everyone into an EV. But listen to what she says.
Obviously. So, to be really clear, obviously, the president does not control the price of gasoline. No president does.
Oh, really? No president controls the price of the gasoline. This is what they were saying when Joe Biden was in office. But today, President Trump controls it, according to the left.
But what we're seeing right now is this global mismatch between supply and demand. Oil production is lagging behind as the rest of the economy roars back to life after the shutdown.
Oh, so after the shutdown, everything is rolling back to life. They made sure that people could not afford it. They needed people to hurt, make people hurt here to force them to do this over there, trying to get them to purchase an electric vehicle. And remember during that time, just to confirm what I was saying, they were saying that they were giving people $7,500 government vouchers, if that's what it was called. I can't remember exactly. Don't hold me to it. $7,500 in order to purchase an electric vehicle. Well, the problem was if that electric vehicle was $10,000, all of a sudden that electric vehicle became $17,000 because it just increased another $7,000. So not only that, it was complete bonus for all of these EV car dealerships. Complete bonus. Government just gave them money, $7,500. And then the people that were still purchasing the vehicle, they still had to put down payment. So it was just extra bonus on top of bonus. And what did it help? It hurt the country even more. It hurt the country even more. It kept people from even getting into vehicles. It hurt them so much more. Well, fast forward to today. Now, I just played you the clip where she was saying that President, at the time, Joe Biden, could not control the price of gas. Of course, MSDNC, they run down to Florida. Of course, because of Ron DeSantis and the Republicans, runs down to Florida just to say President Trump is the reason why the gas prices are high. You can't make it up. Listen to this.
He shouldn't be doing that. He should be focusing on lowering these prices that he jacked up, because it wasn't this high before he became president. Man, gas was $3-something, barely $3. Now it's $4. You know, it's. He don't need to be talking about ballrooms, man. You need to be trying to fix the economy.
You see that? So in this case, they'll blame President Trump for the gas prices, but they didn't want to blame Joe Biden when Joe Biden's administration deliberately shut down the XL pipeline, deliberately caused the fuel shortage in the United States of America. And then after he caused the fuel shortage in America, guess what happened? They ran and said, oh, it was Putin. Putin is the reason, because Putin invaded Ukraine. So the gas prices are high because of Putin, not because of us. Not because of us. We wouldn't do such a thing. It was Putin. Russia. It's always Russia. Always Russia. Well, listen to this beautiful report here, talking about the gas prices and the reason why the gas prices went up.
So you have states like New York where the gas prices are really high. When Biden was in, they restricted domestic energy exploration, pipelines, They restricted the use of fossil fuels, and we got really high prices, over $6 a gallon and over $5. And I went through and looked through all my logs because I drive thousands and thousands of miles in my gigantic district in upstate New York. And actually, the prices were really high under Biden. But you know what their solution was? They unloaded and released oil out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 180 million gallons. And then they continued to do that over and over. And then that actually was an artificial way of bringing the prices down. It wasn't the important work that we're doing in Iran to make sure we eradicate this regime. We can stabilize the prices in the future. And you have New York State, which has got among the highest kilowatt hour costs for energy because of their Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. They're basically the Green New Deal of New York.
Basically the Green New Deal in New York. Basically the Green New Deal. So remember, they all complained about it. They all complained. And you know what? They still want to get us off of fossil fuels. That's still their ultimate goal here. Remove the fossil fuels. Take it away from everybody. Because no one should have rights to a vehicle of their choice. No one should have rights to a vehicle of their choice. We'll be right back.
Finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To me, a pride flag is way more relatable than an American flag. I would not raise an American flag at my house because I wouldn't. I wasn't even born here. But I would raise a pride flag. And as the most diverse city in all of Snohomish County, I don't think that I'm the only one who would maybe choose to have 27 other flags in Flag Park. Does this park represent the values that were here in the 1960s when they established this park? Do we hold those same values now? And are they representative of the Linwood as we see it today? Because if we're having this issue of we have so many things that we want to represent, this community is filled with so many beautiful cultures and diverse backgrounds and all of these things, yet we have 27 iterations of the same flag, some representing parts of American history that frankly are not great. Is there something different that we could do that fixes this issue altogether, where maybe these are flags that could be up year round that represent our community? The last thing I want to say is, yes, it's a political statement, but our city logo is literally all are welcome in rainbow colors. So we've already made a decision as a city where we stand politically. I think that's very, very clear. So to me, that is something I would feel so comfortable doing, is raising that flag in Wilcox Park and raising so many other flags that represent who we are. So wrap it all together. Maybe this is bigger than just seasonally raising these flags based on these proclamations. Maybe it's a time that we look at that park and those flags all together and find a long-term solution that is more representative of the people of Linwood.
I fly an American flag outside of my home. Not this particular one. This one sits in the studio. But that is the typical feminist liberal, which would refuse to fly an American flag on her home. This flag that you see here, this flag is the most inclusive flag on the planet. It really is. This flag represents the freedoms above, you name the freedom that you want. This flag represents it. Freedoms that we don't even care for. Freedoms to do the crazy things that you want to do. The flag that you see right here represents that you get to have those freedoms. But she doesn't want to fly this flag. She wants to fly a flag that is considered an abomination. She wants to fly a flag that goes against God. That's the flag that she wants to fly. I remember when I first started doing these videos, I was still living in California, and I had no idea. I had no idea what I was doing when I did a video, and I did a video with the American flag, and it was just sitting on my shoulder. It was just sitting on my shoulder, and I was doing a video talking about, America, how things have been good for me as a black man in this country. That was the first time I received so much hate simply because I was holding American flag on my shoulder. And I'm like, what is this? I didn't know. I didn't know these leftist lunatics hated America flag, hated America like that. I had no idea. I was green to it all. I was naive to it. But I got hit hard. That was like one of the first videos that I did that just went really crazy with all the negative comments. Are you a sellout? They call me a sellout because I'm holding the American flag. I'm holding American flag when I'm in California, standing on the street in the corner of America, in California, holding American flag, and people going by telling me I'm number one. And I was also told that I'm inciting violence because I was holding American flag, standing on America corner, showing my support for this country, that I'm the one inciting violence. Like, how dare you? How dare you? And it's these same Democrats that hate this country, and they still want us to be divided. They want us to still hate each other because of our complexion. That's what they hate. They hate all of us. And they're never going to stop. Let me give you an example. Look at this.
Jelani, you're a black man. I'm a Muslim. When you consider how black criminals and Muslim terrorists are treated, both by the legal system and by the media, and yet the January 6th pipe bomber who laid explosives in front of the RNC and DNC headquarters still walks free. We just learned today that then Vice President-elect Harris was inside the DNC when the bomb was found there. We still don't take domestic terrorism of the far-right white variety seriously in this country, do we?
Y'all help me out in the chat. When did they come out and said that this was a white male, white nationalist, white supremacist, right winger that planted these bombs not only at the DNC, but at the RNC as well? Did they catch the guy? Did they put the guy's picture all over? Oh, I think they did, didn't they? Wasn't that guy black? When they finally caught up with him, wasn't it a black guy? You remember? This was back in 22 when they were talking about pushing the hateful rhetoric again. Had I known, I would have shared this with you yesterday. But they were pushing the racial rhetoric again, that it's white people in this country, and it was a black dude. My point is that this dude, especially this dude here, I've caught him in so many lies, and he has such a hatred for America. I guess because he's Muslim, he has such a deep hatred for this country, and he wants black and white people fighting each other. And so he's trying to act like, well, you're black, I'm Muslim, we're going to be chummy. And we're going against white people. And you got two idiot white people sitting on the counter right there. And white liberals, they say nothing. Oh, yeah. We're just bad because we're white.
No, we don't. We've seen this since the Obama administration, where they pointed out that there was this rise of white nationalist terror, and that was promptly squashed and jumped upon by the Republicans in Congress. And so great cries of outrage in response to that. And this has been what we've seen since then. Nowhere near the level of alarm that we've had around the, what was the phrase they used, Islamic terror that they were trying to make Barack Obama say all the time.
Yeah, it's just so depressing, the double standards. I don't know how many times you can draw attention to it. I, as a Muslim, keep drawing attention to it because it kills me.
It's depressing. Right. It's depressing. Big text. I did see your text message there, or your text message. I did see your Rumble rant. It says, I love your show. I did adjust the globe behind me. I did adjust it, just to let you know. I did adjust it. Let me see if I can. For some reason, I can't make my camera change here. Here, I think I can do it now. So I did make the change for you. And you're right. You're right. It was, you could see South America. You just couldn't see North America. So can you see it now? See it? I adjusted. You can see United States right there. Make sure it's in the shot. Right there. USA, USA, USA. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See, look, I'll adjust stuff. I'll adjust it. I'll adjust it. Okay. I got another one I want to share with you. And let me ask y'all a question. If you work hard at something, let's say you work hard at something and you're constantly working at it, right? Constantly working at it. And you become a millionaire and a billionaire from all of your hard work. Did you earn that? Or was it just given to you? Did you earn it? Let's say many nights, blood, sweat, tears. And for years, you worked hard at it. Became a millionaire, working hard at it. And then you started hiring more people. And what you were doing exploded and you became a billionaire. Did you work for it or was it handed to you? Which one is it? Which one is it? Well, according to this nut job, socialist AOC, you didn't earn it. You didn't work for it. It was just $1 billion just fell out the sky and was handed to you because nothing you did validate the reason why you are now a billionaire.
There's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, right? You can't earn $1 billion.
That's right.
You just can't earn that.
That's exactly correct.
You can get market power. You can break rules. You can do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws.
Yep.
You can pay people less than what they're worth.
Yep.
But you can't earn that, right?
That's right.
And so you have to create a myth that since you didn't earn that, you have to create a myth of earning it.
So is she talking about DEI? Didn't earn it? No, she's not talking about that. She's actually saying the reverse of DEI. If you actually do something to earn something, you didn't earn it. But everybody else that they want to utilize DEI, who didn't actually earn any of it, they want to say that they worked to get it. Well, they don't even say they work to get it. They hate to say that word, work. They refuse to say that word, work. Did y'all see some of the stuff that's happened in Tennessee? I know we're going to run out of time here, but there's one thing I want to share with you that's really, really, I think it's funny. But I just want to show you something really quick that happened in Tennessee. And Tennessee, it is exploding right now. And I'm pretty sure if y'all would, I didn't get a chance to see Sean's show this morning, but Sean is in Tennessee, so I can only imagine that Sean was talking about Tennessee and these lunatic liberals, how they're reacting because They're getting ready to change the map in Tennessee, the maps in Tennessee. And they should, because none of it should have been based off of color in the first place.
Hands off our votes! 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 Hands off our votes!
So they're in here screaming, hands off our vote, to the point to where they couldn't do anything but get up and walk out. That's all they could do. At that point, the question I have here, where are all of the police officers? Why aren't the police officers arresting these people, removing these people? Why are they still allowed to do this? It's like Democrats get all they can be disruptive and hateful as much as they want. And nothing ever comes of it. Nothing ever happens. And you can see right here, the ringleader. Remember, he was one of the main ones. Let me see if I put him on here. Right there. He's one of the ringleaders. He should have been removed a long time ago. But they can do this all day long. It's like perfectly fine for them to do it. No issues. But we as Republicans, when we start doing, oh my goodness, you're being violent, you're being hateful. All right, something I want to share with you, and I'm going to make it full screen. Or no, you know what? I'm just going to do it like this. Have y'all seen this? Oh my goodness, it's so good. I hope there's some trolls on here right now seeing me laughing at Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries is the despicable person.
Boomba jumba juju mubu dumba do boomba. Boomba jumba juju bu dumba do boomba. Boomba jumba juju mubu dumba do boomba.
I don't know who made this, but my goodness.
Boomba jumba juju mubu dumba do boomba. Boomba jumba juju bu dumba do boomba. Boomba jumba juju mubu dumba do boomba.
Ooh, and let me translate for you. Okay, let me translate. Okay, well, I'm about to run out of time. Let me translate. MAGA extremists, MAGA, we hate that MAGA extremists. You MAGA extremists, MAGA extremists. Ooh. Oh my goodness, my stomach hurt. I'll see y'all tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
afternoon, everybody. What's happening, everybody? Thursday, May 7th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. We are going to be talking Los Angeles, baby. Los Angeles, where Spencer Pratt wiped the floor with Karen Bass last night. There was a third woman on the stage. I don't know what her name is. She seems totally, completely irrelevant. But Spencer Pratt did an absolutely phenomenal job last night. Obviously, still a long shot to win the California mayor's race, but he's doing everything he possibly can. And he smoked Karen Bass last night. If you watched any of that debate whatsoever, if you've seen any of the clips, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Also, Governor Kathy Hochul continues to go to war with the Trump administration, so I will go to war with Kathy Hochul. I would say it will be eyebrow raising, but we all know that Kathy Hochul cannot raise her eyebrows. Also, we're going to make fun of two dumb people, Jen Psaki and a comedian named Ilana Glazer, who I'm sure none of you have heard of before. The only reason I know of her is because we grew up in the same town. So I have to make fun of her because, there's different ends of the spectrum when it comes to intelligence level in the schools that we went to. Also, PETA activists are, I don't really know how to describe what they did, but we're going to laugh at them. And a kid gets attacked by a beaver in New Jersey. We're going to play that at the end just because it's funny as hell. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Let's pop that Rumble chat up on the screen. Once again, make sure you guys are following rumble.com/LFATV for all the good stuff throughout the day. How is everybody doing today? Very good stuff. As always, once again, I think Trump is speaking in a little bit. Could be. We'll bring that to you if and when it happens. The news is not very descriptive on that one. But before we get started, yeah, don't worry. I'm sure you guys will all have great beaver jokes. Ha! Arrow Pink. Kathy Hochul attacked a kid in New Jersey. Ha ha! I didn't even think about that. Damn, I should have used that one. Well done. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. So head on over to loudmajorityusa.com and pick up your America 250 gear, baby. loudmajorityusa.com. Every day you've had the White House, Kev. Yeah, look, I don't control the White House schedule. I don't. I'd love to be here with you, but, in the midst of a war, when the president speaks, we throw it to the president. That is what we do. So breaking news at this hour, Tennessee has voted to redistrict their two Democratic seats, turning them into, or their one Democrat seat, turning them into two Republican seats in a vote just about an hour ago. It's good to see that Republican governors and Republican state legislators are beginning to get on board with the program here. As we've been talking about over the course of the last several days, we see what happens when you don't do that. Now, we're going to show in just a second why I think they did that, but you can chalk up one more seat for Republicans. Naturally, following the vote, Democrats handled the news in a completely rational and calm way. course, the irony of the entire thing, the irony of the whole thing is that with the following of the Supreme Court case saying that you couldn't racially draw maps, Democrats have been apoplectic about this idea that it will, quote, destroy black representation in Congress. Now, I don't really understand that mentality. I think it's because most Democrats believe that all black people vote with Democrats, which, of course, isn't true. I was joking around that if Republicans really wanted to throw a little curveball at them, they would just nominate black Republicans to fill the new vacancies in those seats, which would completely discombobulate the entire argument. Take Wesley Hunt. Take Byron Donalds. The list goes on and on. But of course, they wouldn't be happy with that because for them, race is just an avenue to achieve power. It actually has nothing to do with representing underrepresented communities. No, it doesn't have anything to do with that at all. It's simply about gaining power. That's it, and that's all. It's good to know the Tennessee Democrats are really strapping in here. Now, once again, to the Tennessee Democrats out there who are very, very, very upset with their bullhorns, I would urge them to go ask New England Republicans how that's going. With 29 seats in the New England area, all of New England, the totality of New England, not being represented by a single Republican. But Kevin, nobody lives there. Yeah, you're right. Nobody lives in Providence and Trenton and Boston. Nobody lives there. Idiots. 6 total states in one entire region of America is not represented by a single Republican. So why don't you take your complaints about gerrymandering and blow it directly out of your ass? Also, real quick, we're going to get to Kathy Hochul later on in the show, but Kathy Hochul, and this is my message to that horse-faced governor from Buffalo. You have threatened to redistrict New York in response to what you consider to be racial gerrymandering in the South. And my response to you would be bring it on. Bring it on. Because I'm still going to beat you. I'm still going to beat you because I'm better than you. You suck at this, which is why you must cheat. Now, with that being said, any elected Republicans out there who would also like to win, you all have my phone number. I can show you how to do it because I've done it before. Some of you will heed that warning. Some of you will not be members of Congress. I don't want to put too fine a point on it. I could say your names, but you know who I'm talking about here. So, to Governor, my forehead doesn't move. Please, gerrymander, redistrict, have a party. I will go to the districts where I am welcome and show them how to campaign in a time post-Twitter, and they will win. And I don't care which ones don't, because the ones I'm involved in will win. That's just what's going to happen. Long Island will stay red. If those people call me, that remains to be seen. Don't really know, but I'm glad to help. Because it turns out we figured out how to do this. We figured out how to do this. It turns out, and it's a wild thought. It's a wild thought about how to really draw the base out, right? You vote better. Vote for policies pushed on a national level. So let's just say, for example, no one in particular. Let's just say you rode the wave that was built for you in 2022. Don't vote to give amnesty to 350,000 illegal Haitians. You know, just little shit like that. I mean, I know it's difficult, but, I'm giving you a roadmap here for success. I'm just saying, maybe have one populist vote. So, Governor Eyebrows, go ahead, gerrymander, redistrict, have a party. I will spend the totality of the next, what we got? 5 months? 6 months? The next 5 or 6 months, I'll spend traversing the state of New York, showing people how to put you on your broomstick and send you back from where you came. Now, look, whatever. Maybe that rant was a little longer than I planned, but whatever. Eli, clip it. Clip it. So, let's move on to another person who spent the entire night slapping dumb Democrats around, and that would be Spencer Pratt, a guy I genuinely hated back in 2009, who I really, really like now. Why? Because, well, we've spent the last couple of days showing you the amount of ads he's been putting out, showing the actual problems in Los Angeles, and actually stepping up to Mayor Karen Bass. Now, if I'm being fair, I'm not going to be fair, but if I was going to be fair, there was a third person on the stage last night. I don't know what her name is. She was basically irrelevant. She was kind of like she looked like a ficus standing there in the corner. Totally irrelevant, couldn't answer a single damn question. But Spencer Pratt was absolutely cooking last night. Here he was being asked about the wildfires in California.
Fire, you lost your neighborhood. How does that really color your view of what needs to happen at this point, and how does that help others moving forward?
Yes, thank you for the question. To the Mayor Karen Bass's, the 1,000 firefighters that were available, but there was no engines for them because of the $17 million that Chief Crowley had asked the mayor for 9 weeks before, and Mayor Karen Bass denied it. So they may have been available, but they didn't have the equipment they needed. Not to mention Janice Quinones, who Mayor Karen Bass put into her position of power at the LADWP. She drained both of these reservoirs that these firefighters needed to put out these fires. A lot of people talk about climate change and hurricane force winds. The winds in the Pacific Palisades never reached higher than 40 miles per hour. For those first 6 hours, they didn't go above 27 miles per hour. So without those two reservoirs filled with 117 million gallons and 5 million gallons, these firefighters had to fly all the way to Malibu and Encino to get water. So that, to me, is the most dangerous thing that the mayor put us up against.
Mr. Pratt, a follow-up here, though. What would you do moving forward that would make this better 2 years from now if we face the same situation?
Well, first off, as mayor, I will never drain the reservoirs that we need for wildfire protection. There's this conspiracy now that they're empty, that they were for drinking water. But if you research it, they were actually made for wildfire protection. As mayor, I'm going to add 20 dip sites all around the communities connecting to pools. So God forbid the water system goes down again, these dip sites that will be connected to individuals' pools will fill up for the helicopters to have water.
Mayor Bass, do you have a response to
Now, that seems like a totally rational thing to do. Everyone knows that everybody in LA has a pool, so just drop the helicopter on top of it, pick up the water, and go do it. But, of course, that would upset Karen Bass and her Hollywood donors. Now, Karen Bass, obviously, we all know, during the California wildfires, was at a wedding in Ghana, whatever. Somewhere in Africa. I probably got the damn country wrong. I don't really care. But she feels bad about it, guys. She feels really, really bad about it. And even though she let the entire city burn, and even though she refuses to allow people to rebuild their homes, she still thinks she deserves a second term in office.
It gets to January 7th of last year. So, Mayor, this is for you. I know that you have apologized for being out of the country during those wildfires. But still, there are plenty of people who believe that the city let them down. The Los Angeles Fire Department, for some reason, didn't have a strike team or a brush unit where there had been a fire just days earlier and had been reports it was still smoldering. That appears to be inexcusable. LADWP had a reservoir that was dry. The fire hydrants went dry. So based on that issue alone, articulate for us why you should get a second contract as the mayor of the city.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. You know, when I took over as mayor, LA was definitely facing an awful lot of tough problems. And obviously, January 7th was horrible. And as I have told you before, it was one of the worst moments of my life to not be here when my city needed me. And it didn't matter where I was or why I was away. To me, it reminds me of like if you're away and a family member is in an accident. But I think that I deserve a second term, and I'm going to fight for that because we have made significant progress in a variety of areas. For example, homelessness was going up year after year. And under my watch, it is the first time we've had a decrease in street homelessness. While it went up in the country, 18%.
Now, what we're going to call that is a phrase you're probably familiar with on this show. That's called lying with numbers. That's called lying with numbers. You see, because there's quite literally, as we showed you the other day on the show, almost no way to track the exact number of homeless people that are out there because some of them are living in storm drains. Some of them are living in the woods. Some of them get double counted. Some of them die and then are in the hospital and then they get brought back to life and then they're pissed off that you killed their high. Now, Karen Bass, let's be clear. Let's just say homelessness did go down in Los Angeles. Bringing it down from 100,000 to 99,000 is not an accomplishment. When the number went down because they died. That's right. Do you know why the number of homeless people have gone down in Los Angeles? Because of a new drug called xylazine. Some of you may have heard of it. Xylazine. It is a synthetic opiate that does not react to Narcan. That's right. So if you overdose on xylazine, which is being mixed with the heroin and the fentanyl, and somebody hits you with Narcan, it doesn't help. A drug so strong that the strongest preventative measure we have doesn't do anything to it. Also, if you're not from Los Angeles, you probably have heard of something called Skid Row. Skid Row. And every city has, 2-3 blocks that are a total shithole. It doesn't matter what city you're in. You could be in the nicest city in America. I'm sure if you go to Europe, they have shitholes, like London. All of it. It's not Skid Row anymore. As Spencer Pratt pointed out on Joe Rogan a few weeks ago.
Spencer's doing this. He's so mean. No, what's mean is letting people live on the street in human poop and dying on the street. And these people I run against, they're all the same. They go, oh, we need more housing. We need more affordable housing. We need more beds. This isn't working. They just keep doubling down.
Well, that's a false narrative. Yeah. Everybody knows it's not a housing problem. That's not what it is. It's a drug abuse and mental health problem. That's all it is. It's not a housing problem. That's a flat-out lie, and anybody who says that should be shamed. When they say, we need more affordable housing, well, you're fucking lying, and you're part of the problem. If you're saying it's just an affordable housing problem, that means either you are a part of the propaganda narrative, and you've been told to say this, or you're in on it.
100%. And what
At this point, it's fucking nuts. Skid Row is 50 blocks.
It can't even be called Skid Row anymore. It's called Los Angeles. Every community. Before my house burned down in the Palisades, my wife was ready to move because every morning in front of Palisades Elementary that then burned down and across the street at my son's preschool at Methodist, there was a lady cleaning her private parts in front of kids at 7:45 in the morning. You call LAPD, they pull up and they go, you don't know more, because they can't enforce law. She'd go around the corner and she'd go number 2 in front of Joe's barbershop. I would know because I had to step over the number 2 because I'd always park right near Joe's barbershop. So it's not Skid Row. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. Now, many of the awfuls, this wouldn't be an awful because she's not white, but the affluent female urban liberal, that would be the third woman on the panel last night. Once again, still, what the hell is her name? Hold on. And I'm not saying it because it's an ethnic name. I actually don't know what it is. Nahia Raman. Neetha Raman. I'm not being a dick, I promise. She had a great suggestion on homelessness. Why don't we just give them houses? she suggested that the best way to solve homelessness would just be to give the homeless people a place to live, to which Spencer Pratt had an answer to that one too, which is very obvious. If you've ever had any encounter with any meth-addled, mentally ill person who has been stewing in their own poo for the last, 5 years out on the street in any major American city.
Say, Councilwoman Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First off, inside safe, I like to say inside safe makes all of us outside unsafe. The reality is no matter how many beds you give these people, they are on super meth. They are on fentanyl. The DEA statistic says 93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Nithya, Councilwoman Robin's plan for treatment first, I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth. These ideas cost us over $400 million to house for 70, what did you say? 3,000 people for $400 million? This is an absolute failure for both of them. They're a team.
So now, many people will ask, well, why isn't there anyone else in charge in Los Angeles? The woman down on the end, whose name I keep mispronouncing, she's a councilwoman in L.A., a communist councilwoman in Los Angeles. Why isn't there anybody else in charge? I mean, look, if Karen Bass was away for the wildfires, then why wasn't her number two able to handle the situation? And I promise you, when we get back from the break, I'm going to tell you why he wasn't able to handle them, and it's going to make your head explode. Before we get to that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, look, why wasn't anyone around? Why wasn't anybody around to help Karen Bass while she was on vacation at a wedding on another continent while her city burned down? Well, there was someone underneath her who could have handled the situation. The only problem is her deputy mayor couldn't make it to City Hall. He couldn't make it to the scene of the fire. And do you want to know why he couldn't make it? Because at the time of the Palisades fire, he was on house arrest for calling in a fake bomb threat to LA City Hall. I'm not making that up. That's a real story. The deputy mayor of Los Angeles was on house arrest for calling in a fake bomb threat to City Hall, and because of that, he could not be on the scene to spell Karen Bass while she was out of the country at a wedding in Guyana while the city burned. So basically what happened was everybody in Los Angeles, fire commissioner, police commissioner, sanitation commissioner, whoever the hell, commissioner of whatever, because I'm sure they got 450,000 commissioners, like every city. They all basically looked around and said, all right, who's in charge? Bueller? Bueller. Shit, speaking of Bueller, At least if they had put Matthew Broderick in charge of the fires, maybe they wouldn't have burned so badly. I mean, they might have killed somebody in a drunk driving accident and then fled the country, but that's another story for another day. No one was in charge because in government, when there's nobody actually in charge, nobody wants to take the reins. God forbid the chain of command is not met. Wild. She's on the other side of the planet, and her deputy mayor couldn't make it to the fire because he was on house arrest. Many of you may ask why he was not removed from his position as deputy after calling in a fake... Sorry, guys. Someone watching this is laughing right now. That was going to get me in trouble. Some of you may be wondering why he wasn't removed as deputy after calling it a fake bomb threat. Sorry. Oh, that's funny. And I'll tell you why, because he's just too powerful. He's too connected with all the unions. So Karen Bass couldn't remove him. By the way, calling in a bomb threat is not a probation level crime. I guess it is when you're the deputy mayor of Los Angeles. So because of that, it has summoned people like Spencer Pratt to run for mayor. Because, as we showed you in his campaign video the other day, he's still living in a trailer. He's quite literally living in a van down by the river. He has become the meme because Karen Bass, in all her infinite retardation, will not allow him to rebuild his own home. Because Karen Bass is focused on what's important. She's focused on what matters in Los Angeles. And you're never going to guess what that is.
This is a yes or no question and answer. So there's an LA council member. He wants voters to decide. He is saying that non-citizens, should they be allowed to vote in local elections? Is this a yes or no, Mr. Pratt?
No.
Mayor Bass?
It depends. It's not a yes or no.
Depends on what?
Well, first of all, when you say non-citizens, it doesn't mean they're here illegal. It doesn't mean they're undocumented. They could have green cards. They could be here perfectly legal. And there's a lot of states and cities that do that on very, very local elections. We have to see what the councilman is proposing.
Councilmember Bremen.
Yeah, I would say, again, it does depend. In other places, school boards have non-citizens.
Yes or no?
Non-citizens who vote
Mr. Pratt, I have a question for you. You told NBC News.
Guess what? Okay, here we go. Let's dispel let's just dispel with the idea that Democrats don't want non-citizens to vote. Because the question was not about illegals. The question was about non-citizens. If you're here on a green card, if you're here on a student visa, if you've got an H-1B visa, if you are here playing shortstop for the New York Mets, if you're not a citizen, you don't get to vote. Shohei Ohtani should not be voting in Los Angeles mayor races. He's here perfectly legally. Shouldn't be able to vote. They just can't say it. Whether it is formerly fat-ass Katie Porter or it's Karen Bass, they don't care about you. They only care about illegals. And the awfuls, the affluent white female urban liberal out there in Los Angeles, is going to eat this shit up hook, line, and sinker. They're going to eat it up until it eventually gets to their neighborhood. And I'm going to show you a perfect example of what happens when you do not focus on a very clear threat in your world until it affects you. I'm going to introduce you all to someone by the name of Ken Griffin. Ken Griffin, the CEO of of Citadel Capital, big hedge fund, billionaire, finance bro, all this stuff. Some of you will remember Ken Griffin as the guy that Zoran Mamdani picked out for his Pierre de Terre tax, or Père de Terre, or some gay French name for the extra tax he wants to charge people who live in penthouses in the sky. Well, you know, Ken Griffin's very upset about this, and he says that Zoran Mamdani is making business very bad in New York.
So where does that leave us at 350 Park?
That leaves us with the fact that we went to Miami and revised our building plan to make it a bigger office building.
You're bailing?
So what do we do at 350 is still a point of discussion internally. But what is no longer a point of discussion is that Miami is now, you know, when we moved from Chicago, there was a debate between New York and Miami. It's unquestionably true that we made the right choice. I'll leave it at that. It's unquestionably true that we made the right choice. And now what the mayor of New York has made clear to my partners, and principally my New York partners, is that we need to double down on our bet in Miami, because we want to be in a state that embraces business, that embraces education, that embraces personal freedom and liberty, and that embraces people having an opportunity to live the American dream. And
Hey, Ken! Hey, Ken! Let me ask you, bro. Where were you? Oh, here you go. Hey, Nick, you'll like this. Zoran's talking about the opioid settlement. That's funny. Where were you when we were trying to beat this guy? Where were you? Oh, that's right. You didn't care about local mayor races. You could have taken your billions and billions of dollars and put it into actual grassroots efforts that were going out of their way to stop this piece of shit. But you were jet-setting in Malta or whatever the hell it is you billionaires do. And now that you are seeing the repercussions of your lack of action, because, look, Ken Griffin is a right-of-center donor. He is. Donated to Trump. He is a right-of-center donor. For sure. But where are the billionaires on our side funding people like Scott Pressler? Like Turning Point? Like me? The people who are actually willing to go out and take the slings and arrows so that people like Ken Griffin can live in their palaces in the sky without having to worry about Zoran Mamdani trying to take 80 cents of every one of their dollars. Where are they? No. Now that you're seeing the repercussions of the actions, of your lack of action, I should say. Why isn't Ken Griffin throwing his money around in New York City so that we could nominate a candidate that might actually have a chance of winning instead of Curtis Lewa, who pulled in less votes than are packed inside of the University of Michigan Stadium? Literally. You could put more people at a Wolverines game in Ann Arbor in one day than voted for Curtis Lewa in the entire election. 9%. If you had dug up the corpse of George Steinbrenner, he would have gotten more than 9%. But remember, when I pointed that out, I was the bad guy. Because I can add. When I said every other candidate needs to get the hell out of this race, it has to be Adams or Cuomo. Not because I like them, but because Mamdani is dangerous. Now you got this communist son of a bitch out there talking about all the money he's going to spend on the opioid settlement that he had nothing to do with, which is supposed to go to treatment for people who got poisoned by the Sackler family and Purdue Pharma because they weren't They were poisoned. It's supposed to go to those people. Instead, it's going to be shipped around New York City to go to pay-by-the-hour hotels so that we can have more El Salvadorians up here selling crystal meth on the corner of the block. Where was Ken Griffin? No. What he's going to do now is he's going to take his money and he's going to run. And he's going to leave the rest of us who can't leave stuck here. And then when Zorhan, the commie Mamdani, when he runs out of billionaires to tax, he's going to tax you and he's going to tax me. Because when there's no 1% left, you got to go down to the 10%. And when the 10% move to Tennessee, you got to keep going down. That's how communism works. But whenever you make that very basic argument, you get some jackass out there deciding to use nothing but emotional arguments about how people can't afford health care. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to run all the people out of town who pay all of the bills. All the bills. Because the dirty little secret is, it's very easy, very, 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 very easy to look at Elon Musk and say, you're not paying enough. It's very easy to look at I know this is not an argument for billionaires not paying taxes. This is an argument for if you could pay less in in Florida than in New York, why would you stay here? But Bakari Sellers, the guy who's worked for, quite literally, every news organization on planet Earth, he's like the Black Keith Olbermann, he says, nobody's going to leave.
1.6% of the wealthiest people in this city pay nearly half of the taxes. If those folks leave, to Anna's point, you're going to have a financial crisis, the magnitude of which Mamdani does not understand. You think about everyday things that people utilize, public transit, safety, education, all of the taxes that go to provide for all of those things for poor people in this city. What in the hell are they going to do if 44% of those dollars all of a sudden disappear overnight? And this is the short-sighted. I think short-sighted nature of this very progressive or socialist mayor doesn't make any sense.
Now watch, before we keep going, Abby Phillip just cut him off. Now Bakari Sellers will speak. Let's see if the dynamic shifts a little.
And no one is leaving New York because of tax the rich.
That's not true.
That's not true. Actually, the statistics don't bear that out. But also, let's just say this. And while there is this,
even Ana Navarro, the lady from The View, disagrees with him.
Inordinate attention that we're paying to people who are beyond wealthy, because we're not talking about people who are making $1 million or 10 million.
Well, that's still.
Yes, we are.
But
we're talking about people who make
even at $1 million.
That's my point exactly. I think one of the things, and I'm not a Zohran Mamdani fan by any stretch of the imagination, but one of the things that has occurred in New York City since he has been elected is that people are paying attention to the class warfare that's happening in this country. And we're not, and listen, we're not just talking about the rich and them being uncomfortable because I simply say tax the rich. In fact, that's not anything on my top 10 policy initiatives. However, when we're having this discussion, there are people in this country that are literally starving.
Emotion.
People in this country. I'm not finished.
Okay,
there are people in this country who literally cannot. They're the working poor who work 40, 60 hours a week and cannot afford health care.
Emotion.
There are people in this country who are going through these things. And so I totally get Zohran Mamdani highlighting the plight of the working poor in this country, distasteful as it may be.
I agree. Bakari, it's very short.
Because he's talking.
Hold on, Kevin. Let's share my question quickly.
I'm in agreement with you morally about the plight of working class people. I'm not going to ignore that. Everybody at this table, we have people in our own families that are working class. I'm never going to dismiss that. But the short-sighted nature of the mayor to go after what I would argue success, because at some point, maybe you go after the top 1%, and when you tax the hell out of them, then you go after the group that's beneath the top 1%. And at some point, everybody at this damn table will be next because of our income levels. So what message does that signal to younger people, to hardworking people in New York City, across the country? Should they not attempt to be successful? Should they not attempt to?
See, the problem with it is that we live in a world now where an idiot like Bakari Sellers is put on the same stage with people who actually, I mean, Bakari Sellers is so wrong in that clip that even Ana Navarro is disagreeing with him. The second most intelligent person on The View, which is a lot like being the second fastest fat kid. But don't worry, everybody, don't worry. Because Zoltan is not the only one out there promoting this narrative. Let's get to the dumbest person to ever grow up in the town I grew up in. None of you have any idea who this person is. But she sat down with AOC the other day. And she was discussing the billionaires and how they accumulated their wealth.
I know who I'm listening to.
Yeah.
And these people, it's visible that they act. The thing about machismo too is they don't know who they are.
They don't know
There's
who they
something
are.
so, whatever you're embodying, womanly or manly, about knowing who you are. It's just a way of saying personhood. These people do not know who they are. And machismo, it's like, they just don't know where they've come from. And when you talk about unearned, most of these people who are ultra wealthy come from the ultra wealthy.
Right.
So they don't even know the system. They don't even know the ladder that was climbed before. They just don't even know who they are. And that's why they're so angry, because we do real work and we know who we are. And there's this weird, with racism and classism, there's this just.
Now, I met someone named Alana Glazer, who is a dumbass. She says that these people who are billionaires don't even know really how they got their money. So they don't understand the systems of oppression that are in place that gave them the money in the first place. Now, she's an idiot. A simple Google search would have showed you that more than 68% of billionaires in this country are self-made. Now, why are they self-made? Because it turns out the average age of a billionaire in this country is 65 years old. Do you know why? Because the easiest way to become a billionaire in this country is through compound interest. By putting your money in the stock market and letting the stock market work for you. That's the easiest way to gain wealth in this country. It's really not hard. Good planning and financial literacy will make you rich in America. Perfect example of this. I don't even need to look it up because it's so obvious. Y'all ready for this? When you have a child, open a 529 plan. Put in $75 a month until they turn 18. Do nothing else. When your child retires at 65, they'll have $3.2 million. Tax-free. That's not financial advice. That's math. But Alana Glazer, who, I want to be clear, got a great education and is still dumb. It's not that hard. Bum, bum, bum. Like 4 steps. You could do it for your grandkids if you really want to. 529 plan, $75 a month. That's like 2 streaming subscriptions. $75 a month into a 529 plan until they're 18 years old. Roll it over into a Roth IRA. Do nothing else. They'll have $3 million when they retire. That's generational wealth. You could keep putting money into it if you want. They could keep putting money into it if they want. And then they could retire with even more money. And the irony is that the average billionaire in this country at the age of 65 is at, ding, ding, retirement age. At $3 million, that puts you in the top 5% of Americans. Turns out having basic financial literacy can take almost anybody out of poverty. It doesn't matter whether you live in the Appalachian Hills like J.D. Vance or you're a finance bro like Ken Griffin. Basic shit will keep you out of poverty. It turns out the majority of the people in this country who are poor are not poor because they have no money. They're poor because they suck with money. And that is just a reality. Don't open up credit cards. Don't have babies out of wedlock. Get married. Get a job. That's it. Now, of course, there are ancillary things. Buying a home has never been harder before because for the people, for the working poor in America, there actually is a lack of housing because nobody ever wants to build anything in their own backyard. The ultimate NIMBYism, particularly out here on Long Island and places like Los Angeles. But to get out of permanent generational poverty in this country, all it takes is like 2 hours on YouTube. We have the wealth of the human experience sitting in our pockets, and there are still people who do not understand the basic things like compound interest and the difference between a 401k and a Roth IRA. Like, it is so mind-numbing to me. And then I have to have dipshits in my comment section, well, not everybody owns stocks. Well, you're dumb then. You're dumb. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ hit an all-time high today. And even though I was ready to jump out of a window about a month ago, it turns out if you keep buying the dip, baby, you will succeed in America. Google dollar cost averaging. Google 529 plans. There's no reason every person can't come up with $75 a month. That's like 2 pizzas. Or maybe 3, depending on where you're getting it from. But Alana Glazer, who grew up with a silver spoon up her ass, she doesn't understand how she got to where she is. Grew up in one of the richest towns on Long Island, but she doesn't think she should pay any more. She just thinks people slightly richer than her should pay a little bit more. And that's the communist way. That's the Marxist way. Never fork over any of your own money, but sit there and feel virtuous by forcing other people to fork over theirs. My life is not any worse because Elon Musk is about to become a trillionaire. It's not any worse. Elon didn't take anything from me. Elon Musk is about to become a trillionaire. So you know what you should do? And this is not financial advice. You should probably buy the sorts of investments that Elon Musk owns. Because then as he gets richer, proportionally, you get richer. Instead, Bakari Sellers goes on CNN and gives you nothing but emotional arguments about how people don't have health care. And you're right, people don't have health care. You know the best thing to do if you don't have health care? Stay healthy, exercise, eat well. What a thought. Don't be morbidly obese. I say that as a former fat guy. Oh, former-ish. I'm going to get a sip. We got to get back to making fun of Kathy Hochul in just a second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. Real quick, I just want to make sure I get this out. None of that was financial advice, and that was all for educational purposes only. Please do your own research and know that investing does carry some risk. I have to say all of that. So we'll just make sure we got that out of the way real quick because, you know, I'm doing well. Not well enough to get sued. But, alas, Kathy Hochul in New York, totally caving totally caving to the commie Mamdani. What do I mean by that? Well, turns out she's just put forth her executive budget for this year, and it turns out an increase of funding by $2.2 billion to New York City in order to fund Zoran Mamdani's ridiculous plan. This from the Post-Millennial. Governor Kathy Hochul unveiled the state's $268 billion budget on Thursday morning, including $28 billion for Zoran Mamdani's New York City. Because they need to close their budget gap. No, they need to stop spending money. This comes after Mamdani pressured Hochul to raise taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers and corporations. However, she did not mention any tax increases aside from a proposed Pierre de Terre tax on the second homes in the city to raise revenues as the Big Apple faces a $10 billion shortfall. That's right. The state of New York is going to give New York City $28 billion, and they still need $10 billion more. And why do they need $10 billion more? Because it turns out the moment, and if you don't believe me, ask anyone who worked a New York City job and collects a pension. Just make sure before you call them, you remember what time zone they're living in, because I can guarantee you it's probably not on the East Coast. And if it is, they're all going to be voting for Governor Byron Donalds very soon. Because the minute you do your 20 or your 25, you grab your pension check and you get the hell out of here. And that's all money leaving the city's economy that is never coming back, that is going to benefit places like Eastern Tennessee and Florida and the Carolinas. Why? Because a New York City pension is not enough to live in New York City. Why? Because Ken Griffin and all his billionaire friends are leaving. This is not complicated. It is math. But it turns out emotion trumps reason every single time on the Democratic side. But what is Kathy Hochul worried about? What is she worried about? Well, she's worried about Tom Homan.
Morning, another showdown between ICE and another Democratic leader in a Democratic city like here in New York City. And the governor just wrapped up a briefing a short time ago saying that it's happening. It's in the New York budget that they will have ICE restrictions to even ban masks and stop ICE from doing its job here in New York. Watch.
States like New York can and must be a guardrail against ICE overreach. ICE will no longer be able to use our police, our jails, and our resources to carry out civil immigration enforcement. Because guess what? Our officers, paid for by local taxpayer dollars, were hired to protect their communities.
Yes, protect their communities from violent illegal immigrants.
To be there to assist with a traffic accident, to go after retail theft.
Which you don't prosecute.
Stop domestic violence.
Which you want to send social workers to.
They're not there to do the federal government's bidding.
So Governor Kathy Hochul also said that President Trump promised her before that he wouldn't just flood New York with ICE agents, that he would ask her first. But if you ask Border Czar Tom Homan, he says he doesn't need her permission.
Well, Governor Hochul, I'm not asking either. I said it, we're going to do it. No, she wants to sign legislation. She supports this legislation it's going to lock us out of jails.
Okay, I want to go through these changes. It's important to point these out for people watching. This year's budget will include these new sanctuary-style laws, like blocking local police from working with ICE on basic civil immigration cases, protect information on your immigration status if you live in the state, allow lawsuits against federal agents, kind of like what we saw was happening out in Minneapolis, and then ban agents from wearing masks, which we know is a sticking point when it comes to ICE. So DHS says Dems are protecting migrant criminals. They point these cases out. Since April, the agents DNC is talking about illegal immigrants tied to several violent crimes, like a deadly New York City apartment fire, a kidnapping case of a 4-year-old, and a subway shoving incident that killed an 83-year-old veteran who was on his way home. Just the other day, chaos out in Brooklyn. You remember this? This group of protesters tried to block ICE agents from removing a Nigerian national. DHS says he was wanted on assault and drug charges. Back out here live, I think it's important to point out just this back and forth, right, where they face off, the Democrats and then the ICE agents and the border czar. Some senators, Bill, in Albany are saying because of these threats from Homan, they want to double down and they want to make these changes as soon as possible. So I'll keep an eye on it.
All right, indeed. Yeah, that's what they're worried about. That's what they're worried about. They're not worried about the illegal immigrant who got really pissed off at one of his 47 roommates in Limbrook the other day and then stabbed her to death. And then, for some reason, got in his car and drove 5 miles away and then randomly killed somebody else at a Wendy's in Island Park. They're not talking about, no, guys, don't you know? If we didn't let those people stay in America, the Statue of Liberty would start crying. That poem that Emma Lazarus wrote that apparently is now doctrine in America would somehow be violated. But guys, you know what? It's been a rough day today. It's been a rough day. It's been an intense day. I'm fired up. I'm jacked up. So you know what? Let's take it out to New Jersey and watch a kid get attacked by a beaver.
Beaver attacked a small child who was fishing in a New Jersey lake, and 8 boys came to his rescue.
Attacked by a beaver. Yeah. Look at this. Oh my God. Holy.
Police later learned this wasn't the beaver's first attack, having jumped another group of guests earlier that day. Both a young boy and the other guests were transported to the hospital. It is unknown how serious their injuries were. Those are your headlines.
Breaking, that beaver was on crystal meth. Why is the beaver continuing to attack people on a daily basis? Also, shout out to the one kid that just launched the beaver back into the river. Make sure your kids have friends that'll throw a beaver back into a river. It's 4 p.m., guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Flyover Conservative coming up next. I'll see you guys live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Everyone's an important piece of the puzzle and has a role to play. When you're on God's team, no one sits on the bench. On God's team, there is no bench. Yay, welcome! I am so excited to be with you today. If you're new to Flyover Conservatives, our slogan is wake up, speak up, and show up. And oh my gosh, I'm so excited about today's show. As you can see, the title is Kentucky Derby, 9/11 and prodigal sons returning. Have you been praying for people in your family, the prodigal sons returning? We're going to be hearing a lot about that today. I am so excited. I want to do a shout out to the contributors of today's show, my sister Tammy Wagner, Terry Strange, Denise Brewer, Cheryl York, and Dawn Leonard. Thank you for all that you do to make this possible. I love working with each one of those women. Absolutely amazing. I also want to do a shout out to the sponsor of the show, Fern Valley Soap. As you all know, Mama's Day is Sunday. I'm so excited to celebrate moms. FernValleySoap.com. They are great at celebrating moms. In fact, they have unbelievable gifts. So you can still get your mom. It can be sent directly to her home. You just use the promo code FLYOVER and you get 20% off. This is an amazing company. They love Jesus. They love the prophetic. They love moms. In fact, it's a woman company. It is a mother and a daughter that run this together. And so again, fernvalleysoap.com. When you go there, make sure you use the promo code FLYOVER. Beautiful gifts for your mom. And you can still do that. Again, when you go to Fern Valley Soap, it'll be sent directly to your mom's house. I also want to do a shout out to the other sponsor of the show. That is Patriot Mobile, patriotmobile.com/flyover or 972 Patriot. So obviously, we all have cell phones. It's like, who do we use? Because how do you know that the money that you're spending on your monthly phone bill is going to something that you believe in, causes that you want to support as well? When you go to Patriot Mobile, you know that they are supporting causes that you love as well. Freedom of speech, right to bear arms, pro-life, pro-military, and first responders. So when you pay your phone bill, it's going to great things that you support and that they support, and you're getting the same service. So whatever towers you're currently using, if you're with Verizon or AT&T, it's the same towers, but you're also dealing with people that are here in the United States. So when you call into customer service at 972 Patriot, they're either going to be in Texas or California. It is very, very, very simple. Again, 972 Patriot, or go to patriotmobile.com/flyover. When you do that, you get your very first month for free when you are a listener of the Flyover Conservative podcast.
And they make it really easy. I know for some people, like, oh my gosh, like that's a big process. But they do make it very easy on you.
Yes.
And it can be done right away.
That is exactly right. I also want to make sure that everybody remembers at 3:00 today, Ginger Ziegler is going to be teaching us how to prophetically intercede. There are so many words here that we were like, there's going to be things that you're going to say, yes, God, these are things that I want. How do we prophetically intercede into that to call those things to fruition into our own lives? And then also there's going to be things that we're going to be talking about today that you're like, no, this needs to be stopped. This needs to be changed. This needs to be altered. And we're going to be praying about that as well. Ginger Ziegler has been in ministry for over 40 years. She's somebody that I'm learning from. She's my mentor, and she's mentoring all of us on how to prophetically intercede. Since 1991, she's been holding off with a prayer team, hundreds of events similar to 9/11. God called her in 1991, and she has been truly prophetically interceding for our country ever since. And we are so, so thankful. And what an honor to be able to link arms with her. So to be able to find her, you just go to Ginger Ziegler on Rumble or Ginger Ziegler on YouTube. You can also go to our Rumble channel to repost, and it'll take you directly to her channel as well. Make sure that when you are there, you are following her and liking what she's doing so more and more people are able to see that. Thank you so much, Ginger. I love you, and I'm so honored to link arms with you and to learn from you. All right, so what are the prophets saying? We're going to be talking first about the Kentucky Derby. So that just happened, and it's so exciting. I love to watch this, especially when you get people like Amanda Grace and Johnny Enlow that go over, hey, these are what we're prophetically seeing from this race. And the Kentucky Derby, this came out on May the 2nd, 2026. This is so cool, talking about who won, who came in second, and how does that actually prophetically fit in with what's going on in our country. Check this out.
Hello, everyone. Amanda Grace here. So the Kentucky Derby literally just ended minutes ago. Wait till you see the prophetic picture for the nation that the two horses, the first and second place, spelled out, and the 911 connection. So Renegade, who was in the number 1 position, came in second. Golden Tempo, who is in the number 19 position, came in first and won the race. Now, their positions together, the number 1 and 19 position, equal 911. Why does this all matter right now? Well, let's go to the names as well. President Trump said that we are entering America's golden age when he won in November of 2024. Former President Barack Obama, his Secret Service call name was Renegade. These two horses' positions equal 911. Donald Trump's presidencies, 45 and 47, equal 911. 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11, 911. This year, Rosh Hashanah, the Feast of Trumpets, begins on 9/11. Now, let's go back to September 11th, 9/11, 1683, the Battle of Vienna. Vienna was called the Golden Apple. The Ottomans faced off against the Christians and tried to take Europe. Now, in America's golden age that President Trump claimed we have entered, in the city called the Big Apple, which is New York City, there's your golden apple, Zohran Mamdani has been raised up in 2026, the year Rosh Hashanah begins on 9/11. This now collides with two horses, Renegade and Golden Tempo, whose numbered positions equal 911 and represents the golden age of America, right? Golden Tempo. And then you have the former president who's just come back out, Barack Obama. You have Renegade up there in second place, who tried to win and could not get ahead of Golden Tempo. Now, Golden Tempo came from last place in order to win this race. He literally was in last place and he worked his way up, and then Renegade could not hang in there and get past him. I believe this may be a picture forming, a 911 picture of the midterms and what it's going to look like with the midterms initially, and then what is going to transpire from there. I believe this is a hint at what we may see with the midterm races in this nation as well with November. But Renegade, Golden Tempo wins. Their positions equal 911. Continue to be watchmen right now. Keep the faith.
We're going to be hearing more about 911 from Veronica West. But first, I want to stay in this whole thing of the Kentucky Derby. This came out on social media from Andrew Whalen. You can find it by going to flyoverconservatives.com under prophetic words. This came out on May the 3rd, 2026, and this is what it says. Is this a second witness? Golden Tempo won the 2026 Kentucky Derby by a neck over Renegade. When I saw this news, like many others, I connected the possible prophetic significance of this national headline, namely that Golden Tempo speaks of Trump's golden age and Renegade speaks of the Secret Service name of Obama. I wondered if it was the second witness and the following dream was the first. I had this dream on January the 29th, 2026, which I shared on Elijah Streams. In my dream, I was viewing Barack Obama somewhere. He had a look of untouchable arrogance, literally like he was above the law. Then I looked next to me and Johnny Enlow was with me seeing the same thing. Then in the dream, we both watched President Trump stand up. And it was like a commercial in the sense that President Trump was comparing the presidency of Obama versus his own. Then in the dream, Trump began to speak out loud and said, Obama built off the backs of Americans, stealing their wealth and making a fortune for himself. Then, as I watched Trump, a large golden statue of himself came flying after Obama, and Trump said, I'm going to give it all back to them and make them the wealthiest people in the world. We're going to be hearing about this wealth transfer from Robin Bullock later. Then Johnny and I watched as it felt like a camera zoomed into President Trump's face, and he said, Obama, you should not have done this. When he said that, his eyes turned deathly serious, and the commercial seemed to end. Johnny and I looked at each other, and we both instantly knew by revelation severe judgment is coming for Obama. Wow, we've heard about that the last couple of weeks. I looked at Johnny and said, did you see President Trump's eyes when he said that? Those eyes contained the wrath of God, and there was a promise in that look. You can bet now that Obama's fate is sealed and Trump is going to bring the hammer down. Johnny agreed, and the dream ended. I believe the golden statue of President Trump represents the gold destroying the Fed, which will destroy the Fed Reserve System of the cabal, which kept them in control and America under its thumb. We heard more about that from Julie Green last week. I couldn't help but see my dream in the Kentucky Derby outcome. That the golden statue of Trump flying after Obama, Renegade, is the golden tempo picking up speed to overtake Obama and the deep state cabal renegades. The first headline I saw today simply said, Golden Tempo won the 2026 Kentucky Derby by a neck over Renegade, which oddly enough brought to mind one of the first dreams I ever had with Donald Trump, where I asked him in the dream if Obama and H. Clinton would hang from ropes, to which he said no, but then looked back at me and winked. I understood this to mean that most will believe justice will never come, but it will certainly come in its due time. Are we about to see the golden age of which Donald Trump represents begin to accelerate in tempo and overtake the old system of the renegades? Isaiah 60:17. Instead of bronze, I will bring you gold, and silver in place of iron. Instead of wood, I will bring you bronze, and iron in place of stones. I will make peace your governor, and well-being your ruler. Man, that is so powerful. We're going to be hearing more about the transference of wealth from Robin Bullock. But first, I want to take you to Johnny Enlow. This came out on May the 4th, 2026. This is so fun. This was Johnny and Elizabeth talking about the Kentucky Derby and what God was showing him prophetically. Check this out.
This is so good. I am so excited. There's going to be the most obvious part of the race. I'll just get it out of the way right away. Golden Tempo wins it. Renegade gets beat, is in second place. Renegade was the favorite, really, if you go by the odds. And Golden Tempo was 23-1 odds. And so not anywhere near a favorite. And the race was won in a most fascinating. We're going to put a couple clips up there in just a moment, but let me set the table for it. I got to tell you several things that are of importance. The number, again, the numbers are always important. So it's the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby, meaning for the 152 years in a row it's run. Golden Tempo was number 19, his own number. Renegade was number 1. The odds were 23-1 on Golden Tempo. I think it was like 5-1 on Renegade. And there's a whole story, if you've been following, people are talking about it everywhere because of the uniqueness of the race. This horse, Golden Tempo, ran last. Like as they were showing the race, it was like so far back and literally went from last to first. And the last quarter mile I checked into this, you won't have read this by any other sportscast or anything because I did this research on my own, almost equaled Secretariat. Secretariat ran the greatest Kentucky Derby ever, the best horse that ever run. Its record for the Kentucky Derby still stands. But the last quarter mile, when they noted that Secretariat was still picking up steam, when it crossed the finish line, they've never seen that before. So Secretariat ran the last quarter mile, and this numbers aren't important, except to say that there were 25.20 seconds. And the last quarter mile for Golden Tempo was 25.77. So not even a half a second different. But what was different, Secretariat was running clearly on the inside and when you run on the inside part of the track, you're running less track. Golden Tempo had to go way outside. And so there is no doubt that it's the fastest quarter mile run ever by any horse. What it had to do was so phenomenal.
Incredible.
And so these are things we want to look at. We want to look at the fact that, I don't know if I have her name right, Cherie or Cherry, Cherie, the trainer of Golden Tempo, Sherry DeVaux, Devaux, and I just didn't listen well to what the name is. Sorry if anybody's passing this on to Sherry DeVaux. I'm just going to go with that. Could be Cherry. It was history because, and there's something spiritual that's being spoken into here as well. She was the first female trainer to ever have a horse win the Kentucky Derby.
Wow.
Only the second female, there was another female, maybe 2023, Arcangelo had also, and that was the Belmont, which is the other Triple Crown. It's only the second time ever, but as far as the big race, for the first time in history, a horse trained by a woman, which many thought was not recommendable or couldn't happen. She won, so she was celebrating, a lot of attention to her on that. And then we want to take note of Jose Ortiz Joseph. Jose means Joseph Ortiz, and he was the winning jock, and it's the jockey. It's an incredible story. He beat out on Renegade. Irad is the name of his brother, Irad Ortiz, I-R-A-D. He's his older brother, and he was actually, it might show up in one of the clips we have, he was beating Golden Temple to the very end, and then Golden Temple pulled out, but it was two brothers going 1 and 2. And so there's a message there as well. All these numbers and these names have relevance to us, and it's part of just an amazing prophetic word from heaven, where, like I said, people who are not even religious and spiritual, I'm watching memes and social media things like, is it like, what's going on? Is this planned? Is this set up? How in the world? Again, the obvious thing, Golden Tempo defeating Renegade. And for those who don't know, before we get to the clip, Golden Tempo, of course, the word tempo means rhythm, timing, or even music. And I don't think anybody who's been paying attention to the world at all in these days has trouble knowing that this connects to the messaging of President Trump speaking into the golden age. The best is yet to come, and he speaks of the golden age over and over and over. And he's even been excited about the ballroom that's got a whole gold component to it that's off the charts. And if you didn't know, Renegade was the Secret Service tag name for President Barack Obama when he was in. And renegade means traitor or turncoat or disloyal. And so what is not known, we'll get to that, and I'll go ahead and lay it out now. President Trump's Secret Service handle name is Mogul, M-O-G-U-L. It makes sense. And what is a mogul? Well, it's a businessman extraordinaire, one who is dominating in the business world. And if that's not extremely true as well, but it was, of interest is that Obama, they tell them, said, your family all goes, you got to pick names that start with the letter R. So Michelle and the two, they all have, their names were all,
Really?
Yeah. And so, but he chose the name Renegade, which is
So
traitor.
the presidents pick their own.
They're given options, like you have to pick it. So there.
Any word related to R he could have picked.
Yes. Well, I don't know if they gave him
Some
a
to
list
choose from.
because
Okay.
they don't want one that's going to be hard to understand when they're
Got it.
hearing it. So for
he
instance,
chose that one.
John F. Kennedy, when he was in there, his was Lancer, and JFK Jr. was Lark, and Lace was Jacqueline, his wife Jackie, and so they have to be LLL. So the R's had to do with the Obama. It's interesting. You look at everything that was to do with the renegade camp with the horse, big R in the middle of it. But to choose the name Renegade, which is traitor, turncoat, disloyal, tells you
Not a good
something. Not a good look. And so let's go ahead and put the clip. Oh, good. I'll be able to see that clip. The first clip it's going to be where they're going to point out how the horse came from, how Golden Tempo came from last. Go ahead and hit that thing.
Or Instagram.
He's already starting to move now down the backside. He was 5 or 6 behind the last.
All right, I think I can talk to. I don't know if I can talk to as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So you see Golden Tempo, even at that stage, it's no longer. But this is just the last seconds of the race, and again, the last quarter mile, it is just booking, and it can't find a path inside. It is all clogged up. So the thing you don't do is go all the way outside, because it means you really have to turn on the afterburners, and he is going, and the horse right beside him again is Renegade, and Renegade's ahead, and then You see what's happening there. Here they come down the stretch, the two brothers side by side. And number 19 is the horse that we're talking about, Golden Tempo. Renegade's right beside it. And then the horse 22 that comes in third is Selly. So there you have that incredible ending. Again, we're going to talk a couple more things about it. But I want to go ahead and get the other clip. We'll go ahead and show that, because you're going to see Cherry just celebrate like crazy. And there's a prophetic message I'll go ahead and get into as it relates to her. So she's the one, and she's, okay, there we go. And she has, like, he's way back, but she has a sense. She knows, she's cheering, like he's going to come. She knows what he's capable of. And she's losing it. But here's an important message from that as well. You'll like this part. I again haven't talked to you about this at all, Elizabeth, but her name means darling. Cherry is either beloved or darling of the valleys. So devote, however you pronounce it, is of the valleys, beloved of the valleys, darling of the valleys. So someone who's gone through the low times and has had to, and she has talked how, and I don't know to what degree a person of faith, but she's talked about how this has been all a journey of faith. And so she's now having a mountaintop experience. And so just to go to the part of, as it relates to what she signifies, there is I think a message, because there's a message for the body of Christ. I'm going to hit upon what I said was a mistake you made on Golden Temple and writing down temple. Then the Lord began to speak. That actually wasn't a mistake. There's a connection there we're going to get to in just a minute. It's not just Golden Tempo, which is the rhythm, music, the beat, but Golden Temple. And that he's speaking as well to the church in the midst of all this. And so what's the message from the first woman trainer to win the Kentucky Derby is women can equip the saints. Because that's what you're doing. When you're training a horse, you're equipping it to win. And really, it was so key when they asked her, like, did that seem, oh, no, he's coming from last place. No. She was like, she was not thrown off by how far back he was. She saw the pace, and she knew what he's capable of. I want us to look at, again, using the number 19. Remember, Golden Tempo was number 19. Appropriately enough, it's Exodus 19. There's an Exodus that's taking place from Babylon, from the systems, even as Israel was exiting from, it's an Exodus, but an Exodus is an exiting from Egypt, from bondage, from 400 years of bondage. There is a similar exiting from bondage that is taking place, from Babylon that is taking place, where I've shared over and over and over. The Lord showed me about President Trump in 2016. Your world will be known as before Trump and after Trump. And he is going to be dealing with the mafia on the 7 mountains of society, and this is what's taking place. And so Exodus 19, again, why are we doing an Exodus 19? Exodus 19, because that number 19 was Golden Tempo. And this was the reveal, where the Lord revealed himself at Mount Sinai. And it's just, the whole chapter is amazing. You will be a special treasure to me above all people, for all the earth is mine. For all the earth is mine. He makes that point. I bore you up on eagle's wings. If you obey me, there's going to be amazing stuff. And so consecrate yourself. And then, but 19, because we're emphasizing 19, we're going to emphasize 19:19. So we can put that scripture up of Exodus 19:19. And I'll read it to you. And when the blast of the trumpet sounded long and became louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him by voice. And I believe if you actually look in another version, NLT, it not only says God answered, but God answered with thunder, God answered with smoke and fire. Well, that had already happened, but I want us to understand, okay, and when the blast of the trumpet sounded, you have to understand that the original word there is shofar. That's the Hebrew word. When the blast of the trumpet sounded long and became louder and louder, and it was up to the translator throughout Scripture to decide if every time they see the word shofar, if they put the word trumpet or the word trump. You know, if you go, of course, it's Greek once it gets to the New Testament, and at the sound of the trump, you hear about that. They could have put sound of the trumpet, but it's sound of trump. So I'm saying there is a connection. When the blast of the trump sounded long and became louder and louder, Trump has been sounding. He's become louder and louder, and he's become louder and louder with the things he said the last week as well. At that moment, God answers and speaks, and then he begins to thunder, and he begins to reveal things. So that's part of the phenomenal storyline here. There's the obvious of the golden tempo is speaking into the message, into the rhythm that President Trump is bringing. It covers world economic matters, not just covers, is huge in that and what's taking place, but that God begins to answer from heaven as he's speaking louder and louder. That interplay, I want us to read it one more time. It's so important. But when the blast of Trump sounded long and became louder and louder, Moses spoke and God answered him by voice. There is this teamwork that goes on. People are like, man, you're making it sound like it's all Trump. No, it's all God. But there is the interplay. He responds. And again, I think it was the NLT. I could have put it up for that. The direct response from God to the Trump sound tells us how this thing works. He gives assignments. We obey on our assignment. He interacts. He intervenes. He does more stuff. So the 1919 is a really cool thing there. Renegade was number one. So that just tells you there was the deep states, and this is going to become, to those who don't know it, the deep state's number one tool, asset, visible person. There's what's behind the scenes and all that. Just like President Trump is there, this like the two guys that are at the end there. The two guys, Golden Tempo and Renegade, Trump, Barack Obama. And there is certainly coming, I think this is announcing to us that a public exposition and a public losing for Renegade is coming. Right around, I believe May is huge. I feel like the Lord spoke to me. May is huge for clarity as never before. Like for me, it's already clarity. But there are those who can't see. Again, we can get distracted by what the enemy is doing. We can be distracted by the other horses running and all that kind of stuff. But there is a clarity coming for the month of May, such as has not existed. It ties into what President Trump is calling for, May 17th, to be in D.C., a huge, could be the largest gathering ever that we ever have in our nation. We don't know how many people are going to be there. And there is going to be a rededicating of our nation to the Lord. And there's a whole lot of legal stuff going on behind the scenes that let us know this is not just some surface thing he's doing. And I'm not sure how much he's going to tell, but I think he's going to tell enough. He's been telling the last week or two more than we've heard him tell in a long time. But he's going to tell a lot at that time. And so this is huge.
Okay, so this whole thing about President Trump and what we may see coming, we're going to dig more into that. Julie Green, she received this word on April the 25th, 2026. She delivered it on May the 4th, 2026, and it's called Every Treasonous Act Will Be Put Out in Full Display for the World to See. Check this out.
Every treasonous act will be put on full display for the world to see. So every treasonous act. My children in the land of my eagles, something unprecedented is about to take place in your nation, in your Senate, in the House, and the entire government. in your financial system and education system. Things are about to erupt like never before. Videos that have been held back, emails that have been held back, laptops, phones, and bank accounts will all come out like a tsunami wave, destroying the entire establishment and its plans against the United States. Soon this nation will see what the deep state has done and who is all involved. The Senate will be cleaned out. Whistleblowers are coming that have recordings of backroom deals. These conversations they've had with Obama and the puppet masters, and every treasonous act will be put out on full display. I will say this again. Chuck Schumer will not last much longer in the Senate. Many more will follow and will all be removed. The Senate will soon be encased in massive scandals. John Thune will be completely exposed. How he is working with Obama and the Great White Wolf to make sure that the Save America Act never sees the light of day and has never passed. But a trump card will soon be played, and many in the Senate will not have a choice but to pass this bill because they see the handwriting on the wall. They will soon be removed who are against this nation. A laptop will soon explode on the scene. A senator's laptop that has undeniable proof of what happened on January 6th and the plot to steal the 2016, 2020, 2022, 2024, and 2026 elections. Every down ballot deep state puppet that stole their elections will be exposed. My children, my David has more evidence than your enemies realize to take this nation back from the globalists and the establishment's control. The deep state has no idea when President Trump will use any information he has. Video evidence from the Capitol buildings, offices, hallway conversations, all has been captured. The Russia collusion hoax, Obama, Biden, and Hillary, and the deep state will all come out in explosive ways where the deep state and mainstream media cannot hide or distract from this proof. Proof the 2016 election was guaranteed for Hillary. All Hillary's emails, hidden videos will all come out in such a way that the entire country will be in shock and awe at the depth of fraud they truly got to so they could enslave the American people with the establishment puppets they chose to use during each election. Elections have not been safe and secure ever. The deep state has always gotten some of their choices. Lately, they have gotten more aggressive, so they have used foreign nations to get more of the election in their direction than ever before. Something shocking is about to be exposed out of the House of Representatives. Many dirty deals and a proof of the impeachments and the proof of the assassination attempts and the proof of January 6th. Nancy Pelosi will be let go. That is why the one that they have used in her place is not running for re-election. Nancy Pelosi's laptop will be released, the entire plan leading up to the 2020 election, which House representatives were paid to work with Nancy to get this whole thing completed. Payments were given to most of the House, even Republicans were in on this charade. This time there will be no distractions big enough to save any of these people from the judgment that is coming. Every person, including foreign nations and their governments that all participated on January 6th, they will all be exposed. It was more than just Ukraine in D.C. that day. Iran was there. China was there. Many politicians and governments will regret their actions on that day. Because this will not just undo the 2020 election. This will take down every election to start over and have an election overseen by military. This political reset will take place during martial law that is about to be implemented. The days are drawing close to the time of the silence and the blackouts. My children, I will say this again. You will go to bed one way, and the next day, your nation will look extremely different. Operations are taking place at night and will completely take your enemies by surprise. This will take place in the United States that will be greater than what took place in Venezuela or Iran. This nation's freedom is closer than you think, says the Lord of Hosts.
I want to now take you to Robin D. Bullock. This was from 11th Hour on May the 5th, 2026. Two parts of it I put together. The first part, he's actually sharing a prophetic word, talking about what our job is right now with this covenant and what God's calling us to do. And then the next part is tomorrow. That tomorrow is now brought into today. Check this out.
As we fight to maintain the great freedoms given to us by our Creator, let us not falter in our diligent service of prayer. For it has fallen to us to pray and turn the tides of tyranny. It has surely fallen to the believer to stop the attacks on our God-given freedoms before they ever come near. Let us not falter in this, for this is our duty and honor to uphold the rights given us by the King of all creation himself. Do we as the church consider this a chore or a hardship? Nay, but we count it as an honor and a privilege. For we as his children get to do something angels cannot do, and that is, as magistrates and legislators of morality and righteousness in the Spirit, we get to lift the burden of the oppressive tyranny of demonic power from the brows of men and women, so that they may see the goodness of our God in the land of the living. For the time of tomorrow is upon you. For the time of tomorrow has now invaded your today. For I intend on you walking in the times of tomorrow and the tides of tomorrow. For it's coming in on every wave. What? The bread you've been casting upon the water for so long is now coming back on every wave. For this thing is happening now, says the Lord. For this wealth transfer is now. So begin to reach out now and take it off of every wave that comes in. For what are these waves? These are the waves of dominating the marketplaces. These are the waves of having authority and dominating in the political realm. These are the waves of my breath, blowing the waves of the tides back into you. And on those waves is all the bread that's been cast from 100 years of your ancestors that have cast those bread upon those waters. And now it's coming in on high waves. Not just waves, waves to surf on, waves to pick up bread upon. For this is the time. And great wealth will now begin to come in from the sea. It will be great wealth all the way from Hormuz, all the way down to the shores of Florida into the Caribbean. It will be waves that's coming in, the bread upon the water. Receive it now, says the Lord, and I will cause that to come up the rivers and the streams and find your houses where you live, and that you can be able to walk out into your very backyards and pick up manna, pick up wealth the way they picked up manna in the old times. For now it is coming from heaven, says the King. Go ahead and shout and rejoice in your acceptance of what is coming and what will be. Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
I love when he blows his shofar. That is so awesome. Okay, so going back to Andrew Whalen and that whole transference of wealth, I'm so excited about that. In fact, I took that part and I actually sent it out to my family this morning. I was like, yes, 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 and yes, we receive this in Jesus' name. I went through and said it all with him. I highly encourage you to do that as well. We receive it, we receive it, we receive it. Let us be vessels that this money flows through. Let's go back to what we were hearing from Amanda Grace with this whole covenant. So prodigal son, he leaves, he comes back, he's restored. And I heard Kenneth Copeland many years ago, in fact, it was in 2024, that this is what he said. America is actually the prodigal son, but the prodigal son is going to come back to his family. And I believe that that's this whole covenant that we were hearing from Amanda Grace. It's coming back to a covenant. This whole thing on May the 17th, one nation under God, what we're seeing with that 250th anniversary this summer. President Trump, 2 Chronicles 7:14, humbling ourselves. All of these things are coming together for the prodigal son to return. And what's amazing about that are two different prophets actually talked about, actually three different prophetic voices talked about the prodigal son. So again, I just shared Kenneth Copeland from November the 10th of 2024. But now I want to take you to Tim Sheets and Rachel Schaefer. Rachel's his daughter. They wrote a book together. This was from Sunday, and they're actually talking about the prodigal son returning. Check this out.
Today's going to be a little bit different. Rachel and I are going to share back and forth, tag team. We co-wrote this book, Come Home, concerning prodigals coming home, what the Bible has to say about it. And it's prayers, prophecies, and strategies to counter hell's forces and draw prodigals home. And so we thought it would be good to take aspects of that to share in one session with you, and then we're going to pray some things. But we've seen the last couple of weeks that in greater glory eras, promises of the Lord accelerate to a different level, and delays are dealt with, hindering spirits are dealt with. One of those promises absolutely is prodigals coming home, which we are going to emphasize. At the 1st of December, 3 years ago, coming up, I was thinking about Christmas back then, and how that all families gather together, friends gather together, and many of them are prodigals that we are with. And as I thought on that, Holy Spirit began to prompt me to preach and teach on reaching prodigals. Rachel was also sharing on Sunday morning. She picked up that theme, and she also talked about it. And they are in the book. The thoughts and principles of the book actually started with a prophetic word, and I'm going to give you that prophetic word, and then Rachel will share our text today. Holy Spirit says, just as the shepherds, Joseph, and those in the narrative of the king's birth were anointed to dream, I will do so again. I will begin to release millions of dreams to prodigals. They will dream of destiny and purpose, dreaming the king's dream. Your prodigals are going to dream dreams, and in those dreams, they will rise up and say, this is what I must do. This is where I must go. Dreams that unlock destinies and change lives. Dreams that end addictions and cancel demonic assignments on their lives. For I will activate within them dreams of their God, and as prodigals rise to take their place, you will see the birthing of that wave of reset promised begin to roll through the nations. Evangelists are rising on college campuses. They will preach and declare the word of the Lord. That, of course, is now happening. The passionate ones will be powerfully anointed I will confirm my word with signs, wonders, and miracles, for I have a harvest that I will reach. I will put the breaker anointing upon young men and women, and they will walk the campuses declaring, this is the way, walk in it. With the drawing power, the conviction of my presence, that will invade campuses. I will reach into the heart of those who are bound, those lost and drifting with aimless mindsets, and I will draw them to their purpose. For I say to you, deep will call to deep within them. I will call to the deepest parts of their inner nature. I will call to the dreams and purpose I put in them, which has been buried by lies and deceptions. Now, says the Lord, the anointing that breaks those yokes will be released. Revival will roll throughout college campuses. Great prophets will rise, and you will begin to hear prophetic words coming from college campuses. You will understand that this is a day like no other. I said my young men would see visions, and I meant it. I said my handmaids would receive the power and ministry of the Holy Spirit to declare what I say. I meant it. I said your old men would dream dreams, and that I would fill all flesh with my spirit. And I meant it. Now, Rachel will read our text.
In the research and prep for this book that we wrote, we came across a powerful truth regarding the biblical illustration of the prodigal son from Luke 15. So I'd like to start by reading that story, beginning in verse 11. It says, Jesus told them this story. A man had 2 sons. The younger son told his father, I want my share of your estate now before you die. So his father agreed to divide his wealth between his sons. A few days later, this younger son packed all his belongings and moved to a distant land. And there he wasted all his money in wild living. About the time his money ran out, a great famine swept over the land and he began to starve. He persuaded a local farmer to hire him, and the man sent him into his fields to feed the pigs. The young man became so hungry that even the pods he was feeding the pigs looked good to him, but no one gave him anything. When he finally came to his senses, he said to himself, at home, even the hired servants have food enough to spare, and here I am dying of hunger. I will go home to my father and say, Father, I have sinned against both heaven and you, and I am no longer worthy of being called your son. Please take me on as a hired servant. So he returned home to his father, and while he was still a long way off, his father saw him coming. Filled with love and compassion, he ran to his son, embraced him, and kissed him. His son said to him, Father, I have sinned against both heaven and you, and I am no longer worthy of being called your son. But his father said to the servants, quick, bring the finest robe in the house and put it on him. Get a ring for his finger and sandals for his feet. And kill the calf we have been fattening. We must celebrate with a feast. For this son of mine was dead and has now returned to life. He was lost, but now he is found. So the party began. We see in this story that the father's son demanded his inheritance to be given to him early. He wanted what he considered to be his now instead of when his father died, which was the custom of that day. So his father released the inheritance and his son left home. His son walked away from covering. He walked away from values. He walked away from truth. He walked away from everything he had been taught. And in doing so, he broke his father's heart. And he also broke all the rules of the community he had been raised in. And scripture says he wasted everything in reckless living with parties, immorality, indulgence, and empty pleasure. And what looked like freedom eventually became bondage in his life. And the son ended up losing everything. His money was gone, his friends were gone, his options were gone, and he finds himself in a pig pen feeding pigs. And for a Jewish young man, this was the lowest possible place. Tending pigs was a place of utter ruin. It represented the emptiness of life away from his father and the ultimate degradation of wasting one's life in sin. But Scripture tells us he finally came to his senses and wanted to return home. So let me read Luke 15:20 one more time. It says, "When he was still a great way off, his father saw him, had compassion, ran and fell on his neck and kissed him." Now to us, that seems like a normal response. Your long-lost child finally returning home, of course you would run to greet them. But running was very significant because in those times, a Middle Eastern man never ran. Because in order to do so, he would have to raise his tunic, and that would expose his bare legs. And in that culture, it was considered very humiliating and shameful for a man to have his bare legs exposed. And there's another layer to this as well. If a Jewish son squandered his inheritance and then returned home, the community would perform a ceremony called the kazaza, which is a ceremony of shame. And during this ceremony, they would take a large pot or pitcher and in front of the son, and they would break it and smash it into pieces. They would declare him to be cut off from his people, all ties broken, and no longer welcome in the community. So this brings us to the question, why did the father run to his son? Well, he wanted to get to his son to extend grace, mercy, forgiveness before anyone else could get to him with the law. He wanted to give love, acceptance, welcome, and hope before anyone else could take it away. His father bore the shame and humiliation by running so his son could be welcomed home instead of being condemned and rejected. And as the community watched the father run towards his son, reuniting and hugging him, it became apparent there would be no kazaza. There would be no ceremony of shame. Instead, there would be a homecoming party, a celebration of restoration, which only the father could bring. We can obviously see the correlation for us. Our Heavenly Father bore our sin and shame through Jesus, so we can be forgiven and redeemed. And even our lost purpose and destiny can be restored. When we repent, He wipes the slate clean and gives us a fresh start. He covers us in grace. He clothes us in righteousness, and He restores us to sonship. The father of the prodigal did not merely forgive his son, he restored his identity. He put a robe on him. He put a ring on his hand and shoes on his feet. He did not bring him back as a servant. He welcomed him back as a son. And that illustration is a promise to us today that what God did for the prodigal son, He can do for your prodigal, your son, your daughter, your lost loved one. Lost purpose, identity, and relationship will be restored in this season. There is no condemnation, just the loving, open arms of our Father to welcome the prodigals home.
Grab it. We're going to blow this together. We see this as a spiritual weapon. If you look in the Bible, you see the Israelites going around the walls of Jericho. They blew their shofars, they yelled, and the walls came tumbling down. I believe that as we are blowing our shofars, the angels are going in, they're shredding the platform of the enemy, and we're going to use those platforms as ramps to go in and take our victory. On the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars together, yell, and send out the angels to make toasts of our enemy. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past, and I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Don't forget to jump on with Ginger Ziegler at 3 p.m., and we'll see you back here next week.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacey Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions. And there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees, no pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen and it'll take you right there. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Again, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. Is America a creedal nation? Is America just an idea? Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch is, I guess, turning heads by claiming that America is a creedal nation. We have really, it's been being mocked on X really from a lot of different places. Quite honestly, we've got so many different takes on this, but the one take on this that I think is very interesting is, does this color Neil Gorsuch's opinion about birthright citizenship? Many are thinking that we've now got to peek at the cards the Supreme Court is holding. Does what Neil Gorsuch said about our country, and Marco Rubio said this earlier this week, I think as well, America is basically an idea, and I'm paraphrasing, an idea where anybody can come here and be anything, and this is the same mentality that has essentially governed this country in both parties for my entire life and beyond, and look at the results that it's yielded. Look at our country and look at how we've imported a lot of people in this country that, quite frankly, even if we are a creedal nation, reject the creed, whatever that is, that really can't be defined. So is America a creedal nation? Or does it fit the traditional definition of a nation, which is people that speak a common language and have a common ancestry? We're going to talk about that on the program today. Also, fireworks in the Tennessee state legislature, as the state of Tennessee has officially, Governor Bill Lee has officially signed the new congressional map. We are in the midst of apportionment wars, if you will. It's otherwise been dubbed the Southern Scramble, trying to save the midterms for Republicans. We're going to talk about this. Obviously, the Democrats in Tennessee are not happy about this. They're so upset that they're standing on tables. And I think it was Todd Starnes or somebody that said, "Hey, this isn't the Pink Pony Club, okay? This is the Tennessee House of Representatives." We're going to talk about all that and much, much more. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks, welcome to the show. As always, we can't do the show without you watching every single day, so we really do appreciate it. We're broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas here on LFA TV on Rumble, over on my personal Facebook page, Paul Herrell, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page and X. So we would ask you to do all the things. We want you to make sure, if you're watching on LFA TV on Rumble, to like and subscribe and do all the things you're supposed to do on Rumble. But on the other platforms, wherever you're watching, do that as well. For our cable television audience, we would encourage you to find the program online and interact with the audience, specifically the great LFA TV audience in the chat there. I'm joined in seat number 3. We've got Eric Haynes is with us. Eric, how you doing, sir?
So good to be part of the conversation, my friend.
I'm really glad that you're with us. We're missing Rob this week. Rob decided to go on vacation this week, and I hope he's having a great time basking in the Florida sun. So, but anyway, we got a really interesting debate. It's not a new debate, but it certainly is new. In terms of over the last couple of years, it's in terms of Republican contexts, it is one that is now really, it's part of this Republican coalition that is extremely fragile. But within the Republican Party coalition, you have people that say, wait a second now. This idea that we've heard from both parties that America is an idea, that somehow our soil is magic. This is me putting words into that, what that phrase really means. That once people get here, something happens, it's magical, and they magically become Americans, and they adopt our heritage, and they adopt our way of life and all of that, when that's obviously not true, because our country is unrecognizable than what it was 50 years ago, and it's mainly because of immigration and people who have refused to assimilate, whatever that even means anymore. I'm not even really sure. Because you could say, well, okay, well, it'll be okay to have this as long as they assimilate. Well, what does that even look like? Define what that means. And the fact of the matter is they're not assimilating, and our country is the worse off for it. I don't even think there's any way to argue that at this point. So this all comes from Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch. We're all awaiting the birthright citizenship ruling. You got to wonder, that you got to think that this would be, if really the future of the country hangs in the balance when you're talking about this particular Supreme Court decision. If people can just come here and have a baby and now that baby is a citizen, which has been the interpretation, the bastardized version of the 14th Amendment for so long. And again, we see the results. The plain reading of the 14th Amendment clearly doesn't say that should be the policy if you look at the plain reading of it. And so it's a really big deal. If the Supreme Court were to come out and say, hey, birthright citizenship is not a thing anymore, it would be huge. It would be monumental. It would also undermine a lot of other court precedents that have come from the 14th Amendment based on this, I think, interpretation that is in error and has, again, led to the destruction of our country as we know it. So, but let's get into it. Let's actually hear the clip. Here he is. This is Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch. You know, you don't hear a lot from these guys very often, but when they do give interviews, you know, you want to know about it. Here's what he said about this country.
The Declaration of Independence had three great ideas in it. That all of us are equal, that each of us has inalienable rights given to us by God, not government, and that we have the right to rule ourselves. Our nation is not founded on a religion. It's not...
Now, hang on 1 second. Like, I hate to interrupt immediately, but didn't he just say that our rights come from God?
Yeah, from who?
God. So already, this is an incoherent, you know, at a bare minimum, you have a lot of questions. But already it's the beginning of a very incoherent statement. We weren't founded on a religion, but we were founded on the idea that there is a God and he exists. And by the way, it wasn't just some... You know, it wasn't just some ambiguous God. We all know the God they were talking about. They were talking about the Christian God of the Bible.
Do you want to give him credit in that you think, or in that we might say that he's thinking about a certain religion? And that...
You mean like a certain denomination?
Yeah.
I mean, you know...
We've had the conversation before about... Protestants, Catholics,
yes,
Jewish. I mean, there's all religions.
He might have
represented in the United States of America.
Possibly, there's no
foundationally. Is he saying God, but not necessarily like a religion?
Yeah, I mean potentially, but I mean it's no.
I'm trying to make coherent out of the incoherent.
I get you. I get you. So that you could say that maybe. Well, we're going to listen to the rest of the clip, but maybe he was saying, yeah, it was a pan-Protestant. Yeah. With some Catholics thrown in, and that is true.
I've never thought of Gorsuch as
that is
incoherent,
true.
So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I know.
However, to your point, that's something that definitely makes you scratch your head.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have these people that they know that it's a pan-Protestant hodgepodge of colonies. They know that, and so they're like, well, we're going to agree on the big things where there is a God. And, he's the bestower of rights, not us. But the idea that they were talking about, Allah or Buddha or the Hindu gods is patently ridiculous.
Right.
Surely he's not saying that. But it seems to me that's exactly what he's saying. But let's listen to it again.
Has inalienable rights given to us by God, not government, and that we have the right to rule ourselves. Our nation is not founded on a religion. It's not based on a common culture even.
A common culture?
Or heritage.
Really?
It's based on those ideas. We're a creedal nation. What was Europe like at the time? It was monarchies. The notion that all people are created equal. No, there are kings and serfs. The notion that you have rights from God, from your creator. No, everything came from government. And self-rule certainly was a very dangerous proposition in the world of the Declaration. Right? You're right. We take it as the air we breathe. Like fish in the water don't even realize. But those things were dangerous and inevitable, and they were traitors for declaring them. The Declaration of Independence.
It's very strange. And honestly, I don't even understand how you get there. I know a lot of us have been force-fed this in American public schools for our whole lifetime. But the idea, because you throw off the yoke of a king, that also means that you don't have a common culture is ridiculous. As we'll see here in a minute, President Trump actually said the complete opposite just the other week when he hosted King Charles and talked about the Anglo-Saxon English are the reason we have a country. Yeah. Okay. So it's just very interesting. So here's a few takes.
Yeah, we didn't like all those things that he mentioned, the serfs and the
of course
monarchs. We didn't like all those things. So we're not the United States of America is not based on those things because we fleed those things and rejected those things. I mean, we freaked out over a tea tax.
Exactly. Timothy Nerozzi.
I would expect this from Ketanji Brown Jackson a little bit more than
it wouldn't have been as articulate.
This is a hot take from a
and again,
conservatively appointed.
Does this mean that he's showing his cards of where he comes down to what it would mean? I mean, in that framework that he just listed, I'm not sure how he comes down saying birthright citizenship is unconstitutional. Maybe he still does, but I have my doubts because of the implications. This court is so, and men are just like this now, especially today, where it's like, well, you know, the implications of what it would mean are more important than just looking at what the law says and making an objective ruling. But we'll find out. Timothy Nerozzi says, if we're a creedal nation, show me the required creed and explain to me the consequences for someone who refuses to follow it. Now, the creed he's mentioning here, I'm just going to summarize, I think is that rights come from God and we're endowed with, you know, we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So if you do have a creed and you've imported people that reject life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, or their pursuit of happiness is H-1B visa scams, where, you know, or their pursuit of, you know, or their pursuit of happiness is to use our system to make sure that anti-white racism is now the law of the land.
The Somalis in Minnesota are happy.
Yes, they're very happy. Generational wealth.
They're driving around in Lambos
Exactly.
and sending millions back to Mogadishu.
So what is that creed? If we are a creedal nation, what exactly is it? And then when people don't follow it, can we deport those people? Oh, no, you can't. So really, because that would be unacceptable to a lot of these people that believe this. So really, even if it's really we're debating nonsense, because even if America is a creedal nation, the practical implications of it are you do nothing. You don't enforce the creed. So what does it even matter?
Yeah.
You basically have a nation that's based on nothing. You can say it's a creedal nation, but if you're not going to enforce it, you have congratulations.
What are we, a Seinfeld episode?
You've got a nation based on nothing. Yeah, I like
You get it?
Yes, that's good. Yeah,
we're just Seinfeld, brother.
Nothing.
Yeah,
I believe I can sum up the show. I believe I can sum up the nation with one word. Nothing. 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 Well, why do people watch
What do we have? It's a show about nothing.
Why do people watch it? Because it's on TV. Not yet. I love it. This is in stark contrast to the late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who actually, back in the day, said that, no, actually America is Anglo-Saxon, and it's the Anglo-Saxon culture that the American culture springs forth from. And he did this, on a panel full of people that would probably more agree with Neil Gorsuch. By the way, I think this whole thing is just a way to get us to accept that our country is just going to be slowly managed into decline. By the way, this whole thing is, oh no, you can't make these pronouncements. It's just a way to keep the American people sitting on their hands. Because if you accept this, then you just have to accept that this country is open to the third world. But listen to what Antonin Scalia said.
It's part of our tradition that everybody can be an American, but there has been a common culture. Yeah, you don't have to belong to it, but there has been that. And
what is it? What is it? What is it?
Well, okay, you want to know what it is? Number one.
By the way, that is on this panel. That is a Podesta, isn't that not? Is that John or
Podesta.
Tony? Yeah, that's a Podesta. To just let you guys know. A guy that Andrew Breitbart, the late Andrew Breitbart, said is a prolific pedophile.
Culture. Yeah, you don't have to belong to it, but there has been that. And
what is it? What is it? What is it?
Well, okay, you want to know what it is? Number one. Okay.
Is there a bond? Is there a common culture?
I think. Let me tell you a story.
2006. This is
my junior year of college. I studied in Switzerland, and I used to get really annoyed when the French Swiss professors I had would refer constantly to les pays anglo-saxons, the Anglo-Saxon countries, meaning England, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, okay, Canada. I said, hey, my name is Scalia, and I'm as American as anybody. Look at this face. Is this an Anglo-Saxon face? I had never been in England, But at the end of my year, I went to England, and I felt at home. There is no doubt that American culture, American common culture, which nobody has to belong to, originates with English culture. And that includes Shakespeare, it includes nursery rhymes that we all know and that we use as examples. That's our common culture. And I think the framers recognized that. Diversity's fine, but diversity does not make a nation.
Exactly. Diversity doesn't make a nation. And notice what he also said there. It's obviously an Anglo-Saxon culture. That is synonymous with American culture, but you don't have to adhere to it. And that is true. Once you get here, you don't have to adhere to it. Well, what happens when you don't? And what happens when there's throngs upon throngs of people that don't adhere to it? Where, you have these leftists that were saying that, hey, showing up to an appointment on time is part of white culture.
Yeah.
Glenn Beck got in the biggest trouble back in the day when Glenn Beck was on Fox News and he was criticizing Obama, and he sat down with, I think it was Katie Couric, but it was one of the mainstream media journalists. And he said, they were like, what is your big problem with Barack Obama? And Glenn Beck said, I think he has a problem with white culture. And it was a 5-alarm fire. Oh my gosh, white culture. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I remember it. I couldn't, back in the day, you're like, oh, he stepped in it now. Because we were so conditioned to even say that there is a white culture, let alone that Barack Obama was against it, was considered a blasphemy in this country.
Right.
It's pretty incredible where we're at now. Let me see. Was there another video? Is it this one here?
It's part of our tradition that everybody can be an American.
Is it
it's
John
part
Podesta?
of our tradition that everybody can be an American. But there has been a common...
Okay, so it's the same clip, just posted twice. So, a creedal nation. Josh Dawes writes, a creedal nation is a trap. The right will wax eloquent about the creed of our founders, but won't enforce it. The left redefines the creed at will. They do, based on whatever the hot button issue they want to use to keep their power or expand their power. The left redefines the creed at will and won't hesitate to enforce it. Now that's an interesting thing. They will. That's true, as we've seen where if you operate in this creedal nation paradigm, that is true. The right won't enforce whatever their definition of, but the left will enforce their definition of what the creed is.
Oh, absolutely.
You don't think that men can go into women's locker rooms because they can change their gender?
Yeah.
Well,
Watch them.
That's against the American creed.
Yeah.
That's against the American creed. Here is President Trump last week, and just listen to what he said here, because to me, it seems like, and we talked about this when we played it the other day or last week. Whoever wrote this speech, I mean, this was a big deal. This was one of the best, I think, speeches that President Trump has given this year.
Agree. This was so good.
Listen.
Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral...
Now notice he did use the word creed.
Courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the Revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the Great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. And that's what it is: glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true.
You know what the majority of the creed was? I mean, if we want to say there was a creed, you want to know what the majority of the creed, you know what the creed was? I believe in God the Father Almighty. It was the Apostles' Creed or the Nicene Creed. That's really, you want to know what united the country. That's what it was. That's when it says, when in the courts of human events, Declaration of Independence, when in the courts of human events, it talks about a people must declare reasons for their separation. In the Constitution, it says, we the people of the United States. And what does it say in the preamble? It says, for our posterity, for ourselves and our posterity. What is our posterity? It's our kids. It's our grandkids. It's our common ancestry. That's what a nation is. And it is only in this modern-day American context that saying that is somehow, again, thought to be racist. And one of the reasons we're able to have the conversation that we are able to freely have now and have this debate now, when Glenn Beck mentioned it back in 2009 and he wasn't allowed to, is because the word racism and the accusations of racism have lost their power, and that has actually freed a lot of people up to talk about this. And it's actually really good. Because what we're all really debating out here amongst this Republican coalition, many people may not frame it this way, but what we're all really debating is how to crawl our way back up the slippery slope that has got us, light years away from where we started. But in the slippery slope is actually pretty, it's not very slick, actually. It's actually just a slope. The slippery slope, obviously, is, it's going to get faster, and it does get faster. But if you really look, it's taken us a long time as we've survived off the derivative fumes of the great men that came before us, the prosperity that resulted from our grandfathers. We're all debating, how do we get back up there? This is really the debate.
Yeah.
Now, some people, maybe on the right, very little on the right, might dispute that there is a slope. And one thing does lead to another, but they're wrong. Most of us agree. One thing leads to another, and we are where we are, and we want to get back to where we were. The left sees that, that means you want slavery. No, that doesn't mean we want slavery. It just means we want our country to have, we want our country to be a good country and not a wicked country. That's what it means. Anyway, I've talked for a long time. You got anything to add? Because we got a lot of takes, but
I think of the situation, and I know a lot of people in the audience have probably been in boardrooms before, and they've done what is commonly referred to as SWOT analysis. You familiar with that term?
No, what is SWOT analysis?
You're looking for strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. So SWOT, SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. I would love to sit here and do a SWOT analysis of this 250-year-old experiment that we're in the middle of right now. And I think you could glean from it a lot of strengths and a lot of areas where we have defined ourselves in where we came from in 1776 to where we are now, and we have a lot to be proud of. I'm trying to say the word proud respectfully and humbly too, but we do have a lot to be proud of. We could be proud of the fact that we are where we are, that innovation and technology, we're the greatest country in the planet. Whether you agree with that or not, Ilhan Omar would probably disagree with me on that. But we've come so far, but we've got a lot of weaknesses and particularly a lot of threats that are affecting this great 250-year run that we're on. And, you and I have only been a part of, a fraction, that back fraction, and we're sitting here today wondering, like, where are we going to go from here? Like, we're really, and again, back to a term that we talk about all the time, was just tipping points. We feel like we're at a fork in the road. Like, the last 40 to 50 years of our immigration policy and other things that we've done to ourselves financially and to our great experiment is potentially put us in a very, very tough situation that we may not be able to claw back from. You may not be able to just use mass deportation to get there. We're seeing already that it's not working, and that we've allowed trillions of dollars to be blown in our financial health, and that we're now having to constantly unearth all of this stuff that has been allowed to go on for so long. So I just to kind of summarize that up, I would really like to really, from our perspective, obviously somebody next to me is going to have a different perspective on the analysis and the SWOT analysis of this country. But when you look at statements like this and the analysis of that by itself and what has taken place over the last few years, what gas prices are right now, what all the other things that what is being uncovered in cities around the country in massive amounts of fraud, and there are days where you and I just throw up our hands and we're like, how are we even holding on? But yet we woke up this morning and the market went above 50,000. And stocks are super high. People's 401ks are doing great. So it's like, to me, we're playing this like ping pong match and going back and forth, or we're seeing like the scales go up and down, trying to understand what it's going to be like for our kids. Because most importantly, you and I are like, well, we're fine with what's going on right now, but we're worried about
our posterity.
Getting back to what we were talking about just a while ago, like that's the same thing that the founding fathers were trying to do back then. They were trying to make a better place for their kids and their grandkids and their great-grandkids and their great-great-grandkids. That's the whole point. And we're constantly going back to the fact, like, can we put this genie back in the bottle and will immigration fix everything? Well, because there's a lot of little things that goes on that we don't know if that's going to be a silver bullet, but I don't know where you sit on the whole analysis thing, but I know it's a constant internal battle that we talk about all the time, which is where do we get to a point to where we think that we may have this thing might right the ship a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that birthright citizenship would be a huge win to change, to save the country in the future. But I don't know. I don't think these justices are actually going to do it. That's where I'm at right now. But who knows? We'll see. And then there's other things like, I mean, I was watching when people have been talking about abortion a lot recently, and I was seeing a post about how when Roe v. Wade was overturned, you immediately had the corporations out there saying, hey, we'll fly you to get an abortion if you need an abortion. And, you have this rise in the pills, and how much our modern economic system, or at least the corporations, it depends on women in the workforce. And if there is no abortion, then there will be less women in the workforce. And then somebody was just posted on Twitter. I saw it. I should have pulled it. Was saying that women are more likely to put up with abuse in the workforce. They're less likely to demand a raise and all of these things and all these insidious. But I'm just saying, like, we're talking about fixes. Like, if you got rid of abortion tomorrow, all of a sudden you have more family formations that would happen. You have obviously less sacrificing of kids, but you have in a lot of ways, modern American society, the way it is right now, the way it's structured, depends on abortion access. That's really sick when you think about it.
Yeah.
But to your point about hope,
and we have think about this. We have about half the country that's willing to say that that's not even really abortion, that's reproductive health care.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
it's like transing kids is health care.
Yeah. The devil is the master of lies for a reason, and it has infected our country with an ability and large swaths of the country to think that abortion's fine, open borders are fine, rearranging your identity based on whims and however you feel today, and cutting off body parts to change that is fine, and so on and so on and so on, that you get to the point where you're like, oh, I mean, maybe Gorsuch is kind of in a weird way right in the way that he's summing this up now, because what are you going to hold people to?
Yeah, the rejection of that would then be saying, "Oh, actually, no, our rights come from God."
These people aren't assimilating that are coming here in mass migration events. No, they're just clicking up in big swaths in big areas and turning those places into little versions of where they came from.
Yeah, they're making,
and then they're finding ways of defrauding the American taxpayers with, hospice houses and leering centers.
Yeah, hospice houses, leering centers. It's like it really is strange if you think about this. Like you were talking about our technology and being the greatest country in the world. I'm sorry, this may be a crude analogy, but I recently watched the movie John Carter. I don't know that old Disney movie about John Carter going to Mars or whatever. And there are these aliens that give somebody technology, and the guy gets the technology and immediately tries to use it against the aliens, and the aliens are like, you can't, no, you're not going to do that. And I know this is going to trigger a lot of people, but in that context, we're allowing the third world who didn't build this country to come here and turn our great society against us.
Yeah.
And that's what's been going on for the last 40, 50 years. And we're allowing it to happen. We don't have to allow it to happen, but we have allowed it, and we are allowing it. And then you start thinking, well, why is that? Why does the donor class, why do our elites want this to happen? And it's because they're going to lose money. If America is a nation, they make less money than if America is just an economic zone. And if America is just an economic zone, then this is all about turning us into, neo-feudalism. We are serfs, actually. Gorsuch, it's kind of ironic. Gorsuch is saying, we rejected serfdom, but look around you. Look around the country.
Yeah.
Look. Yeah. It's especially if you're a younger person coming up and entering the workforce, or look around how all of our communities now look exactly the same. Starbucks, Burger King, Taco Bell, and you take your city blocks. Where we live, there's a lot of new developments. A lot of new construction going on. But have you noticed that a lot of it is just not? It's not beautiful. It's just more corporate chain establishments.
Well, it can't be beautiful because it's thrown up in a matter of days.
It is.
As quickly as humanly possible with bland, drab colors just to get it up and functioning so that then they can start churning that wheel of profit and pumping out burgers or chicken sandwiches or whatever else.
Yeah,
there's some reds and yellow colors mixed in there, but
and have you noticed that the fast food industry or the coffee shop industry tends to attract the LGBT? It seems like everybody. I don't eat fast food very often. It's very, very rare. It seems like every time I go, or if I go get a coffee, with excluding one business in particular that's a Christian company, you end up getting somebody purple hair and is clearly on that LGBTQ spectrum. I've just noticed that's a lot.
So let me help you spit out the pill though real quick for a second.
The black pill.
Because
hang on, let me do this. We're at the threshold of hell, Helen. Look around you, Helen.
That's great.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You and Rob know me and have ribbed me before about the perpetual optimist that I am, right? And when I woke up this morning, I didn't care about so many of the things that people in, Eastern Europe probably had to think about. I took my kids to a public school where the teachers love them and take care of them. I went to work and I got to interact with a ton of, doctors and nurses and healthcare providers that are trying to do a great job and take care of people, keep them alive longer, keep them healthy, try to get them healthy. I went to a coffee shop and grabbed a nice coffee, and the lady said, "God bless you," when I left. There's a lot of things that we take for granted because, again, in this great experiment that we're in, we're to the point to where if everything is what it is by comparison to something else, we've got it pretty good. And I've been in those countries, and I've seen those places in Panama and El Salvador and Nicaragua and others where it's like, holy crap. I know now why you want to come live where I live.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah. So we do have to recognize that part of the problem is that we do have it so good that everybody else wants to come live here, and whether that's called the American dream or not, frankly don't think it is, but like they want that, or they want the opportunity for that, and they'll do illegal things to get to that place.
Yes, they will.
And will sacrifice a lot, including themselves and whatever it takes to get there.
So I agree with you. Marco Rubio was asked a question. He filled in for Caroline Leavitt, who just posted a photo of her new baby girl. So she's on maternity leave. He was asked, what's your hope for America? Okay. So he kind of parrots Neil Gorsuch here a little bit. Okay. But to the point about, he does get into the part about our history and how we do have some bad things. Anyway, listen.
Deal with that. Yeah, look, I mean, my hope for America is what it's always been. I think it's the hope I hope we all share. We want it to continue to be the place where anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, where you're not limited by the circumstances of your birth, by the color of your skin, by your ethnicity, but frankly, it's a place where you are able to overcome challenges and achieve your full potential. I think that should be the goal of every country in the world, frankly, but I think in the U.S., we're not perfect. Our history is not one of perfection, but it's still better than anybody else's history, and ours is a story of perpetual improvement. Each generation has left the next generation of Americans freer, more prosperous, safer, and that is our goal as well. But it is a unique and exceptional country, and as we come upon this 250-year anniversary, I think we have a lot to learn and be proud of in our history. It is one of perpetual and continuous improvement, where each generation has done its part to bring us closer to fulfilling the vision that the founders of this country had upon its founding.
So a couple of things. The stuff he said about the history, it's better than anybody else's history. Totally agree with. But when I watched this, obviously I watched this a few days ago before Neil Gorsuch made his comments. But when I first watched it, I was just like, I'm sorry, man. Like I was like, this sales pitch of America. Anybody can come here. You can be anything you want. I'm like, no, I'm over it, man. No, thanks. Sorry. Next. I'm sorry. No. Like, and by the way, I've been very surprised with Rubio in a lot of different areas, but obviously not excluding the war in Iran. But I did appreciate his honesty after the war in Iran started. That then got walked back. But the point is, I think this is. It's kind of this is now the new, or one of the, this is a debate that's going to happen within the Republican coalition now. And this little 5-minute sales pitch about what America is, obviously we've done that. We've tried it your way, and the results are absolutely terrible. And, and it's because of stuff like this, and I'm not blaming all of this on Rubio, but this is the mentality of the generation ahead of us.
Yeah.
It is the mentality of the generation ahead of us, and you want to know why we had such contentious, like we're trying to get Minneapolis, we're trying to arrest people and send them, and we can't get that done, or we can't get it done the way we would like. Well, it wouldn't even be a problem if we hadn't adopted this nonsense creedal nation, and you talk about history, it's just not historically accurate. That's not what our country was founded on.
And I frankly don't think that the two-party system that we have now, in as fractured and as extreme as it is, particularly the Democratic talk, like I don't think that makes it us able to make the next generation better than the one before. We're too polarized now. We're too.
Oh, that's a good point.
We're too opposite.
Yeah.
There's no common ground now, and now it's just we have to win. No, we have to win. No, we have to win. No, we have to win, and we will do everything and sacrifice whatever else as a means just to win.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing.
So when you have a country divided as far as where it pledges its allegiance in the ballot box, in that dynamic, no, Mr. Rubio, I'm sorry. We will not make things better for our kids' generation with the system that we have in place. And I don't know what the answer to that is. And this is where I get to a point to where I try to teach my kids, like, don't come to me with just a problem. Come to Dad with a problem and a potential solution. Like, hey, Dad, this is an issue, and this happened. And I think if we did this might improve that. That's what I want to teach my kids to come to me with. So I'm not saying I have this magic formula to fix our two-party system and the broken, disgusting way in which they interact together now, but something has to change.
I mean, I think it's going to. I mean, I think it's, one way or the other, it is going to change.
Yeah.
It just may be more drastic than most people want. All right, so here's a few more takes on this. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but this is a topic that I find fascinating. R.N. McIntyre, in response to Neil Gorsuch's comments, this is why originalism seems like a joke. He doesn't believe in the words of the founders. He doesn't even believe in the original meaning of the 14th Amendment. What is originalist about defending a progressive view from the 1960s? This is very good here because it's highlighting how ridiculous the take is that we were founded on a creed, we weren't founded on a religion or even a culture. A culture. How do you say that? How is any nation founded? It's impossible for a nation to be founded on something other than a culture. Think about how ridiculous that is, that cultures don't spring forth nations. When you look at the Christians and the pilgrims and the settlers that came here in the 17th century and they eked it out, I mean, that created the bedrock. This is what Donald Trump was saying. Okay, so then we have so now we're going to highlight just kind of, if we are a creedal nation, which I don't think we are, but maybe we are practically. If we are, what are the implications? Okay, this guy named Devin Erickson. America's a creedal nation. Okay, can we test people to see if they believe in the creed before not letting them in or before letting them in? No, that's racist. Okay, can we kick them out if they don't believe in the creed? No, that's denying them due process and their constitutional rights. Can I see a copy of this creed? Nope. No one can agree on exactly what it is. We think it has something to do with the Declaration of Independence, though. Okay, so what you're saying is that this creed defines the nation, but it isn't defined, that it forms the basis of law, but has no effect on the law, that we owe allegiance to it, but that allegiance cannot be tested or demanded. Yep. So the creed could be anything, couldn't it? It could be horses are pretty or eat at Joe's, and it wouldn't make the slightest difference. I suppose so. I never really thought about it. What's important is that judges decide who is an American and what America's future will be. Say, you aren't a judge. Yes, that's your point. What's your point? So, you get it here. This has been widely mocked online, and I'm really glad for it. I'm here for it. Jeffrey Kaufman. I'm an originalist, which means understanding the intent of the founders. So your views on America are close to the founders? No, they're whatever progressives invented between 1912 and 1965.
Right.
And this is really where, I mean, that's the creation of the Federal Reserve. That's the the Civil Rights Act that got us where we are. That just got thrown out. At least the gerrymandering part of it got thrown out. The Voting Rights Act. Pastor James Baird. Pointing out what we pointed out earlier. Our rights are given to us by God, he said, but our nation wasn't founded on religion. You can't have it both ways. These people, it's like this is a Supreme Court justice, and I like Neil Gorsuch. I've liked some of his rulings and opinions. I've also not liked some. But it's like, how are you a Supreme Court justice and this is what you're saying? Maybe when he says it wasn't a particular religion, he's meaning a particular denomination. But I don't think that's what he's meaning at all here.
No.
So Jeremy Carl, there's a few posts from Jeremy Carl, and I wanted to get to this because he makes a very interesting point. He says the 1847 Constitution of Liberia was explicitly modeled on the U.S. Constitution of 1787, ratified in 1789. Both begin with "We the people," establishing a republican government to secure liberty, justice, peace, and welfare. They have a Declaration of Rights, very close to the U.S. Bill of Rights and the principles of the Declaration of Independence. They have separation of powers, a legislative branch, a judicial branch, executive branch, freedom of religion, assembly, petition, speech, press, jury trials, due process, no double jeopardy, grand jury, confrontation of witnesses, no self-incrimination, habeas corpus. They have all the stuff we have. Yet Liberia did not turn out like America. Ideal constitutions flow organically from the experiences or culture of particular peoples and can't simply be randomly engrafted almost whole onto different peoples. This is one of the many reasons democratizing the Middle East exporting democracy has failed so spectacularly because the people don't even understand the value of what we're trying to force on them because they haven't lived the experience. They actually, in some cases, I think, enjoy the strong external force that puts a boot on society in order to, manage outcomes. Successful nations, he says, must build constitutions rooted in their own experience, history, and values. Liberia isn't the only nation to closely mimic America's Constitution or Declaration, but none of those nations have turned out at all like America. In 1890, the approximate year in which America became the world's largest economy, between 85 and 95% of the American political community, i.e. those with voting rights, was still of northern and northwestern European origin. Virtually the entire government for the first 300 years of our history, since Jamestown, going back to Jamestown, had been comprised of Northern European Protestants. Yes, the creeds that they enshrined in the Declaration and Constitution were important and necessary, but they were not sufficient for America to become the world's greatest country. Think about that. What was written on paper, it was the people. It wasn't what was written on the paper. And by the way, that's not to take, that's also, you can't really say that as a Christian. I can't say it was the people without giving credit to God for making that possible through the Anglo-Saxon people and the English. Like we did this only with his blessing and providence and permission, quite frankly. He goes on, as I said in an early post, I am a raging moderate on this question. People from different origins could be and were successfully adopted into the American political community. Virtually all of my ancestors were in America before 1890, but none of them were Northern Europeans. But in the 20th century, and particularly the 21st century, the left has been dedicated to the reckless and intellectually unsupportable proposition that it simply does not matter the pace or scale at which we try to bring in immigrants, nor how fair their culture and values of their countries of origin are, how far they are from American culture and values. We can just magically speak of creeds, and this will somehow solve the very real and very thorny problems of assimilation and integration of foreigners into the American people. Justice Gorsuch speaks of creeds without ever being willing to really test or have accountability for whether those coming en masse from our new immigration countries are likely to embrace those creeds or even agree on what they are. He and the rest of America's elites have conducted a vast and uncontrolled experiment on the American people with a total disregard for the consequences. Expect the feeble intellectual abstractions of Gorsuch and his conservative colleagues on the court to carry the day for the birthright citizenship case. We should greet their historically unmoored reasoning with the full mockery and contempt it deserves, which is exactly what's going on online right now. With at least in my algorithm, that's exactly what's going on right now. Really well said by Jeremy Carl there, who wrote a fantastic book called The Unprotected Class.
Yeah.
Jack Posobiec, certainly he says he's going to uphold birthright citizenship for illegals with a comment like that. There's also, where's the John Jay quote? Let me find that. But here's another one. This kind of pokes another hole in it. Practically speaking, we can just look at Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar doesn't believe in the ideas of the Declaration of Independence. She actively hates them and works against them. But not only does she maintain her citizenship, she serves as a national elected representative. This version of national identity is entirely incoherent. Again, it is because, okay, if we are a creedal nation, these same people would never enforce it. They're not going to enforce it.
Right.
Here it is. So history is here. Here is Chief Justice back in the day, John Jay. Quote, Providence has been pleased to give this one connected country to one united people, a people descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same principles. This is what people in the 18th century actually believed. When was John Jay Supreme Court judge? Wasn't he the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court? Then we have Then we have another Jeremy Carl. I'm sorry.
1789 to 1795.
Okay, yeah.
First Chief Justice.
He's the first Chief Justice. So literally the first Chief Justice, the guy who was around during the ratification of the Constitution in 1789, the guy who was the first, is like, no, actually, we do have a culture. And by the way, we're going to give credit to God for allowing this whole experiment to kick off. They are retroactively. Remember the New York Times? What was the New York Times with the 1619 Project, where they're trying to edit American history and tell us the truth behind American history? Like, we have that because of our immigration policy and what we've allowed to happen to this country. More on Jeremy Carl. In all sincerity, he writes, the fact that this nonsense is being spouted by the best of Trump's 3 Supreme Court nominees is indicative of the broad intellectual failure of the conservative legal movement. How is this originalist with respect to an analysis of who the original American people were? How is it an originalist reading of the early congressional debates around the Naturalization Act of 1790, which I believe talks about, quote, white peoples? How is it textualist with respect to what the founders actually wrote about ourselves and our posterity? This is nothing more than rootless liberalism with the thinnest of conservative veneers. He says, I am a raging moderate on these issues. Again, he says, I do not think America is just an ethnicity or a natural origin. We can and have made good Americans who arrive from many different nations. But obviously, it's not just an ideology or creed either, or we'd be mass deporting these tens of millions of Americans who utterly reject the founders' creed. For politicians, I don't always expect better, but for Supreme Court justices who should be intellectual leaders of the movement, this sort of claptrap is just embarrassing. I couldn't agree more. It just goes on and on and on. I think we've gotten through them all, though. Last one, and then we're going to take a break, and we're going to reset here. Boris Rivkin. He says, there is no original intent reading of the actually very narrow, I'm sorry I'm having trouble talking today, narrow 14th Amendment to allow for a citizenship regime wherein someone who can illegally hop across the U.S. border to give birth and the child automatically becomes an American citizen with all the rights and privileges thereto. If birthright citizenship doesn't have jurisdictional and procedural guardrails, it becomes meaningless. The trouble is that ruling correctly and returning to the much narrower scope and reading of the 14th Amendment is not something this or any modern SCOTUS is apt to do. Maybe Thomas has that level of courage, but not a majority. It would open the door to upending so much additional jurisprudence based on a flawed approach to the 14th Amendment. So I think we already know. I think we already know what they're going to rule, and they're going to rule that Trump's executive order outlawing birthright citizenship is unconstitutional. They're probably going to keep it, folks. If they don't, it'll be huge. But
I think he and Barrett will vote against it.
Yeah, and it's because of this. It's because of this generational. They think America was founded in 1912, and that everything in the 20th century that has got us to this point on this slippery slope is the founding of the country. They think America started with the founding of the Federal Reserve. That's year one for America. And so it's really ironic when you consider we're celebrating 250 years this July, because you can make an argument that we're actually a totally different country than we were, and that we're actually celebrating, half of that. We're actually not celebrating 250 years.
Yeah.
Because you can make an argument that 20th century, we basically, America had a good 100-year run. Now, I'm not meaning to be, obviously.
There you go.
But America had a good 100-year run where we had people that were like, leave me alone. And then the politicians slowly changed it. So, all right, we're going to take a break here. Let me know what you think in the comments. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, Light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier. And when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about, 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around, 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee coming through. Really, you just got to applaud all of these state representatives, all these Republican red states, these Christian red states, as I like to call them. All of these guys just taking advantage. Our politicians in Washington, D.C. may not know what's going on. They may not care to end the filibuster. They may not be afraid of this country. They may not be afraid for their own people and their own voters having to live under Democrat rule again, but the state legislators are. They are, and it shows in their fervor and in their scramble, really, the Southern scramble to eliminate these Democrat seats. You guys remember the 17th Amendment? Eric, you remember the 17th Amendment. Mm-hmm. We talked about this before the show. So the 17th Amendment was, essentially, and if you go back and look at the messaging at the time or the propaganda or whatever you want to call it, they just thought state legislatures had become so corrupt that they could no longer be trusted to send politicians to D.C. Now, this was a huge mistake because we still have the same amount of corruption. Arguably, we've got way more corruption with the U.S. Senate. And it also served to kind of neuter this whole, dare I say the word, confederation of states that we had that were states with a capital S. Before the 17th Amendment, we were states with a capital S, like the state of Germany, the state of Great Britain. And we would send representatives. We would have elections. We would send state reps and state senators to our legislative bodies, and they would vote on who to represent the state and the legislature in D.C. If the 17th Amendment didn't exist back when Obamacare was being passed, many of the last holdouts in southern states that still were Democrats, like Alabama or Arkansas, or, well, I don't know if Alabama had any senators yet that were still blue. Arkansas had 2. Before Barack Obama, the state of Arkansas had 2 Democrat senators, Mark Pryor and Blanche Lincoln. Blanche Lincoln used to cut these ads. He was just like, I just love Arkansas. You just love seeing that sunrise come up over the Delta.
That's good.
That's what those were her ads.
That was good.
It's like, yeah, when I'm in D.C., I just think about that sunrise coming up over the Delta, and I just love my state so much. I just do. This was what we were subjected to. If they passed Obamacare during that time, and Mark Pryor and Blanche Lincoln voted for it in the Senate.
You sounded like Blanche from the Golden Girls too,
yeah.
Which was extra good because
that is actually
double Blanche.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. And if you threw a party,
here we go.
Invited everyone you knew. All right, sorry. So if the 17th Amendment had not been...
Our audience counter just went up to 10 million. Keep singing, Paul.
We'll have a daily segment from now on. Anyway, and this actually may not have been the case, but because I think Arkansas at the time still had this would have been in 2010. When did they pass Obamacare? Was it in 2009, like in December of 2009, somewhere in there, they came back from Christmas and rammed it through. I think that's what they did right before 2010.
Thank you, Senator McCain.
But anyway, I think this might not have actually been applicable back then, but there may have been the political will to do it. I don't know, because I think the Arkansas State House was still controlled by the Democrats. I'm pretty sure it didn't flip till November of 2010. But there might have been some gains. Anyway, the point is, it would be conceivable to think that the people get so mad, their state legislatures here, you're about to pass socialized medicine, and so you know what? We're calling you home. Because that's what the state legislatures had the ability to pass, to get together, and they could have voted to call any of these guys home if they're about to vote on something that's going to be that dangerous. So it was an accountability. It was a check and a balance.
Come get your town hall meeting.
Exactly.
Come back here for a little dose of what your folks want.
And there were town halls, by the way, with Blanche Lincoln and Mark Pryor, and I went to them, and the people were furious.
Oh my! Yes.
They were furious, and you knew that they went ahead and voted with their party, and they all got thrown out of office, and Republicans replaced them. The same thing happened with...
because guess what? The receipts started showing up.
Yes.
People started calling in to places and posting pictures of their insurance premiums and all their denials and getting kicked off of the plans that they were on. And all of a sudden, they couldn't see their doctor anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that Obama promised all became bull to regular American people. And they started showing the receipts, and it was just like...
If you like your plan, you will keep your plan.
Yeah, right.
You know, and then you remember that there will be no... This will not... He said this with a straight face. It will not pay... we will not pay for illegal immigrants to have this health care. And then you had that... what was the guy's name who said, you lie?
Joe something?
Joe something. I think you're right.
Yeah.
How far? Do you remember how everybody was clutching their pearls when...
Oh, they were like...
How dare you yell something out during the President's State of the Union address or whatever that was. It was like... And now people yell stuff up out of the time all the time. I mean, it's just like, like... it's like...
Sorry. I just kept thinking about Al Green and... money for what?
Black people aren't apes.
Oh, yeah.
What was it? Isn't that what it was?
The sign he had on it.
Rent apes. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was black people rent apes.
Yes.
Because he had the sign halfway covered
up. The sign was covered up by his jacket lapel or something like that.
Oh, yes. That was hilarious.
Instead of black people aren't apes.
But, you say well, this kind of goes to your point. Like, we are more divided than ever. And so now people are...
Giuseppe.
Using the power as much as they can, because both sides think that the other side is intolerable, and they don't want to live around them, and they don't want to have to live under their ideas. And so what's going on right now is actually a good thing. But back to the 17th Amendment, what we're kind of seeing here, and I saw this from a guy named Andrew Isker on X, we're kind of seeing the reverse of the 17th Amendment, but not as applied to the Senate, applied to the House, where state legislatures are now saying, no, we're going to decide what our districts look like and what our representation is going to be. The state legislatures are going to decide it because now you don't have the court-enforced racial districts. Yeah. So what we're seeing is a reverse of the 17th Amendment, but not applied to the Senate, applied to the lower house.
Yeah. We don't care what you folks think because we've already imported enough people and given them enough money to keep those voting blocks secured for a while. I'll be fine without your support, Mr. or Mrs. whoever, in my district, in my state. I don't need you anymore. I have millions, thousands, whatever. I have plenty. I'll be just fine.
Yeah, and there's the idea.
And I've got all the lobbyists and all the other NGOs giving me the money that I need to keep this thing running because I'm making sure they get plenty of your taxpayer dollars too.
Yeah, and this idea that...
Like, what a cycle.
It's like, I mean, if we're playing any sort of game and you're playing to win, it's like, well, if there's a way within the rules where my opponent doesn't have a voice, sign me up for that. You're not taking away their right to vote. You still have a voice. If you want a bigger voice, then you've got to win elections. This is the way it works. Of course, we need to work on our elections in a big way. But anyway, this is the news out of Tennessee. Headline, breaking: Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has officially signed the state's new congressional maps into law. Tennessee will soon have 9 Republicans, 0 Democrats in Congress. All the Democrats screeching today did not work. And screech they did, but there's a look at what the map is going to look like.
There it is.
They basically carved Memphis into 3 areas. You can see that there.
Nice little red wave.
Yeah.
It just came across from the east.
That's exactly right.
Just the red wave we wanted in Western Tennessee.
This is the red wave that we needed back, when Biden was in office, but it was a pink trickle.
Thank you, Governor.
So apparently there's this publication in Tennessee called Tennessee Holler.
Oh, yeah.
And they're a liberal. From what I can tell, they're pretty liberal because they're very upset. Today, Tennessee Republicans will strip representation from majority black Memphis and dilute it with their white power, stretching their districts to cherry red Williamson County, the richest in the state, making Tennessee 9-0 Republicans, while insisting it isn't about race.
No, it is.
It is about race. I don't think anyone's insisting this isn't about race.
No, yeah. It's fixing the problem.
It's saying it was about race.
Yeah.
And so it's still about race, but it's trying to undo your districts that are about race.
Right.
You only exist because of the Voting Rights Act and court-enforced gerrymander districts that say,
yes,
how many people in this district have a certain melanin, how much melanin do they have in this geographic area?
Your gerrymandering was 100% about race.
Exactly. Like, okay, well, we're going to make sure that the melanin content of these people are mostly homogenous, and then we're going to draw a district around that, see? It's funnier when it's... It's funnier when it's like a plantation voice.
Colonel Sanders.
It's funnier like this. The people of Memphis will get along just fine.
Can you sing Zippity Doo Dah or something?
Tim
Sound
Meadows,
like Chevy Chase on Flex Lives.
Yeah, Tim Meadows did a great. There's a great Tim Meadows SNL sketch.
Oh yeah.
Where they're doing Song of the South.
Oh yeah,
and
know exactly what you're
this
talking
guy's
about.
like swatting at cartoon birds, and he's like, "What are you swatting at?" It's really funny. So they canceled the Song of the South ride in Disney World. By the way, you remember that? That was a big deal. And I think they made it about the black Disney princess, Frog and the Prince or whatever. But they screamed and they screeched inside. This is the Tennessee House passing the vote, passing the new districts. Listen and watch.
Saddle up, folks, or strap in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's remind ourselves that while we're here in this special session...
Mr. Trooper, please clear out that balcony over there. Please clear out the balcony. Leader Lamberth. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
Leader Lamberth yields the rest of his time. We're voting. We are voting on the bill. All those in favor of House Bill 7003 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
Ref, you suck.
Yeah.
Ref, you. That's what it sounds like. They're just.
Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Here it comes.
Aye, 64, 25 nays, 3 present, not voting.
House Bill 7003, having received the Constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled.
This is what obnoxious idiots do when they don't get their way.
You're exactly right. And then they rushed the bill to the governor's desk, and he signed it with fervor and vigor. And that then thus eliminated the District of Memphis. I'm sorry. Here's another angle. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, that came from the floor, not the gallery.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
I mean, I'm going to say
it's not like the vote passed
I know,
on slim margins.
I'm going to go on a limb here. I think this is worse than January 6th.
You think this is an insurrection?
I mean, it's a lot closer. Was there anybody interrupting this is actually interrupting an official proceeding, which is the bogus Enron law that they use to charge J6ers. Like it's kudos to them for just getting it done. Look, you see all the Democrats down there?
Yeah.
From Memphis.
Standing down there all lined up like as if that is going to do anything.
Memphis and Nashville.
These are spoiled brats. Like, these are the kids that...
Oh, they're yelling pedophile protector. They're bringing up Epstein because Republicans are governing themselves with political power that they were voted.
Oh, they're showing that to the Republicans.
Yeah, blue hair woman, she gets it. Look at the two white Democrats that are like, we're not with the Republican whites.
Way to go, Memphis. Way to show everyone exactly why this is the way it should have gone.
I was about to say, yeah. I was like, and after that, they reconsidered and they canceled the vote. No, they didn't. What you did was meaningless.
Yeah. 100% meaningless.
To your point, though, of Memphis, it's kind of proving their point. Here is Representative Justin Pearson, who was kicked out of the Tennessee House by the Democrats. I'm sorry, by the Republicans, and then they brought him back.
Oh, this is the guy we had to watch yesterday that was throwing a fit.
Yeah, this is.
I'm sure I'm sure he.
This is him after the vote, as the Tennessee State Police is trying to get order back. He was not a fan.
Boy,
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You stupid mother.
Well, Malcolm X is looking down and real proud right now.
He does have a Malcolm X vibe, Eric.
Give me a break. What a joke. What a pathetic joke.
Samuel Jackson, haven't you seen my movies? This is he calls it. I think we have another angle of this too.
Good grief! Yeah.
Y'all going? Let go of me, sir. You got me all tied up. Now you got me all tied up. My brother ain't doing nothing to nobody. He ain't doing nothing to nobody. He'll walk out like yourself. Move your back. Boy! Yeah, let Pearson go. Let Pearson. What is wrong with you?
So
somebody get out a taser.
Somebody just he really laying hands on an officer like that. I won't be surprised if there's not charges in the future. But that right there, who wants the city of Memphis? Who thinks now the city of Memphis after this behavior is entitled? I mean, who wants that? Going to Washington D.C. and I mean it's ridiculous. And again, we've talked about this before. Memphis is a city that is on the brink. They've got gang members in there. They hire gang members, for police officers. That was a huge scandal with the death of Tyree Nichols. And you're like, this is a city that is has had half a century or more of Democrat rule, and the city's the worse off for it. And their ideas, I mean, D.C. doesn't need their ideas, quite frankly, because it's just going to make things even worse. And so, again, if you don't like it, then you need to find a way to win elections in the state of Tennessee. It's very, if you want political power, that's what you have to do. You've lost. Tennessee is a red state. And now that they have the ability to cancel your racial gerrymandering, they've done it. And you're acting like this. Again, what you're saying, proving the point that the adults need to take charge because, Memphis is not being run by adults. It's just not. Boy!
Man, I'm so glad you found these clips.
Boy!
Put these clips on there.
Back up. Hang on, I want to see
that stuff needs to haunt him.
Yeah,
because
it won't.
People like him have nothing better to do than to continue to just spark outrage. This is outrage culture. This is what we talk about all the time with liberal progressives and the extreme libs on the left. It's outrage culture. That's what they care about. That gets them clicks. That gets them support from Soros and all the other NGOs that'll eventually pay their rent and keep them funded and keep him barking and screaming and yelling and pushing cops.
One more time. What's he wearing? He's wearing some sort of
Yeah, it's a robe.
African shawl.
Yeah, it's one of those robes.
It's like that Key and Peele sketch, Clothars or whatever.
Yeah.
Instead of Hogwarts, it was an inner city school for witches and wizards. You ever seen that one?
No. No.
And they got all kinds of problems, man. They got all kinds of problems. They got
this
metal.
kid ain't from Hufflepuff. I'll tell you that.
They got metal detectors, for the wizards to go in, and it's
the hat comes up for this guy. And it's like Slytherin.
Yeah, for real.
Whatever.
He's wearing some sort of
big Afro version of Afro Slytherin.
Some sort of cultural.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let Pearson go. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Pig.
Stupid mother.
Well, there's that. And they got a little worse, actually. So some lady, I don't know who is this. Some state senator stood up on the table. Are you guys seeing this? Can we?
Bless her heart. Look at her.
Yeah,
this is what she thinks in her mind. I know what I can do.
Yeah, this will convince them to give me my representation.
I'm just going to stand up on top of my desk.
Looks like they're having their meetings like,
oh, this is that Pink Pony reference.
We got to do something. They're like, we can't let them do this. We got to do something. Well, it's got to be dramatic. Well, what if I stand up on the table? Yes, Trinessica, stand up on the table. That'll show them. That'll show them that we mean business and that this is serious. Stand up on the table. No. And then the sergeant at arms had to try to remove her. Give me my sweater back. I don't know what else happened after that, but there was this odd tug of war going on. But yeah, back to this. Ton Starnes. This is not the Pink Pony Club.
Did you call her Trinessica?
I did. Why? Did somebody pick up on it?
No, I just.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking back to. Is that her name?
I have no idea what her name is. I'm sorry. I was just in the abstract. We were talking. No, but we were talking in the abstract.
That's a good one.
We were talking in the abstract.
I've not heard.
They had to have strategies. Well, we're going to have to do something to make sure these people know this is white supremacy. Well, I don't know. Trinessica, what if you stood up on the table and gave an impassioned speech? That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
That's a great name.
Trinessica. You never heard that one? You never heard from me? I mean, there's got to be a...
I thought you were like reminiscing back to like an SNL sketch or something like that.
No, it just came to me.
Like Bon Qui or something.
It just came to me. But he says, this is not the Pink Pony Dance Club. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Sir, this is a Wendy's. This is the floor of the Tennessee Senate chamber. Did someone distribute dollar bills to the senators? Yikes. Yikes. But yeah, Todd Starnes from the ropes. Good job. Now, this is Tennessee Republican Representative Todd Warner. He comes in, walking into the chamber to vote, and he decides to trigger the crowd. Wearing the Trump 2024 flag.
That's it. No more BS.
No more BS.
That's great.
Look at him. Watch this. Now, the reason he got the flag taken away is, I don't know how it is in Tennessee, but in Arkansas, there's going to be...
You can't do that.
Like in Arkansas, you got to have a coat on to go on the floor, and you couldn't bring, political... I don't think so, but certainly not. There's a dress code.
So I'm just going to say this as a matter of a dad and trying to be objective here. Like, there's no need for Nana and a boo-boo here.
No.
Like, let the vote speak for itself, and then leave, and then let them act out like idiots.
No. I'm right there with you. We're just covering that it happened. I'm not commenting on the wisdom of it.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you're not.
I mean, it's funny. It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good content. He definitely triggers them. When he raises it up there, they get even more
angry. The best
angry.
thing that we can do is just vote and let our voice be heard like that, and do your thing appropriately, and then let them be the ones to act out like idiots.
I mean,
and boy, did they take the bait on that.
they sure
Man.
did. And that may be why the culture jamming.
Trinessica, she just offered us up some great on a silver platter.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Well, I mean, she's probably like, how'd I do? Did I do okay? Oh, yeah, perfect. You did exactly. I mean, we almost stopped them from redistricting Memphis.
Her and Mr. Pearson Puff or whatever.
Yeah.
With his
Justin Pearson.
With his 9 3/4 robe. Platform 9 3/4.
Representative.
Wait, is it 19?
I don't know. He definitely does. I don't know he definitely was wearing some sort of Hogwarts robe. I agree with you. So Democrat State Representative Afton Bain.
Oh, this girl, the crazy lady.
She's pretty far out there. She says,
who did she lose to? She lost in the Nashville. She was the Nashville Senate. This was the really okay. So this lady's the one that basically told everyone that she hates Nashville, and then ran for the Senate race against someone in Nashville.
Yeah. Okay.
This was the one that got Trump involved in speaking out against her, and the person that she ran against. Like this girl is crazy.
Okay. Yeah. And I've seen her stand up in the Tennessee floor, trying to stop common sense legislation.
Yeah, she ran into Governor Lee's office.
Yeah, because she's a state
and
rep.
had to be taken out by the police.
So she says, just looked at the new Tennessee map, or she says, incredible. Truly incredible. Memphis, a city of 600,000 people, got sliced into three and connected to Williamson County in a district that looks like a grocery receipt. I think Memphis has actually been connected to Williamson County before, though. People have gone back and found old maps, and so this is nothing new necessarily. Yeah. But it is what you get. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. And the Democrat Party, again, it's the difference between normal and crazy. That's what Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders has said multiple times. I don't know. I mean, that's exactly correct on so many levels. On a base level, like we can get into the minutia, like we talked about earlier, creedal nation or not. But on the base level, people are voting because they don't want to live under Democrats' ideas, and they don't want to live under their crazy. And the duly elected representatives of the state of Tennessee are enacting the people's wishes with this redistricting.
Yeah. To Bad Moon's point, this is what happens when you make a nation equal as far as its representation, and you stop the gerrymandering.
Yeah.
Like, this is what happens when you fix that.
Can you imagine
fix that?
If we hadn't had to live like this the last 50 years, what this country would be like? If we hadn't had what we've had in the South in particular, if the South had been uniform like it was, like New England was, and I mean, it's crazy. And I know that the South, there were still Southern Dixiecrats or whatever, but let's just take the last 20 years. Let's just take the last 20 years.
You don't even have to go back
country
very far.
would have been so much different if they didn't have these 12 seats that they have from the South.
Yeah.
So in other news on Tennessee, it's kind of similar, but on Todd Starnes' show, Tennessee State Senator Brent Taylor announced on the Todd Starnes show that he is running for the newly created 9th Congressional District. Bye-bye, Steve Cohen. So Steve Cohen is out. Honestly, you can make an argument that Memphis will get better because if they have a Republican representing them, who knows? They might actually get better. When it comes to if there really is,
Well, the real problem with Memphis though is local officials, and it is awkwardly bad between mayor, city council, folks involved in the city politics,
gang members on the police force. That'll make things kind of awkward.
Yeah, It's horrible.
Still can't believe that was a real story.
Yeah.
That was a real story, though. So back on the Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito called out Ketanji Brown Jackson for possibly delaying the opinion against racial gerrymandering, which is why we're having I mean, it's crazy how quick this has moved. In 2 weeks' time, we have seen history made, and normally the wheels of government grind very slowly, but that is not the case here. This is quick. See, I almost wish Arkansas had a Democrat district just so we could get rid of it, but we don't. Wah wah. The liberals likely delayed it to make it hard for red states to redraw before 2026. There's a Fox News report attached to this.
Justice Alito is making a point. He's responding to Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent, where she's complaining that the Supreme Court is allowing Louisiana to go forward with redrawing its map, which is completely consistent with the decision that came down last week, where they found that the redistricting had been unconstitutional, right? And so normally there's this 32-day period that happens after a Supreme Court authors a decision before it's sent back to the lower court to basically deal with the ramifications of what they decided. And because the congressional elections are obviously coming up, the governor had already delayed them. The Supreme Court here said, look, we decided we're not reconsidering this. You can go ahead and we're going to bypass the 32 days. Well, Ketanji Brown Jackson is very upset about that. And so Justice Alito points out in that footnote, hey, as a reminder to you, and by the way, the world, we decided this 7 months ago. So the question is, why did he put it in there?
Good question.
And we don't know, but there are two possibilities, right? One could be that the liberal wing of the court, who did not agree with the majority in this decision, were slow walking their dissents. Unfortunately, perhaps in an attempt.
Slow walking their dissents and telling Virginia CIA-backed Governor Abigail Spanberger that, hey, just so you know, this is coming. You might want to redraw your districts, too.
To impact the upcoming elections. Look, but there also could be the conservative justices may have had some differing opinions on how exactly they wanted to go about this, and so they could have been discussing
you know what
that.
I think?
Yeah, she definitely delayed that.
I mean, they used words. This was interesting that I remember seeing that Alito and Justice Thomas used words like trivial and baseless as it relates to some of her actions in this whole thing. So I've never seen a Supreme Court as divided, but them be able to, them making comments like that about each other. And calling her out for this stuff, because I think this is only going to get worse. Like, she's just going to get more and more
crazy.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I saw somebody claim, I don't know if this is true or not, but I saw somebody claim that Ketanji Brown, is it Jackson Brown or Brown Jackson? Anyway, Ketanji Jackson Brown.
Jackson. Go back.
Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
So Ketanji Jackson is so bad.
Yeah. How bad is she?
Some people are saying she's so bad in her argumentation, she's making the liberal justices more conservative.
I think that's a great point. And I've literally thought about this. Like, I mean, what's her name?
Sonia Sotomayor or Elena Kagan.
Kagan. Yeah. I think Kagan specifically has got to be like,
yeah, it's like, I'm not with her.
Sister. Like, you're making us all look like idiots. Like, knock it off. Because she's just going to continue to be outvoted and then get more and more extreme with some of her antics. That's the, which will expose.
It's a pretty hilarious concept, though.
Yeah,
that you're not just so far left. She is, but you're so inarticulate, and you're just not meeting the intellectual standards of most Supreme Court justices, that you're causing your other justices who should be ideologically aligned with you to side with the moderate position, or maybe
to use words like what you're doing is insulting, and trivial, and baseless. Like, whoa,
yeah, it's pretty funny actually. If that is the case, but I think somebody was saying that Kagan, they mentioned Kagan specifically, had gone on, had had abandoned her in a couple of opinions and sided with the other side of the court. And they were saying, I think it's because, Jackson is just so far out there.
Yeah.
Is you don't want your name anywhere associated with her because she's that wild and crazy and inarticulate, or dare I say stupid. Can I say stupid?
She's obviously a very extremely intelligent woman. But as you and Rob have said that before, we've given her even more credit than I have as it relates to that. But man, some of this stuff, some of these antics, it takes away from her intelligence and her level of what should be credibility.
Yeah.
Because she's doing it in a completely unobjective way, and she's not basing her decision on the Constitution. No, she's basing her decision on her liberal talking points.
I mean, that's a great point.
Liberal nonsense, which is the exact opposite of what you want in any.
Well, yeah, there was a
Supreme Court justice.
There was foreshadowing to this, honestly, when she's asked by Marsha Blackburn, "What is a woman?" and she refuses to say. The reason she I don't think any other Supreme Court justice would have said, "I'm not a biologist." Kagan wouldn't have said, "I'm not a biologist." Sonia Sotomayor, I don't think would have said, "I'm not a biologist." I think they would have attempted. Instead, she says, "I'm not a biologist," and so, it was foreshadowing that she was the reason. And now, granted, the political climate was much different for a liberal than Kagan and Sotomayor when they were going through their confirmation hearings. But the reason why Ketanji Jackson Brown or Brown Jackson did not answer what a woman is because she was beholden to the religious dogma of the left.
Yes.
And had she entertained the obvious truth that biological distinctions are real and women are women because of their biology, had she actually said that fact, she knew, even though she would have still gotten confirmed, she was more, the ideology is that men can be women and women can be men if they choose, that it's a construct, blah, 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 say whatever you want. It was woke sex religion dogma. And so now she's on the court, and that's how she's arguing. That's how she's writing her opinions, based on how she wants the world to be, not how the world actually is. And even people like Elena Kagan are like,
yeah,
I don't want to be seen with you. Like, don't wave at me at the party. We are not friends.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm reading too much into that, but that's what
I want to. It was just summer of 2022 when she was sworn in.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, so look how far she's come since then.
Yeah, and 2 years later, the American people reject this idea of, the trans crazy stuff. I do want to put this up on the screen because we had mentioned it earlier about the 17th Amendment. I got that line of thinking from a guy by the name of Andrew Isker over on X, and he said the current redistricting is just reverse engineering America prior to the 17th Amendment, except instead for the lower house. State legislators are choosing which parties represent them instead of direct democracy. This is a victory for federalism against the utopian progressive cult of democracy. Very well said. Our system is a republic, which means we use democratic elections, but we have strict parameters, like each state gets equal representation in the Senate. The House districts get a portion based on population. We then add the sum of the two senators plus your apportioned representatives to get your electoral college votes, and that's what gives us. That's who elects the president of the United States. So it's not direct democracy for a reason, and yet we have people that want. I mean, the electoral college. I was listening to Dr. Andrew Paquette the other day talk about how, with all the electronic voting machine fraud that he's exposing, the one thing that has saved or has preserved us to where we are now, even though we've lost a lot, is the electoral college. That the electoral college is still a giant hurdle, for the cheating that goes on. So, but there's still plenty of cheating. So let's not. Not really sure what's going on next door.
A kid crying.
Oh, there's a kid crying next door. So, bless his heart. We really mean that, though. We don't mean that in the southern.
No.
Bless his heart.
No.
We really do mean it. There's apparently a upset child in the office next to us. So this headline, Biden appointed federal judge tosses lawsuit that would have forced Hunter Biden to register as foreign agent over Burisma and China deals. Cassandra McDonald writing this at the Gateway Pundit, that a Biden-appointed federal judge has dismissed a lawsuit that sought to compel Hunter Biden to register as a foreign agent under FARA for his work with Ukrainian energy giant Burisma and a Chinese Communist Party-linked energy fund. I think, was that CEFC? CEFC. I think that was the Chinese. Tony Bobolinsky goes on Tucker Carlson. Remember this name?
I remember Tony Bobolinsky.
Tony Bobolinsky goes on Tucker Carlson in November of 2020 or October of 2020 and exposes Hunter Biden for everybody to see. And Hunter Biden was making all this money, yes, from Burisma, but specifically there was this Chinese company that he was the attorney for called CEFC, and it was he was doing immigration and visa work, is what he said. That's what Bobolinsky said. Bobolinsky said, I was like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm doing their immigration work, getting, I guess, Chinese communists into the country and, you know, getting their visa and their paperwork in order. Mm-hmm. What's interesting about this is that Arkansas, if you know where to look and you know where the bodies are buried, under former Governor Asa Hutchinson, his law firm, headed up by his son, Asa Hutchinson III, was also doing deals with the Communist Chinese, the same Communist Chinese companies that were given economic development deals to locate in the state of Arkansas, okay, were the same companies listed on the governor's website and the governor's son, the Asa Hutchinson law firm website. And it made news, partly because of me, and it actually made the local Little Rock ABC affiliate, where it said, this is weird, because they found out, partly thanks to me, that Asa Hutchinson III was going on trips to China with his dad in the name of economic development, but they were all at this party together, and then there was the Chinese officials and
in Arkansas,
in Beijing. They were in China. They were in the Shandong province. For whatever reason, we had a lot of companies locating here from the Shandong province, and I helped expose a lot of this. And when the mainstream media in Arkansas finally had their arms twisted enough to ask about it, hey, why is your son making money from the same Chinese companies that the Arkansas taxpayer is giving money to come create jobs here? Why is that happening? Governor Hutchinson's response was, he's helping them with their visas. So,
sure he was.
And this was uncovered back in 2018. And so fast forward to 2020, when Tony Bobolinsky said that Hunter Biden said he was helping the Chinese with visas, I came up off the couch and I was like, this is the business model. This is it. What do? You enrich the kids of the politicians. You enrich the kids of the politicians. And if you ever wanted a way to restore trust with the American people, the Department of Justice would go after people regardless of what party. I have just literally, you have Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. You have admittedly, probably a much smaller scale, much smaller scale scheme that went on right here in Arkansas. But my goodness, could you imagine if both Republicans and prominent Republicans and Democrats got wrapped up in something like this? People would be like, thank goodness that both Republicans and Democrats that are doing this thing, that are breaking the law, or at least, enriching themselves with their office, thank goodness that both sides are going to jail. Both sides are being punished from it. But that didn't happen. It still hasn't happened. And anyway, I'm on team stop corruption, and the American people are sick of it. So back to this story. Sorry for that long-winded explanation.
So when did Hunter Biden have the ties to Arkansas again? What year?
Not Hunter. You're talking about Asa.
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about Hunter Biden. Yeah, Hunter Biden got an Arkansan pregnant. That's right.
2018.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so
we're
Okay.
gonna need one of those maps with the
Yes.
with the tax and the yarn.
Yep. Yeah, Hunter Biden
because
was
you can
in
connect-
Independence County.
That's right. That's right. You can connect a lot of this stuff, and his physical presence.
Yeah.
Literally.
Well, that's a great point because
yeah.
So when all this was going on back in, can you look up the article? Let me look it up right now because now that we're talking about it, this is actually so. This was Asa Hutchinson's son, Chinese companies.
Now you guys see what Paul's search history looks like, folks.
Yeah, here it is. This is the ABC affiliate story that finally broke after we covered this story back in the day when I was on radio. So headline: Governor's son discuss legal work done for Chinese firms in Arkansas. I actually wrote another piece about this for National File several years later. A November trade mission trip raised questions about businesses conducted by Asa Hutchinson's son, Asa Hutchinson III. Now, keep in mind, they had to scrub the website because the website for this law firm actually, the first face you saw when it was originally was the governor himself. While he was still in office, it was the governor, Asa Hutchinson, and then his son. Then they scrubbed it. After it went viral, they scrubbed his face from it. Said he's just, it's his son doing it, and he, so, and by the way, then you started looking at the Asa Hutchinson law firm, and they had an office in Madrid, Spain. You started looking. I mean, anyway, I did all the legwork on this. You can go look it up. National File has a story about it, but this was the mainstream media report about it. It says a report in early November from the Arkansas Times led to other news reports regarding whether the governor's son was benefiting from his father's elected position in the context of national and international stories focused on Democratic presidential hopeful Joe Biden and his son, Hunter, in Ukraine, as well as President Donald Trump and his children. Hutchinson III, managing partner with Asa Hutchinson Law Group, based in northwest Arkansas, with offices in D.C. and Madrid, Spain, touts the practice as international business and immigration and legal work. The law firm's website highlights the governor as the founder of the firm. Okay. But so you look through this, and in separate interviews, Governor Hutchinson and his son said there was no assistance or recommendations provided in landing the legal business that Hutchinson III provided for newly recruited firms. Yeah, right. Hutchinson III said his work for TY Garments began in October 2017, and his Rise Ever work began in August 2018 and consists of obtaining employment-based non-immigration visas for some of their employees.
2018.
Yeah, 2018. So
this is how this ties so cool. Like,
okay,
just this past week, a judge in Arkansas ruled that Hunter has to pay over $5,000 in child support to this girl in Arkansas.
What is her name? I can't remember her
name.
Roberts. London, yeah. Former Arkansas State lady basketball player.
Yeah. Great person. So she and Hunter had a kid in 2018.
Over in D.C. somewhere, right? They met over in D.C. She was in that area.
In the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and just this past week, I just thought it was funny. We're tying all this stuff together as far as timeline, and I'm like, wow, 2018 was when the child was born.
Wow.
And
that's crazy.
Like, you're talking about all these associations, like, how amazing that Arkansas is tied in to the governor and on one part of the map, or I guess the tree, you got the governor and a stripper.
Look, man, Arkansas created arguably the most powerful political family in the world.
Yeah.
So we're in this business, man. This is what we do. If Dennis Miller were here, he'd be like, "Yeah, this is what Arkansas does."
We got the Clintons and the Bidens.
We pump out winners, baby. Yeah. Winners all day long.
Well, there's
winners.
Plenty of pumping, but this is what we have.
Man, we're dropping drugs from planes. We don't drop dollar bills.
We got Contras here.
Yeah, man.
You're playing Contra on your Nintendo. We got Contras right here in Mena.
Yeah, baby.
Up, down, left, right, BA start.
So
The 30-man code on contraband.
So when I was running this story, when I was back working on this story, I was sending it to literally everybody that would listen, anybody in DC that would listen, and I'm gonna keep the people that I shared this story with, to myself. But one of the responses I got back was, have Hunter Biden and Asa Hutchinson III ever hung out? Have they ever met? It wasn't what would it be? It was a rhetorical question, I guess. It wasn't this guy not knowing. He was
probability is up here.
Yeah, it's like really, really high. Like real high, if you know what I mean. So I don't know, man. Like
high on the pole.
It is a twisted scheme, and it just kind of goes to show you we're talking about Democrats and Republicans. We're talking about the uniparty. It is what it is. Now it is not, in other news, it is not a good day to be a lesbian judge in Bexar County, Texas. If you're a lesbian and you're a judge and you live in Bexar County, Texas, you're not having a very good day. Not a very good day at all. The first openly gay LGBT judge in Texas, officially known as, not affectionately known, not AKA, this lady is known as Speedlin Gonzalez, Rosie Speedlin Gonzalez. Oh, I'm going to get a favorable ruling. Sorry, I don't know this is a term. I'm going before Judge Rosie Speedlin Gonzalez.
Oh, Speedy Gonzalez.
I'm going before her today and going to get a favorable ruling. The first openly... What if she was like a really slow judge? Like in every context. What if her courtroom just moved at a molasses pace? All right, so the first openly LGBTQRSTLNE, would you like to buy a Val judge in Texas, has agreed to a lifetime ban from the bench after having a defense attorney handcuffed in her own courtroom. This was that story. Back on April the 28th, Bexar County judge indicted for official oppression resigns, accepts lifetime prohibition from judicial office. The judge was suspended in February of this year without pay due to charges and complaints. Bexar County Court and Law Judge Rosie Speedlin Gonzalez has agreed to resign from office after she was indicted for unlawful restraint and official oppression in January. In December of 2024, Speedlin Gonzalez exhibited unprofessional demeanor toward attorney Elizabeth Russell, threatening her with contempt of court and ordering the bailiff to handcuff Russell and place her in the jury box. A heated argument between the two sparked the event. The hearing where the unlawful conduct took place reportedly began when Speedlin Gonzalez accused Russell of coaching her client, Brian Keith Collins Jr., in his response to the judge's questioning. Collins was on probation for domestic violence charges. Russell conferred with Collins after Speedlin Gonzalez, it's getting worse every time, asked if allegations that he failed to fulfill his terms of release were true. According to transcripts, Collins initially answered yes, and after conferring with Russell, answered no. The discussion between the judge and attorney turned incredibly volatile, and the judge eventually ordered Russell to be taken into custody and put in the jury box.
Oh my.
The incident complaint was not filed until July 7, 2025. After a 25-minute stint in the Bexar County Jail on January 29th, Speedlin Gonzalez was released through a personal reconnaissance bond. And now she has agreed that she will never hold the bench again. She's resigned. This was kind of the plea deal that she took. She did face up to 20 years on felony unlawful restraint charges. Those were dropped Monday, the same day she signed the resignation agreement. She can still officiate weddings as long as she doesn't wear a robe or mention that she was ever a judge. So this is her. This is her. If you are if you are a straight white Christian man and you were before this court for any reason, once you got to look at this lady, you were like, okay, well, I've lost. I'm totally going to jail or paying a fine or whatever.
She'll now be replaced on the court by her cousin, Senor Slowpoke Rodriguez. Remember that episode? This is my cousin, Slowpoke Rodriguez.
Man, that's great. I
Speedy
had forgotten.
Gonzalez
Yeah,
episode.
I'd forgotten about that. But just joking, really and truly, this was actually Johnny Knoxville the whole time. A lot of people don't know. I'm surprised you don't know this, but actually, we haven't heard from Johnny Knoxville in a while. I know he's had some traumatic injuries.
Oh, the new Jackass movie's coming out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Okay.
They've already filmed
Well,
it.
I know he had like some traumatic injuries. I think he was actually pretending to be. That's what we're going to find in the movie. He was actually spieling Gonzalez.
Don't talk bad about Jackass at all. That
was your childhood. Your
this is my formative years.
Yeah, formative years.
Yeah.
Jackass. Yeah. Well, anyway. Man, what a day. What an absolute day. In the meantime, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is claiming that black people invented democracy.
There are very few like real archetypes of, in my opinion, truly what America is all about. I think about the civil rights and voting rights movement and how Black Americans really created democracy in this country.
That's right. That's right.
You have that affirmative idiot right across from her.
That's right.
Like
that's right. This brings us full circle.
Like anybody with an ounce of objectivity would be like, no, that's not how democracy was created. That was a great.
This is what democracy looks like.
That happened, but no.
Yeah, so this brings us
pandering idiots.
To me, this brings us full circle back to essentially like America's a creedal nation where black people invented democracy. Clearly, objectively.
Here you go, Democrats. This is going to be your candidate for president.
Oh, exactly.
Just so y'all know.
Obviously, black people didn't invent democracy. We know where it was invented. It was invented in Greece. Right. It was literally Western civilization. Come on. But she's going to continue saying this kind of stuff. Eric Haynes, man, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it today.
God bless you, man. Great conversation.
It was a lot of fun, and hopefully we'll see you next week. I know I run the show solo on Fridays. Hopefully Rob will be back in the saddle next week as well. But I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. God bless. I want to give a shout-out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 247, Sherrod Chiropractic. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and yesterday was actually a great day. A little bit yesterday afternoon and today actually worked out really well because apparently, we talked about, how we've always talked about how Democrats have had like this horrible string of corruption. It seems like every single Democrat. I mean, I don't think I've found one honest Democrat. I mean, even John Fetterman flip-flops all the time, and he's the closest thing to an honest Democrat I've seen. So, but I think it's great, though. I want to ask you something. Okay, so Louise Lucas was arrested, or not arrested, but she was raided. Her offices were raided, and believe it or not, the cannabis dispensaries, she co-owns those. For people that don't know that, she co-owns the cannabis dispensaries that were raided right next to her office. Believe it or not, she opened a marijuana sales dispensary right next to her office. The whole thing was about corruption. That's what this scandal was about. But the main thing that bothers me is they're saying that it started under the Biden administration. I don't believe that for a second. I'm sorry, I just don't believe that bullshit. I mean, first of all, Trump has been in office for over a year. Okay, so you're telling me it took them multiple years to get to this point? I mean, you could send in, and have an informant, or send in someone in there to buy illegal marijuana sales and arrest her in, a week or two. It don't take 2 years to do that shit. She was arrested for illegal marijuana sales with the, higher THC limits than they were supposed to be, or ones that weren't regulated, that kind of stuff. And then also, corruption charges, which breeds with that, because she, obviously runs the state Senate, and then also makes decisions based on the, on the marijuana legalities and all that stuff. So, but Jay, you got to tell me, there's no way that Joe Biden started this shit. I mean, do you honestly believe Joe Biden, the king of corruption, is going to start a corruption probe against one of his own people, one of the people that are very, very deep into corruption, probably with him, if you want the truth?
Do I believe it? Not necessarily, no. But you know what? I'll take it.
It's not necessarily. He didn't do it. It didn't happen.
But I'll take it. And I told you this yesterday. Here's how I look at this. Because all day yesterday, there were Democrats crying about this. And my response to them was, it was open during the Biden administration. What are you crying about?
I can't give him the credit. I can't give him. You cannot give a man who was a walking mummy credit for opening. I mean, what you're doing is you're giving him credit for fighting corruption in his own party. No. Well, that is not Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't fight corruption in his own party. He creates corruption in his own party. I'm sorry. I can't give him credit for that.
Here's the thing. I don't think he's getting credit. Maybe it was stalled. Maybe he started it, but maybe they buried it. Maybe somebody started it and then they buried it. Maybe that's why it took this long. But I just have a talking point now to use against Democrats. President Trump is attacking his political opponents. No, this was started by Joe Biden. So you can't go there with me. Now, Donald Trump's FBI and Donald Trump's DOJ might bring it to fruition and actually put these people away like they should. And the way I'll spin it is, and it might actually be true, like I just said, maybe it was opened on the Biden by somebody and it got shut down. And maybe somebody on the President Trump's DOJ reopened it because they knew it was actually a good case.
I'm sorry. I can't buy it. I can't. You stop selling it to me because I'm not going to buy it. I mean, it can't be possible. It's not possible. The man was the king of corruption. There's no way he's going to open a corruption probe into his own party. It's just not going to, especially when you need allies in places like a state Senate person that's the president of the state Senate. He's not going to do it. It's just not. That's not Biden. That's not the previous FBI. We know for a fact that they literally covered up corruption for other Democrats. I can promise to God they did not open any corruption cases against any Democrat. Now, if you want the truth, there might be secret black file corruption cases opened against every single Republican in the world. Now, I'm not saying they're corrupt. I'm saying that probably, just like the J. Edgar Hoover thing when he opened, cases against every black person in the world, I would say that Joe Biden, the Democrats, probably opened cases against every Republican. But there is no way on God's green earth that they opened a case against a Democrat. I'm sorry. I just don't see it.
Well, I'm just going to take the narrative that I'm being fed and I'm going to spin it to my benefit. Our benefit.
It is spinnable.
That's what I'm going to do.
Spinnable. But I want to say, because I don't want to give him credit. People are going to be like, well, if you spin it that way, then they're going to be like, well, look, at least Joe Biden, he was really fighting corruption. You can't say anything bad about him now. He wasn't corrupt. He was fighting corruption. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
I don't know that this one case can really change anybody's mind who has common sense, Jack. Honestly,
the left will bark it. They'll bark it from the mountaintops.
Let them. They're doing a lot of barking lately, especially when they're getting their teeth kicked in every southern state except Georgia because Brian Kemp.
We're going to talk about that too.
But yeah, that aside, let them bark. Let them keep screaming because they're losing on this, and they're going to lose on the redistricting thing big time because southern states are doing what they're supposed to, and we'll talk about it, like you said. But in this case, as I said, we're getting fed a narrative that Joe Biden's administration opened it. That's great. I'll say, well, why did it take so long? Maybe it was buried and maybe President Trump's DOJ took the case up, but you can't say that President Trump opened the probe into a Democrat state senator as revenge because that's not what happened here. Joe Biden's administration started it. We'll finish it, though.
Yeah, but I mean, even if, it doesn't matter. I see where you're coming from with wanting to spin it, but quite honestly, I don't care what the left says, and I don't want to give Joe Biden any credit.
He won't.
So let me tell you though, Jay, they still haven't arrested her. I mean, so they'll arrest, little peons, but of course they're not going to arrest the president of the Senate. So the president of the state Senate. So she's the one. This is her shop. She owned that cannabis dispensary. She had her office right next to that cannabis dispensary. She sold illegal marijuana sales out of that cannabis dispensary. THC over the limits in that cannabis dispensary, but she was not arrested. And will she be? Probably not, if you want the truth. The FBI has not come that far.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Let's see what happens. I liked what Sean said last night, that he's a former FBI agent. That's why I had to ask him the question. I said, from a former FBI agent's standpoint, he was in the agency for almost 30 years. I said, how do you think Kash Patel's doing? And he was very happy with him. He said he's talked to people that are still there, and the rank and file seem to be on board with Kash Patel and like the job he's doing. So that's good. It could have been worse. He could have said no. We could have said no. I think he's doing a terrible job, but he said he's doing a good job.
I don't think he would have done that though, because he seems like the kind of guy that would not want to disparage the FBI because he was part of the FBI. I don't think he would want to disparage them.
No, he wouldn't be disparaging the FBI as a whole. He'd be disparaging.
I think he might feel that way, though. Okay, this guy's the director of the FBI. I'm not going to disparage, the direct. But anyway, it doesn't even matter. That's fine.
Yeah, I got no problem disparaging the leadership of my former departments at all.
Well, that's because they're absolutely insane now. But they're insane now. But I got to say though that I just don't like that she wasn't arrested. If you want the truth, but I will say. Remember how we talked about Todd Blanche and how I'm pretty sure that the reason that he's doing everything he's doing is and this is just my personal belief, I believe he held Pam Bondi back. He held her back with the Epstein thing to make her look bad, to get her out, so that way he could be the what do you call it? The acting attorney general, and then he's going to go full bore. So that way he can become he wants people to start clamoring for him to be the attorney general. But Jay, once he gets what he wants, it's not going to be like everybody thinks it's going to be. People think, oh, look how good he's doing as the acting attorney general. Yes, that's because he knows the job is temporary. Once it's permanent, it's a different story. He knows that the next person that Trump appoints, Trump is not going to be able to remove. If you remove 2 attorney generals in one term, it's going to make you look really bad. He knows that. So he wants to get in there because he knows it's a permanent position for at least the next few years. But he's got something. I mean, I will say that at least for now, he has been doing, a decent job, because there was something that I wanted to bring up. For some reason, I don't see it on here. I had it on here, but I don't see it. But anyways, there was something that I wanted to bring up, something else that he recently did. But I got to say, he has been doing a decent job, a good job, much better. But that's because where are we comparing it to? Someone who didn't do anything and who was held back. He's not doing a great job. What he's doing is the job he's supposed to do.
Yeah, he is. He's doing a good job so far with the job he's supposed to be doing. Okay,
well,
you're right.
He's doing the job. Yeah, I don't know about
he's
good
doing
job. He's just doing it.
But you're going to get pushback from people, and they're going to say,
"Oh, I'm sure."
Pam Bondi's the one that set a lot of this in motion. She was the one. Maybe that's true. It might be true. Maybe it is. But you know what? She didn't follow through on or she didn't go over the finish line on it. Whatever it is. Pam Bondi, though, didn't need any help screwing herself up with the Epstein files. She didn't. She screwed it up herself with the messaging. It was so bad. The binders
the messaging was
terrible. The messaging was really the biggest problem. It could have been handled so much better. And Pam Bondi was never good at messaging in really anything, as she wasn't. I liked how she would fight back at those congressional hearings. I thought she did decent there, but her overall message, her overall dealing with the media and putting that out there was subpar, to say the very least. So she didn't really need help screwing it up. Could he have held her back as her number 2 from, stalling some stuff? I'm sure he could have.
Very easily held her back.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have.
But
And
let me
I think
tell
that's gone on, Jack, right? In
Oh,
other
of course.
businesses
It's gone on
where
many. How many times has the underboss,
Right.
just like in the mafia, they kill the boss so they can be the boss.
Right.
That's exactly what happens. How many
Right.
times have we seen Carlo Gambino blow somebody's brains out? You got Paul Castellano was killed by John Gotti, so that way he could be the freaking boss. That's what they do. If you're the underboss of any organization, your goal is to be the boss. I mean,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah,
But
it's
let me
human
play
nature.
something for you.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's human. It's human nature. I said human nature.
Of course.
Yeah.
If you get to that point where you're the second in command, you want to get to first, because that's why you got to where you are, is because you want to get to first. Now, and it doesn't matter, if you destroy the person ahead of you, does not matter.
Yeah.
So let me show you something though, and I'm going to tell you, Todd Blanche right now is, like I said, he's doing the job he's supposed to be doing. I don't know if it's a good job. I'm just saying he's doing the job, and will be compared to as a person who didn't do the job before. Now, I will say he's also saying the right things, but people have got to remember that this man is a snake. You've got to remember, you cannot memory hole shit, Jay, and that's the problem. In this country, everybody memory holes things. They completely forget about that this man said that no women were abused on Epstein Island except other by Epstein. Epstein was the only person that abused women on this island. The only single person. He said he had no information that not evidence, information that when the reporter said, are we going to see the list, or are we going to see anybody, the names of the men that he's like men that abused young girls? I don't even know what that means. That right there was the real Todd Blanche. I'm going to show you what he said yesterday. Okay. This is not the real Todd Blanche, though. This is the Todd Blanche that's telling you what you want to hear, Jay. All right. So I'm going to let you hear it. And it sounds good. It sounds good. Don't get me wrong. But it's not the real Todd Blanche. You saw the real Todd Blanche during that press conference at the White House. But I'm going to show you this Todd Blanche and what he has to say right here. Let's take a listen real quick. Let me move this out of the way. All right, let's take a listen to this. And I probably still can't hear it, so you're going to have to tell me what's going on.
In a recent interview, former President Barack Obama said, and I quote, "The White House shouldn't be able to direct the Attorney General to go around prosecuting
At least I can
whoever
read
the president
the things.
wants to prosecute." You're the Attorney General. What is your response?
Well, coincidentally, I happen to have, I think, a copy of our Constitution. So if we want, we can read our Constitution together. Article 2 says the executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. It does not say that the Attorney General stands off to the side. So I'm an acting Attorney General. The Attorney General is a member of the cabinet of the President of the United States. The Constitution gives the President power. So I question people in this country that suggest that President Trump, as the chief executive of the United States, does not have the authority or the right, or shouldn't be leading this country in all areas, including what we need to be doing to get rid of crime in this country. And so I'm not familiar with the comments you just talked about, but to the extent that President Trump calls me and says that he thinks that we have a problem in this country, whether it's this scourge of drugs, illegal immigration, every American wants him to do that, and he should.
But the accusation here from the former president is that your department is now charging political adversaries of the president, or perceived political adversaries of the president, on his behalf to settle scores, essentially.
There's something extraordinarily rich about a Democrat suggesting that this administration is charging our political adversaries. I mean, first of all, we're not. Second of all, how about we think about what happened the past 4 years?
How about we think about what happened the past 4 years? You see, you can tell he's saying exactly what you want to hear. That's what it is. You can tell. Jay, you're muted, by the way.
I'm back. All right, the media is so dumb. They are so dumb.
Yeah.
All right. Barack Obama had Eric Holder as his Attorney General. Eric Holder referred to himself as Barack Obama's wingman. And Barack Obama is the one accusing President Trump. And the fact that what Todd Blanche just said, the past 4 years, They went after President Trump because he was the Republican frontrunner to unseat
Merrick
Democrat.
Garland is the epitome of a right-hand man that does the president's bidding.
So was Holder. And
so was
but
Sessions.
So Sessions did the Democrats bidding against the president when he
Exactly,
recused
yeah.
himself. I mean, what a joke
But they do whatever they do. They have the power to do whatever they want. They're the top law enforcement officer in the country.
But what he said is correct. They are members of the president's cabinet. They are a member of the executive branch. And I got to be honest. I like the fact that he carries around the pocket constitution. And what should happen?
I also don't think that's real.
I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
I think he
like
did it for the interview. If you want the truth.
love when they pull receipts out, though. And President Trump's done it when he's like, when he did it with Caitlin Collins at that debate, it's like, actually, I have the numbers right. I love that. But I think what should happen with the pocket constitution, Jack, is Caroline Leavitt at the press in the press room. She should hand them out to every member of the media. So Todd Blanche, what he should have did is said, here, actually, you can keep this one and do yourself a favor and read it. That's what he should have did. That would have been my answer, along with the fact that he said, think about the past 4 years. He's right, though. And whatever, he's saying the right things. I'll take it. And people say, Todd Blanche isn't a good guy. You know what?
He's a snake.
I hope he is a snake, and I hope he's a bad guy. I hope he's a snake and a bad guy enough of the time to destroy the lives of the people who we want to see their lives destroyed.
But let me tell you, you cannot turn your back on a snake.
I know, but maybe
a snake will not be your friend. A snake might act like it's not going to do anything to you. It might bite other people, but as soon as you turn your back, as soon as you put your guard down for 1 second, that rattlesnake's going to bite you right in the neck.
Well, right now, Todd Blanche is playing the game, and he's on our side. So while he's on our side, I want him to be a disgusting, despicable human being and snake and destroy the Democrats.
You ain't got to worry about that.
That's what I want him to be, just like Merrick Garland was, just like Eric Holder was. I want someone on our side to be the same way.
Don't ever leave Jeff Sessions out. I don't care if he was Trump's Bill Barr. They're all terrible people.
Oh, Jeff Sessions, you know what, Jeff Sessions, the fact that he couldn't recuse himself fast enough to throw President Trump under the bus. I mean, give me a break.
He was one of the worst people,
joke.
man.
The
thing that I hate Jeff Sessions the most about, though, is the fact that he arrested so many people in states where marijuana was legal. He arrested them because it was illegal federally, and he debanked them. He arrested them. He took their money, even though it was legal in the state. The federal government needlessly usurped states' powers right there, and that was Jeff Sessions that did that. And by the way, I want to ask: is there a law against marijuana, or is it the Chevron deference? Is that what it was?
I don't remember.
Where you know how like the ATF or the DEA puts out regulations? That's actually not legal. They are not a law body. Right. They are not a body that can make laws. But yet the DEA can tell you which drugs are illegal, what controls they should be. The Chevron deference put a stop to that. These things can no longer go. At least they're not supposed to go on. They have laws can only be passed by Congress, but yet these people were putting out regulations that were laws. So that's why I ask, are these drug laws, even marijuana, are they actually laws, or are they regulations from the DEA?
No, there was state laws, I know, in New York against it for absolutely.
Oh, yeah, no, I know that, but I'm talking about federally. Yeah,
I don't know.
Because if California makes marijuana legal, right? And I know for a fact that he raided many, many farms, marijuana farms, and even when it was legal in California, still is, and he raided many farms and stole their money, stole everything from these people just because it was illegal federally. Now, was that a law? Or was that a DEA? Because if I'm them, I sue the shit out of Jeff Sessions personally. I sue the shit out of the federal government, because that is what I hate Jeff Sessions for the most. He needlessly usurped state power and arrested people for things that I don't even know if they were actual laws or if they were just DEA regulations, which are illegal.
Don't they do that all the time with Second Amendment stuff too? Like now President Trump had to write an executive order to make suppressors not illegal anymore or something like that. Because
but the thing is, they're not supposed. If it's not a law passed by Congress, it is not legal anymore.
Agreed. That's why they're the legislative branch. And if it's not, regulators or bodies should not be able to write up laws. It should have to pass through legislation.
Because you can't have unelected bureaucrats writing laws. And the DEA, the ATF, these are unelected bureaucrats. They are not allowed to write regulations that the entire country has to follow. They are enforcement bodies, not law bodies.
I think they call them rules, Jack, to try and get around it. They call them rules.
They're regulations.
Yeah, rules and regulations. We have a huge problem in this country with rules and regulations. The administrative state actually, running things and coming up with so many things that you're not supposed to do, like you said, that have never been passed in a legislature.
They're not
Whether
legal.
it's state-
After the Chevron deference, after the Supreme Court case with the Chevron deference, they are not legal. They are not allowed to do that anymore, and they probably still are if you want the truth.
Yeah, well, if they are, whoever's doing it should be held to account, which, again,
I'd sue
we
the
don't know.
shit out. Are you kidding? See, that's the problem, though, in America. All we can do is, civilians, all we can do is sue them civilly. That doesn't do anything because they just give us back our tax money. That's all they do. What we need to be able to do is sue them for jail time. What if we sue them for jail time? We sue them. Instead of giving me $5 million, I want these particular people to go to jail if I can prove my case.
Oh, listen, you're preaching to this choir right here when I say
we do something like that.
I want politicians, judges. I want them held civilly and criminally for the decisions they make and the policies that they put in place.
But civilians should be able to bring not charge these people, but maybe sue them in court. And if a judge says
That's
you
what I
got
mean.
enough evidence for this to move forward, we're going to charge them.
That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
let's go, for instance, in North Carolina with Irina Zarutska, that monster that slit her throat on the train, who a magistrate judge, released, that family should be able to sue that judge into oblivion. Forget about
Criminally.
Oh, that too. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not even worried. Civilly, we're already allowed to sue these people. I'm talking about criminally.
Are we?
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
allowed
yeah.
to
Yeah.
No, not her personally. You could sue probably the state.
It depends. You can sue her if she what was it called? Does like a gross neglect of her job. If you can prove that this was gross neglect, a pattern of which she was, I think she released him like 20 times or something. Is a gross neglect of her job.
Yeah, it's still very hard to prove. It should
well,
be simple.
it is.
It should be
but
more
the thing
simple.
is,
should be
we
more
need
simple.
to be able to sue them criminally is what I'm talking about.
Charging
Okay.
criminal.
No.
Charging-
Let's say we can't have civilians going around charging people because that's going to be
No, but
ridiculous. But let's say we sue them, Jay. Let's say we have evidence and we sue them. Okay, we should be allowed just to go to a judge, sue them, and then if the judge says, all right, you do have probable cause for me to charge this person, so the judge then charges them, and then we can prove our case if we have enough evidence. We should be able to bring that in front of a court, not have to rely on the police to gather evidence when they don't want to do shit, or have to rely on the FBI when in fact they're not going to do anything. There has got to be a remedy other than civil that civilians can do against these people. Impeachment is not going to work because it's the same corrupt system. Suing them civilly, not going to work because all they do is give us back our own tax money. None of this stuff works. There's got to be a different remedy to sue these people criminally.
Well, here's what I'll say. There's laws already on the books called aiding and abetting. And Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Alejandro Mayorkas aided and abetted, in my opinion, anybody that crossed the border illegally under their watch and commits a murder, they should be charged with aiding and abetting a murderer.
But
you let them in.
But what you see what I'm talking about here? We have to rely on the authorities to do that, and they're not going to do that. We should be able to sue people criminally. And I'm saying, look, I'm going to put money up. I will put my own money up. It takes, let's say $5,000. It takes $5,000 to sue somebody criminally, or to sue an entity criminally. All right. Because it takes up court time and court costs. All right. I will pay $5,000. I'm going to sue them criminally. That way I can get them in front of a judge. I'm in front of a judge. I show probable cause. I show evidence that I have that they did this. They were neglectful. Then the judge says, okay, you know what? You either got probable cause or you don't. You do? All right, we're going to charge them right now. Bailiff, take them into custody. They can post whatever bail. That is what we need. We need something like that. Not a thing where a civilian can just go take out a warrant. No, because that will be abused. But a criminal lawsuit where we have to go in front of a judge to prove that we have probable cause to arrest these people. We need to have something like that.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, but then you got to worry about the judges. Who do the judges work for?
Well, then you can sue them criminally too. I'm saying, as long as you have to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Impeachment is not going to work. They're in the same corrupt system. Like I said, suing them civilly, not going to work. Most of them have qualified immunity. The ones that don't, they're just going to give you back your own tax money. It doesn't do anything.
Politicians should not. Police have qualified immunity. Politicians should be held responsible, like you said, criminally, civilly, for the policies that they put in place. Period.
Absolutely.
They should be. If you're a mayor, if you're the one signing off on some law that, first of all, violates. Here's the thing: sanctuary cities, they're violating federal law. We know this already. They're violating federal
sanctuary
law.
cities are illegal.
That's the thing. So in any sanctuary city where we know that these mayors, whatever, or city council, whoever it is in charge, are enforcing unlawful sanctuary policies, they should be held responsible for somebody that is there under that policy who commits a crime. End of story.
Absolutely.
End of story. I don't see how there's a way around this. That's the one, Jack, where it's not even up to debate. They're breaking.
But the problem is, Jay,
law.
again, this is the same problem that we're bumping up against. We have to rely on the authorities to do these things, and they're not going to do it because the higher-ups tell them not to. We need a remedy that civilians can use to sue these people criminally. That's what we need.
Good luck getting it through legislation, but I don't disagree with you.
Oh, it'll never happen because then they'll be sued criminally if they do something. So it'll never happen.
Never. It really is frustrating. It's very frustrating. Like we're watching what's going on in LA. You've been watching that with Spencer Pratt. I mean,
oh yeah.
I am enjoying it, and I'm not gonna tell you that Spencer Pratt is a Republican or MAGA or a conservative. He's not. Okay, but what he is somebody that appears to have common sense, and he'll tell you he voted for Kamala Harris. Now that was last year and a half, 2 years ago, almost. Maybe he's learned a lot since then because he seems to be just speaking in plain common sense.
Now, Jay, did he learn a lot? Or if you're a Democrat and smart, do you pretend to get somebody in their party? If I'm a Republican, if I'm Republicans, I have somebody that was a staunch Republican that is loyal to my party, switch to Democrat, start saying everything the right way, then get into power. That's the smart way to do it if you want the truth. Real quick, before we keep going, Jay, I want to talk about our sponsor real quick, Max Associates. They are an excellent place to get all your best USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Max Associates is the #1 place for these things. maxassociates.etsy.com. I'm going to put the QR code up there. You can scan the QR code or you can go to the website. I'm telling you, I mean, this is the year of America's 250th anniversary. If now is the time, less than 2 months away, now is the time to order these things because, I mean, if you're going to get them somewhere else, you might as well get them here because you're not going to get the same deal everywhere else that you're going to get here. Jay, tell them about the deal that they would get if they order it from here.
The deal is 20% off of anything over $20 and free shipping throughout the United States. You can't beat that. Just look at the stuff that you're looking at on the screen right now. Bags, shirts, mugs, cell phone covers, there's flags, there's you name it. And it's not just patriotic, it's specific patriotic, a lot of it. It'll tell people exactly where you stand. And as Jack said, the 250th anniversary of our country, there is no better time than to get on that website right now and buy some stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, if anything, you should at least go check it out if you're thinking about buying anything, because like he said, 20% off and free shipping. I mean, if you're going to get something from another place, you might as well get it from here because you're going to get 20% off and free shipping. So there's literally no reason to go to another place to get patriotic apparel or USA Pride gifts. It doesn't make any sense because you're going to get a 10 times better deal here. Free shipping on anything you buy because, anything you buy is probably going to be like $20. You'll get automatic 20% off of that and free shipping on anything you buy, basically. So it doesn't make any sense to purchase things anywhere else. It doesn't make any sense. So make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com. You will not be sorry. Jay, so like what we were talking about a second ago, though, if I'm the Democrats, and the Republicans would never do this, they're weak. But if I'm the Democrats, they are brutal people. I would have I'm writing a book, Jay, about a certain president that was, and it's not about the president, but it's about you know what I mean? But yeah. It's about a guy who was trained to be something, and he became that thing because he was groomed to be that thing. And if the Democrats are smart, just the way it was done with this particular person, they should do it with, local politicians like LA, New York, whatever, or places that a Republican would win. Doesn't have to be LA or New York, big cities that are Republican, Dallas, Miami, whatever it is. And then You can have that person go all the way to president, all the way to Senate, whatever, and then switch when you really need them to. They can stay Republican, but they'll vote against Republicans every time. I mean, when you got people like a Spencer Pratt, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I really honestly don't know anything about him. But when you say he votes for Kamala Harris just a couple years ago, just a year and a half ago, he voted for Kamala Harris. That's a pretty large turn in just a year and a half. So,
well, maybe his house burned down in the fires.
Yeah,
maybe that woke him up. Maybe he said, "Wait a minute." And not only the fires, what happened with the fires, the lack of water, the lack of fire department personnel, all the stuff that we know.
Well, that was all on purpose. That was all on purpose.
Oh, right. So all that, plus the fact that he's living in a trailer now, while Karen Bass and the other one that's running, the one you brought up, Nathaya, whatever name, Raman, living in a $3 million mansion. Maybe that woke him up and he said, yeah, I've had enough. And now
that's possible. That is possible. All I'm saying is when you got people like this, just like when you got Obama, just like when you got Vivek Ramaswamy, when you see people that come out of nowhere, Vivek Ramaswamy, Barack Obama. I like Vivek Ramaswamy, but I'm saying you got to keep your eyes on these people. When they come out of nowhere like that, a Spencer Pratt, who was, a big time voted for Kamala Harris. You got to keep your eyes on these people. I'm not saying don't vote for them. I'm saying use your best judgment and keep your eyes on these people.
Yeah, and I'll say this. Like I said, I'm not expecting Spencer Pratt to come in here and be Donald Trump as the mayor of Los Angeles. You can't. But what we will take at this point is somebody with common sense who's not going to want men in women's sports. He's not going to want boys in your daughter's locker room. He's not going to want them to be able to cut your kids' genitals off. And if you don't agree with it, the state takes the kid away. He's not going to be somebody that wants wide open borders to have people flooding into Los Angeles that the city has to pay for while people that are American citizens are struggling.
But if you want the truth, though, the mayor of LA doesn't matter because it's the governor that is doing all of those things.
But it's still very important to have somebody in a city that large. It's a very important city.
But they don't matter because the city council is all liberal, overrides them, and then you've got the governor that overrides them every time.
But this would send a shockwave through that city council.
Message, yeah.
A huge message to all of them that you'll be next. Because
definitely.
And I also like the fact, Jack, the post I made today that I sent to you with the video, right? It's a simple question. Should non-citizens be voting in elections? Spencer Pratt right away. No. That's it. But Karen Bass and the other one, Nathaya Raman, well, we don't know if they have green cards, stop. No. If you are not an American citizen, you should not be voting in American elections at any level.
Isn't that in the Constitution or something?
I don't care if it's a dog catcher in your town. If you're not an American citizen, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. It's a very simple question, and it's a yes or no. There's no kind of trying to figure out how maybe somebody that isn't should be voting. And that's the answer they gave. And I'm telling you right now, that 40 seconds could very well, along with the fact that his social media team is incredible, along with that, and his commercials are just outstanding and they're getting tons of attention. I think maybe he has a chance to make some noise. I'll tell you this. I don't think Karen Bass is sleeping very well right now. I think she thought this was
Nathaya Raman and Karen Bass are going to split the votes. If it's a ranked choice thing, they're going to end up splitting the votes, and it might end up being him and whoever else. How California does weird shit. But I want to say, for our thumbnail, it says on our thumbnail, it says Republicans win big. And the reason that we put that up there is for something like this. Okay. Right here, you've got the Tennessee House just passed a new redistricting map that was no longer a race redistricting map. It was because the Democrats, the only seat they won was an all black district or a majority black district. So they recut the districts to make them the way they're supposed to be, spread out. And Republicans will now have 9 seats to the Democrats 0. This is huge. This is a big win because it's also probably going to happen in Louisiana. It's I think it just happened in another state, Arkansas or Alabama, whatever the hell it was.
And Mississippi too.
Yeah, Mississippi. It's going to continue to happen in many states after the Supreme Court decision.
Florida too, Jack. Already done.
Yeah, it's going to continue to happen in many states after the Supreme Court decision. So it's going to actually give the Republicans a pretty decent majority to where the rhinos will no longer be able to stop things. You know, the 5 or 6 or 7 rhinos shouldn't be able to stop things. Once we are done with this, we should be up an extra 16, 17, 18, maybe even 19 House seats, which would be incredible. So that's why it's a big win. And then also it was a big win, Jay, because of, I want to say it was because of the Indiana, what happened in Indiana. I think every single one of the people that Donald Trump endorsed won. Like, check this out. I mean, these were all Trump-backed candidates right here, and every single one of them won in every single district. They beat out the people that in the primaries. They beat out the people that that crossed Trump, if you will. And so they all won. Every single one of them won. So that's another big win for Republicans. So it was been a great couple of days, especially, and I cannot stress this enough, everybody, especially with the new House seats that the Republicans are flipping, because the only way the Democrats could win House seats was based on race. They know black people majority vote for Democrats. So they drew lines to where there were districts that were majority black people, so the Democrats could have seats. But now that Supreme Court said that that's illegal, that it's race-based, now that it's got to go to something a little fairer, the Democrats are going to lose a lot of seats, and they are very upset about it.
Oh, yeah, they're going crazy. Tennessee today, they flipped out after it was passed, acting like children. Just disgusting. I'm just going to say it. The Democrat Party, I don't know what happened to these people. It's so radical at this point. They're out of their damn minds.
Extremist, man. I've never seen something like this.
It's like children that didn't get their favorite toy, when their parents went into Toys R Us. It's ridiculous.
We have no respect for anything at all. Did you see the way that the Tennessee, I think he's like a Tennessee House member, treated, his name's Jonathan, I think his name, or Justin, the way he treated that state trooper?
Yes.
Did you see the way he did that? That was sickening.
Jack, you should play that. So
everybody
everybody
can find it, but that was sickening, man.
Just search for it. It'll come right up. You should play it just so people can see it for themselves, what we're talking about, if they haven't yet. They're just out of their damn minds. They don't let's compare this. If they thought that, say, green card holders were going to vote Republican, they'd be going ballistic. They would be building a wall about 20,000 feet high with machine gun turrets at the ramparts. Now that the Supreme Court has taken what they were doing forever away from them, now all of a sudden they're going absolutely bonkers like this, what Jack's going to play you right now.
Yeah. Let's take a listen because this was some sickening stuff from Representative Justin Pearson of Tennessee. And these are the people, the state troopers that are protecting him, by the way.
What's wrong with you?
Under arrest.
Oh,
what's wrong with you? You stupid mother.
That is absolutely sickening. The way they treat people, because they don't get what they want. They're criminals. I want to say every single Democrat, actual criminals that are being elected to office only because of race-based gerrymandering or illegal voting. That's the only reason they're in there.
The minute he went chest to chest with him, he's getting spun around and handcuffed.
Oh, if he touched me at all, I mean, if his spit hit me in the face, he's getting arrested.
That's it. You're done. You're done. You're done. That's when this shit ends.
Oh, he'd have been on the ground.
Done. You go chest to chest and get in my face. It's over. No one got that close to me, Jack, ever when I was at work. If they did, they didn't do it for very long, and they spent the night somewhere not home. Okay?
Yeah,
that's
how it's supposed to be.
Exactly. The cop didn't. The state trooper didn't provoke any. What did he do?
He was just
what
standing
did he do?
There. Yeah,
standing
he was
there.
white. That's what he did.
Yeah, exactly. And that guy's a complete freaking racist. I've seen him before. He's a racist. He's a flat out racist. I know black people can't be racist. Well, watch him and maybe you'll change your mind.
Well,
that
if you want the God's honest truth, black people are the most racist. If you want the truth.
Listen.
Hey, the truth is the truth. I'm sorry.
Listen. You don't have to apologize for telling the truth ever. But what I'm saying is, let's get back to this with what happened with Georgia. I want to talk about Georgia when we're talking about states that should be doing this. Well, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, is not going to do it. because
probably
first of all, him and President Trump don't get along.
Well, he's
and
a
what it is
rhino
with Brian, well, what it is with Brian Kemp, Jack, we know what happened in 2020 in Georgia with the election. Brian Kemp never wants to actually admit that that happened under his watch.
No,
ever.
no, he won't.
He just won't. Him and his
I will say,
Secretary
at
of
least
State,
at least
Rafferty.
Stacey Abrams didn't get in. That's what I got to say there.
Exactly. And that'll, but now we'll make another point that we always make. Guess what? I would still vote if I'm in Georgia for someone like Brian Kemp over Stacey Abrams. Even though I don't think Brian Kemp is a real Republican. Brian Kemp
he sucks.
He's a globalist Republican like George Bush.
Oh yeah. But he's still better than Stacey Abrams.
Right. I'll still vote for him. And when people complain, well, I get it. You don't want to keep just giving them rewarding them for not doing exactly what we want. I understand that, but we got to keep doing that until we could actually get rid of them with somebody better. That's the thing. It's a march. And I made a point today in my Space Jack. I said, AOC took 120 years. AOC didn't just pop up 10 years ago. To get to an AOC took the Democrats 120 years to get her into office. To get Karen Bass as the mayor of Los Angeles took a long time for them to get to that point where she was tolerable for Democrats to get into office. So it takes time. We're only 10 years in, and we're going to have to suffer a little bit with the Brian Kemps or the Don Bacons or some others that we know all too well until we can replace them with somebody better. But a Democrat taking their place, we can't afford 4 years of it. We can't afford 2 years of it. We certainly can't afford 6 years of it in a Senate seat.
No, we just can't. That's why even if you detest the Republicans for not doing anything, it's better than them doing nothing is better than having the Democrats come in and actively work against you.
Right. A Republican doing nothing is way better than a Democrat doing anything. So
and just so people know, the Republicans will do nothing. I'm not going to, let's be real, but it's better than the Democrats working against you.
Right. Do nothing until we get somebody in there that'll do something. And no, Republicans aren't going to be, most of them aren't going to be the solver of all your problems, but all of your problems were created by Democrats.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
They create them to solve them. But Jay, I want to switch subjects real quick because did you know that there was in 2017, there was an obscure bureaucrat doctor that made a video that said during the next administration, before Trump got into office, he said during the next administration, there will be a viral outbreak that is going to cause, a surprise viral outbreak. That's what he says. And this particular obscure bureaucrat doctor that nobody knew who he was, worked in every single administration since the Richard Nixon administration. So he knew what to do and how to do it. And this obscure doctor, at the time he was obscure, he said there is going to be a viral outbreak during the next administration, which is Donald Trump's administration. And that is exactly what happened. I want to play the video of this obscure doctor saying such a thing because it's very interesting stuff, I must say. To see somebody say something's going to happen and then it happens is very interesting. So here's the obscure doctor back in 2017.
Who's that guy?
Is that there is no question that there will be a challenge to the coming administration in the arena of infectious diseases, both chronic infectious diseases in the sense of already ongoing disease, and we have certainly a large burden of that, but also there will be a surprise outbreak. And is that there is no question.
Also, there will be a surprise outbreak. Now, how the hell would he know that? A surprise outbreak?
It's not such a surprise when you tell me.
You've ruined there hasn't been a surprise outbreak in administrations for a long time. So why would he say, oh, there's going, he didn't say there might be. He said there's going to be a surprise outbreak.
Oh my God. You ruined the surprise for us, Dr. Fauci. I mean, I was ready for my birthday. I want to be surprised. I don't want it to be ruined by you, but you ruined it. You ruined my surprise party. I mean,
Jay, is today your birthday?
No, kidding.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your birthday. But let me say, Jay, real quick, though, I got to say, if there's anybody in the world that should be tried for crimes against humanity, if there's anybody in the world that should be treated like the Nazis were treated at Nuremberg, it is Anthony Fauci.
You're right. How does nobody, Jack, play that video and not right? Just on that video alone, why isn't he being absolutely waterboarded till he tells us exactly what the hell he was talking about there?
He's not just an American terrorist. He was a global terrorist.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jack says obscure. Quite frankly, yes, most people COVID never heard of Anthony Fauci.
Back then, he was obscure. Back then, nobody knew who the hell he was.
He was prominent in the 80s with AIDS. Go do your research on Anthony Fauci with AIDS and HIV.
And find out when he was doing research on it and when the outbreak started.
It might have been a surprise outbreak then, too.
I think he said there was going to be a surprise autoimmune deficiency disease that's going to come out. We're going to, it's going to be, I think he said it's going to be a surprise autoimmune deficiency disease. And then the next thing you know, an autoimmune deficiency disease that nobody had a cure for came out. And there we are.
Yeah,
AIDS epidemic.
It just so happens during another Republican administration. That was Ronald Reagan's administration when AIDS and HIV broke out.
Always during a Republican administration, right? Because he works actively against them.
Guys, that interview, that little thing, and that was on Benny Johnson. Is that what that looked? Or was Benny Johnson just?
It was just a video. Yeah, no, it wasn't on a Benny Johnson interview. It was just the video he played.
Who was he talking to? Do we know who?
I don't think he was talking to anybody. I think it was a video he made.
It was a video he made.
I'm not 100% sure, but there was no question that was asked, and there was no anybody else there that I saw.
Interesting. I mean, right. But yeah, just based on that video alone, this guy should be, like I said, in Guantanamo Bay until he spills the beans. That's what that should be happening.
No, he is the #1 global terrorist in the world. He has killed probably more people than anyone in the history of the world, if you want the truth, with any single person.
Right. Not only with the virus itself, but the vaccine.
The vaccine, the virus, and then the AIDS epidemic that you add to it.
It's staggering. It really is. You're right. How is this guy walking free amongst us? I don't know.
No idea. But I'm going to tell you, there's another rat that's going on right now, and his name is Nick Fuentes. I want to show you something. I want to show you this post that he just did today. Okay?
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah, you want to see a post he just did today? Let's check this out, okay? So Nick Fuentes is the double agent. He's a double agent, and I'm going to tell you why. This man was at January 6th. He was coaxing people, to go to the Capitol. Let's do this. But yet, he's the only person, including Ray Epps, who was charged with some misdemeanor bullshit just to try to satisfy people. He's the only person that was never charged with anything. Yeah. He was not charged with anything. Well, you have 89-year-old grandmas with cancer that were within 600 miles of the Capitol, charged with, capital murder, whatever the hell it was. But he was charged with absolutely nothing. Look at the post. This is a little meme that I made earlier today. You can see the post in the top left right there. This is what he said earlier today. It's really not that complicated. The Republicans totally betrayed their voters and broke every single promise. So I'm switching sides and voting Democrat in 2026 to punish them. This man right here, a guy who constantly divided the right, attacked conservatives more than the left did, poisoned young voters with purity tests, and helped fracture Republican unity, is now saying he'll hand power directly to Democrats out of spite. And if the gropers follow him, they could absolutely help cost Republicans key races, congressional seats, and governorships. It could cause a lot of problems because the gropers are just as insane as the left. They are motivated by hate, just like the left. And that is the thing that motivates the left to vote. Anger, jealousy, and hate. Same things that the gropers have.
You know what I'm hoping, Jack, that most of his gropers are not even in this country, because we know a lot of them aren't, but some of them are. That's
he had a lot of bot farmers. Yeah, he's a bot farmer.
The best part, there's so many things in that short statement that you could talk about. I responded to it. He said, it's not complicated. I responded, it's not complicated. You're a Democrat. That's it.
Yeah. Oh,
and you always were. You were always
a federal informant if you want the truth.
Yeah, that whole thing. We should, Jack, find that video of him standing up there with his bullhorn.
Yeah, he had to have been because even Ray Epps, who everybody knows was a federal informant, got charged with some misdemeanor bullshit just to satisfy the crowd. But Fuentes wasn't charged with a damn thing.
Yeah, play what and the things he was saying. He didn't just say a little bit; he was saying a lot, and no charges. It makes zero sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it's not true. And what's not true is that he wasn't a federal asset, because he was, in my opinion, a federal asset in the largest entrapment operation in the history of our country.
Absolutely. Take a listen to this, guys.
Keep moving towards the Capitol. It appears we are taking the Capitol back. Keep marching and don't relax. Never relax. Yeah! We're evacuating the Capitol. We're evacuating. Break down the barriers and disregard the police. This Capitol belongs to us. We're evacuating the Capitol. We're evacuating the Capitol. We're evacuating. The police are evacuating the Capitol.
And by the way, so I can't hear what he's saying. For some reason, there's something still wrong with the audio here. But what I can tell you is a person that is not looking to cause trouble does not bring a bullhorn. Why would he have a bullhorn? He's there to cause trouble. He's there to rile up a crowd. That's why you have a bullhorn at a protest.
Well, he said, I got a couple things here. He said, we're taking the Capitol, like keep advancing. And he said, disregard the police. How is Nick Fuentes not charged?
He was not charged with a single thing.
How is that right? Unless he was a federal asset, how is he not charged when, as you said, they charged people for just standing out there, and they charged them with something, with facial recognition?
Let me tell you why he wasn't charged, Jay. Not just because he was a federal informant, but let me tell you why else he wasn't charged. I think, and this is just my personal opinion, that people like a Nancy Pelosi, someone that had power at the time, someone that had power in the Democrat aisle, said, look, you're either going to go to prison or you can continue to be an informant for the FBI or whatever it is, but you've also got to bring people over to our side. We need all the voters and help we can get. You bring people over to our side, you will not be charged.
Continue being a usurper or an insurgent in the Republican Party.
Even more so.
Yeah, keep on thinking, play it off, and then at the right time, we're going to need you to, pull the switch like Rocky did in Rocky 2 with his right.
And now's the time. Now's the time they need it more than anything. And that's what's happening here.
Yeah. Jack, I think a lot of people there's a lot of people that aren't, like, say, a groiper. They're in the middle. They pay attention.
Groper. Please stop saying groiper. It's a stupid
groper.
name.
The groper, right? We know that. But I think a lot of people who kind of just pay attention and try to take everything in and make a decision, they get it. They know this guy's a fraud.
I hope so.
They do. So. I think a lot of people do. Like, dude, are you kidding me? First of all, he's not only saying don't vote. This guy's saying vote Democrat. You're telling people to vote against everything that you are for and everything you're against. So everything you're for, you want the party to vote against what you're saying you're for. So
and Jay, his only reasoning for that is that the party is not doing exactly what he wants. So that's why he wants you to vote for the party that won't do anything and will actively work against what he wants. So it tells you that that's not what he wants. He is a Democrat, probably most likely, in my opinion, federal informant that was given an ultimatum. Either you come to our side aggressively and get us when we get us the voters when we need them, or you're going to go to prison.
Yeah, or we're going to have to at least pretend you're going to prison like we did with Ray Epps. We're going to have to do something to you.
They didn't even do that.
He got, you're talking scot-free.
There was no arrest. There was no nothing. People that made phone calls 1,000 miles away were arrested. Their doors were kicked in. This man was there. He got nothing.
Yeah, well, somebody we're not even that big of a fan of, and we know who it is, wasn't there. We know who it is. And he was
who the hell are we talking about?
He wasn't there either.
God. That motherfucker, man.
Well, right. But that aside, but
no. He pissed me off because he tried to bullshit me on one of my posts. You saw that shit. I don't know if you saw it. It was the Nick Fuentes post. That's what it was. He tried to give me some bullshit on the fuck that dude.
But he's an example though. He wasn't even there. He wasn't even there, and he was sent to prison. I mean, that's the thing. And Fuentes is there with a bullhorn. If we're going to talk about people who were known, was there with a bullhorn saying, take the Capitol, disregard the police, riling people up, And he gets nothing?
Disregard the police and take the Capitol. Those are commands that make you in a conspiracy for whatever that group commits. You are part of that conspiracy.
And not charged nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Make it make sense. You can't.
No. So you guys decide. You guys decide what you think. If he was a federal informant, if he still is, if he was a Democrat, a usurper the whole time, it's up for you guys to think. Make sure, though, that you guys do visit maxassociates.etsy.com. You guys want to make sure that you go there because it is the #1 place, like we said, for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Jay and I both shop there. You know, our wives shop there. You know, we try to only do sponsors that we actually believe in, okay? And we believe in this because his products are shipped from the USA. They're made in the USA. And not only that, anywhere in the USA gets free shipping and 20% off $20 or more. And every order you make is going to be $20 or more because you're going to want to get this and this and this. You automatically get 20% off and free shipping. So if you're thinking about getting any Pride gift, any patriotic apparel, why not start at maxassociates.etsy.com because you're automatically going to get that amazing deal. Also, guys, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Secret America TV. That is our screen name for every single one of those. We're live every weekday, Monday through Friday, from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time. Jay is also on TikTok at Apenionsvary, Apenionsvary with an A. We are not on TikTok because I guess we told too much of the truth and they couldn't handle it. So they banned us fairly quickly. We were gaining a pretty decent following on TikTok, and that's when they banned us. So, you know, take that for what you will. TikTok is, oh my God, it's worse than YouTube. Worse, and that's hard to say that a company is worse than YouTube because YouTube steals content. YouTube stole content. That's how YouTube became big, because they stole content and didn't have to pay for it at the beginning, and they still steal content. What they do is they wait until you put a lot of content on there, then they ban you, so they don't have to pay you.
Well, listen, YouTube is very hard as well. But yeah, I got my first strike.
YouTube is what I was talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying I got my first strike on TikTok, not my first one, but the first one in a while, the other day for a video that was absolutely vanilla. I was basically talking about the 2020 election, and I got hit with a misinformation and about the election, so they struck the video. Lisa makes a good thing, Jack, before we get out of here. She said he already likely, regarding Fuentes, he likely already worked for the Southern Poverty Law Center, and I think that's true.
Why do you think that's true? What does that have to do with anything?
I think that's true, that he was involved with the Southern Poverty Law Center back then.
Why?
And,
what do they have to do with any of that?
Well, so they're the ones that just paid a bunch of they just got indicted for paying white supremacists to basically make up fake things about white supremacy.
So, okay. So I see the connection here then, because this man was espousing white supremacist rhetoric for the entire time, and he was also espousing, Nazi rhetoric the entire time. So if they're paying people to do this, why wouldn't they pay Fuentes, who's got a big following that will listen to the white supremacist rhetoric? I mean, it is what it is.
And there you go. And that enables somebody like Joe Biden and everybody else to come out and say that white supremacy is the white supremacist violence is the worst thing we face in this country, which was such a fake narrative from jump. We all knew it. What a joke.
Oh,
anyway.
No. It was absolutely ridiculous. Guys, we want to thank you so much for watching the show. We appreciate every single one of you. Be sure to subscribe to us on, YouTube and Rumble and everything that we said. Also, we're on the Live from America TV network every Monday through Friday. That's rumble.com/LFATV. We are on there also. So make sure that you guys follow, like, and subscribe, because, it really helps us out. So thank you so much for watching. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.